So what? Sheengij is dead, now I'll make you all pay. Alright, what will it take for you to release Xiaolin? Xiaolin spoke, trying to telepathically communicate with Bai Yun to rescue Chenlin through a spatial blink. But the deranged Sujiali, sharper than usual, sharply rebuked. Don't try any tricks. Keep that black cat away from me, or I'll kill him right now. Okay, Xiaolin had no choice but to comply. And you, I can sense your power, put it away. Sujiali glared at Xiaolin, hypersensitive to any movement. Alright, Xiaolin retracted her void arms, standing obediently. You, and you, including the cat, if you all die before me, I'll let your brother go. Sujiali tossed several knives in front of them. Xiaolin expressed sorrowful, do you really have to do this? Ha ha, you'll know after you're dead. Well, keep your word then. Xiaolin picked up a knife, then said, to save Xiaolin, you all must. Xiao Yu and Ling Yi exchanged a look, also taking up the knives and pressing them to their necks. Under Sujiali's watch, Xiaolin cut her own throat without hesitation, collapsing lifelessly to the floor. Ha ha ha, good riddance. Sujiali laughed triumphantly, completely unaware of the pink mist drifting in through the window. Big sis. Hiding behind the staircase, Yuya's pupils constricted as she shouted, rushing towards Xiaolin. Instantly, a myriad of tiny glowing specks filled the room, morphing into tender green vines that entangled Sujiali. You ungrateful brat! The delicate sprouts were too weak to restrain the deranged Sujiali. She caught the approaching Yaya with one hand, viciously slashing the girl's slender neck with the dagger. Blood gushed out, spraying across Sujiali's face. Seeing Sujiali distracted with Yaya, Bai Yun released Chenlin, leaping to his side and teleporting him back to the others. Damn it! At the same time, Ling Yi delivered a kick to Sujiali's abdomen, catching the falling Yaya. Xiaolin, just regaining consciousness, felt the cut on her neck. Pulling herself up from the floor, she had underestimated Sujiali's cunning. She had intended to fake her death and lure Sujiali into the carnivorous plant's mind-altering mist, not expecting the knives to be coated in deadly poison. Purging the toxin had taken significant time, testament to its potency. Xiaolin! Ling Yi's urgent call reached her ears. Xiaolin looked up to see him cradling the bloodied Yaya, rushing to her side. Xiaolin looked at the fading Yaya, her pupils constricted, the girl's body almost like it had been petrified. What had happened in the minute she was unconscious? Accepting the trembling Yaya into her arms from Ling Yi, Xiaowen's own hands shook. Sis, Yaya's voice was barely audible, straining to open her eyes to look at Xiaowen one more time, but her eyelids were too heavy, vision consumed by darkness. Sister is here. Xiaowen's voice was soft, looking down at the blood-covered Yaya with anguish. Big sister, turn me into a zombie. Yaya said weakly, her life slipping away, not knowing how much time she had left. Xiaowen remained silent, not responding. Pushed down by Xiaoyu, the chuckling Sujiali mocked, a zombie? Aren't you the one who's most afraid of zombies? You actually want to become one. Ha ha. Laughing, she continued, if your mother knew the daughter she risked her life to save became a zombie, I wonder if she'd come back to life just to be angry. Ha ha, MMPH. Xiaoyu gagged her with a cloth before she could say more. I saw it all. Become a zombie, listen to big sister. Yaya's voice grew fainter, still not receiving Xiaowen's answer. Summoning her last strength, she gently said, Yuya's final wish. Xiaowen's gaze was bleak, like a biting winter storm, ice cold. Closing her eyes, she grasped Yaya's limp hand, gently biting down on her wrist. The virus spread quickly, and in moments, the lifeless Yaya suddenly opened her eyes. Crimson orbs, pallid skin, a vacant expression. Placing her down, Xiaowen told Xiaoyu, she's in your care now. Understood. Xiaoyu took the zombified Yaya to stand beside her. Approaching Sujiali, Xiaowen fixed her with a dark stare. Just as she was about to speak, Sujiali suddenly lunged at the wall, slamming her head in and dying. Master, dump the body to feed the fish. Xiaowen looked at the corpse coldly, so she was afraid of becoming a zombie after all? Also, send a few more zombies to clean up the courtyard and villa. Yes, this chaotic farce had finally concluded in death. Alone in the bathroom, Xiaowen washed the blood from her neck and hands. As she rose, she suddenly remembered the heaven-mending stone she had discarded in her spatial pocket. Projecting her mind there, she found a clear, deep lake where she had tossed the stone. Kneeling by the lake, Xiaowen dipped her fingers in, the refreshing coolness suffusing her body. An audacious hypothesis formed in her mind. Slicing her palm, she cupped some water and poured it over the wound. The injury immediately healed, not even leaving a scar. Overjoyed, Xiaowen promptly filled a container and left the spatial realm. She understood there were no healers with abilities, and Sujiali's ability to cure Chenlin's eyes was solely due to the heaven-mending stone. Bringing the lake water to Chenlin's room, Xiaoan found him sitting vacantly on the bed, likely shaken by the recent events. Sister? Chenlin's blurred vision made out a figure approaching. It's me, I've found something to heal your eyes, Xiaoan said excitedly, pouring the lake water into a medicine bottle for easier use. Thank you, sister. Chenlin's tone was flat, lacking the expected joy. He had seen the events of today unfold days ago, Qintianqing's self-destruction, Yuya's death, and Sujiali's suicide. He had seen it all, but was powerless to change anything, only able to watch it happen. From the moment he arrived in this apocalyptic world, he had been dreaming of the future every night. At first it seemed like mere coincidence, but as more events unfolded, he could only believe in his ability to foresee the future. He had tried countless times to alter the impending occurrences, but all had ended in failure. In the mall, he had dreamed of encountering a female zombie. Terrified, he had locked himself away, but she still found him. That night, he dreamed the zombie would not harm him, but even bring him food. So he had heeded fate's arrangement, bringing the unconscious zombie back, who became the sister caring for him to this day. The good and bad that followed, he had glimpsed to varying degrees. Being able to foresee the future was both a blessing and a curse. Because he lacked the power to change anything good or bad, he could only watch it unfold. Injuries, deaths, he could only submit to fate's design. Sister. Chenlin emerged from his contemplation as Xiaoan was about to drop the medicine in his eyes. Let's move somewhere else. Chenlin obediently tilted his head, allowing the drops to fall into his eyes. Xiaoan didn't understand why he would suddenly say that, puzzled. Why? This place will soon be leveled. The drops entered his eyes, and Chenlin blinked, his vision gradually clearing. His sight had been restored. Xiaoan grew serious. Chenlin was a sensible child, not one to lie. Why do you say that? I can see some of the future events. When did this start? Always. The room fell into a deathly silence. After a moment, Xiaoan asked, What have you seen? The villa will explode on a rainy night. Chenlin lowered his head. In his most recent dream, the villa had collapsed with a thunderous explosion, brilliant flames erupting from it on a rainy evening. Anything else? Was it an esper or a monster? Xiaoan pressed further. With Qintianqing and Sujiali dead, and no other high-level threats around, they should have been safe. I don't know, I didn't see, Chenlin answered honestly. In that dream, there were only the drizzling rain and the flames, no sign of anyone else. Alright, I believe you. Sister will take us away from here right now, Xiaoan said, hurriedly going to inform the others. Those aware of this wasted no words, efficiently packing up and even storing the flowers and fish in the courtyard into the spatial realm. Once ready, Xiaoan drove the car, leaving the villa without a backward glance. In her haste, Xiaoan didn't know where they would go next, the priority being to get as far away as possible. That very night, a steady drizzle began to fall. The rain descended from the night sky, like fine silken threads, carrying a chill. In a series of deafening explosions, the empty villa crumbled into ruins. They got away. A soft murmur drifted away with the wind, leaving no one to witness the cause of the explosion. Xiaoan drove through the night, the villa now far behind them. The benefit of being a zombie is not needing sleep, one just needs to swallow a crystal core to feel refreshed. Chenlin slept in the back seat, by Yun in his arms, while Lingyi gazed idly out the window. The horizon glowed with the first light of dawn. Let me drive for a while, you've been at it all night. Lingyi propped his head on one hand, looking at Xiaoan. No can do, you don't have a license. Xiaoan flatly refused. As a law-abiding young person, how could she let him drive without a license? Just issue me one. Lingyi sulked, arms crossed. Humans were so troublesome. Meow. Suddenly, Bai Yun let out a sharp, alert yowl from the back seat, hackles raised as he emitted threatening growls. Xiaoan. Lingyi's expression changed as he sensed the danger. I know. Xiaoan felt the ominous presence too, slamming the accelerator to send the car speeding away. It's still chasing us. Lingyi glanced back, seeing the figure relentlessly pursuing them. His dark eyes involuntarily shifted to gold. They run pretty fast. The diminutive figure behind them sniffed, idly tossing a pokeball up and down. I hate these human metal boxes. Annoyed, 3-3 leapt up, floating in midair with 16 glowing orbs distributed around her. Boom! She aimed her palm at the speeding car, imitating an explosion. The 16 orbs immediately fired at the vehicle, all striking true. In a burst of flames and smoke, the car went airborne. Such an ugly bug, just like you. 3-3 gradually descended, gazing disdainfully at the escapees, then down at the pokeball in her hand. The ball rolled in her palm, silent. Xiaoan wiped the soot from her face, rising to face the nonchalantly approaching girl. Not even 5 feet tall, with delicate features and curly brown hair cascading behind her in a pink frilly dress, she looked like a porcelain doll. If not for her crimson eyes and the aura of danger around her, Xiaoan might have quite liked her. Clutching Chen-Lin, Ling Yi also noticed the little girl, unaware that his own hair had turned silver white. "She's very dangerous, sister," Chen-Lin said worriedly. "Xiaoyu, take Bai Yun and Xiaolin and leave first." Xiaoan immediately ordered the just-emerged Xiaoyu. "Master." Xiaoyu was about to speak, but Xiaoan cut her off. "Just take Xiaolin and go, we'll deal with the rest later." Xiaoan knew she couldn't evade the piercing gaze, and could only insist they leave first. "Understood." Casting a concerned look at Xiaoan, Xiaoyu grabbed Chen-Lin and Bai Yun, disappearing in a leap. Fortunately, the little girl didn't seem interested in chasing them, only approaching Ling Yi. "Are you number one?" The girl stood before Ling Yi, looking up at him haughtily. It couldn't be helped, Ling Yi was nearly 6 feet tall, towering over the diminutive 3-3. It seemed 3-3 had also noticed the height difference, awkwardly clearing her throat as she floated higher, looking down at Ling Yi haughtily. "So you are number one? What number one?" Ling Yi was completely perplexed. "The number one experimental subject. And you are?" "I am the perfect, noble, holy, and supreme third predator," 3-3 said proudly, her lips curling. "Third experimental subject?" Xiaoan murmured beside them. "Since when did children become predators?" "Ah, so you're little 3. Ling Yi exclaimed in sudden understanding. He wasn't the only experimental subject in this world, but he didn't know exactly how many there were. "It's 3-3, not little 3. The enraged 3-3 glared at Ling Yi, wishing she could tear his mouth off. "Well, you're the third one and so tiny, so little 3 is fine." Ling Yi's golden eyes shone with naivety. Xiaoan quickly leaned in to quietly explain the implication of little 3 to him, her expression awkward. "Damn you ugly bugs!" The floating 3-3 roared furiously. Her back revealed another dozen searing energy orbs as she sneered. "Defective products will always be defective, your intelligence is so low." With a wave of her hand, several orbs unhesitatingly fired towards Ling Yi. Having just learned this new information, Ling Yi barely had time to turn before the bombs were upon him. He barely managed to summon 3 giant pythons to swallow the explosives. "Phew, that was frightening." Xiaoan patted her chest, still shaken. "Do we have some grudge?" She looked up at the little girl. "No." "Then why are you doing this?" Xiaoan asked again, for both attacks had clearly been lethal. "To kill him," 3-3 answered righteously. "Ling Yi?" The 3 pythons behind him were also bewildered. "Seriously, as a predator you don't know the rules of evolution?" 3-3 found Ling Yi more and more useless, even wondering if consuming him would lower her own intelligence. "You mean devouring?" Of course, predators can only break through by endlessly preying on other lifeforms, with their own kind being the greatest nourishment. 3-3 couldn't help licking her pink lips as she continued. "I've been searching for you for a long time." With that, she summoned more explosives, attacking Ling Yi again. This time prepared, Ling Yi quickly grabbed Xiaoan and blinked away, evading the assault. "Not bad speed," 3-3 cooed, her crimson eyes gleaming with the flickering flames. Ascending higher, she opened her mouth, summoning double the number of bombs to rain down. "Keep dodging, keep dodging." The bombs fell in a dense barrage. Sensing the severity, Xiaoan summoned her void arms to shield against the explosive downpour. But to her surprise, not only had the quantity increased, the power had grown tremendously as well. The moment the bombs detonated, her void arms were destroyed, the limbs snapping in midair. Xiaoan felt the excruciating pain of her spiritual connection to the void arms being severed for the first time. The pain seared through her entire body. The spiritual link bound the user's physical form, so if the spirit was attacked, the physical would suffer multiplied agony. "Xiaoan!" Ling Yi had just dealt with the bombs on his end when he turned to see Xiaoan drenched in sweat, collapsed on the ground. "How ugly, can't even withstand my bombs." 3-3 sneered, the explosives behind her accumulating further. "Let the perfect, noble, holy, and supreme 3-3 send you on your way." A dark gleam flashed in her eyes as the bombs rained down from the sky towards the grounded Ling Yi and Xiaoan. "Damn it!" Ling Yi quickly scooped up Xiaoan, endlessly evading the falling bombs. The power had increased, each explosion leaving a crater tens of meters deep. The once broad, flat road was now pockmarked. "So you managed to dodge after all." 3-3 tilted her head, admiring the anxious Ling Yi. "Not as weak as I imagined, but perfect for me to play with longer. Let's try my little bear," she exclaimed excitedly, a 3-meter-tall, giant explosive bear gradually taking shape above her. "You call that a little bear?" Xiaoan grimaced through the pain, sarcastic. What kind of child played with explosives, calling a several-meter-tall beast a little bear? "Shut up and rest." Ling Yi frowned, biting his wrist again to let Xiaoan drink the blood. "You keep getting the advantage." Fortunately, his blood was effective. As soon as Xiaoan took a sip, most of her wounds had healed. "I feel all better now," she said confidently. "Then get down here." Ling Yi scowled, setting her down before turning to face the perverted little girl's perverted little bear. Go, little bear, bite them to death. 3-3 tossed the explosive bear towards Ling Yi, watching in delight. Growling, the bear let out a roar, swiping its claws at Ling Yi. Ling Yi's expression darkened, the 3 giant pythons behind him writhing impatiently. As the bear neared, the pythons immediately pounced, one coiling around its neck, the other 2 restraining its limbs. They constricted, intent on crushing the beast. The bear struggled futilely, only causing the pythons to tighten their grip further. TCH, Ling Yi scoffed, turning away. Not much, is it? Noticing Ling Yi had 3 snakes, not one, 3-3 seemed to realize some dark secret. She immediately mocked, 3? Ha, so your spiritual power is 3 snakes? Defective trash, as expected. Xiaoan was puzzled, she knew so little about predators and spiritual powers. Fake and defective products together, how fitting. 3-3 sneered at Ling Yi, then looked at Xiaoan. You're not even a predator. Of course not, I'm a zombie made from a human, not some test tube grown like you. Xiaoan smiled mirthlessly. Then you're even less deserving of life, lowly insect. 3-3 curled her finger, summoning a swarm of bombs hurtling towards Xiaoan. This time Xiaoan had learned, instead of using the void arms, she weaved a spiritual net to deflect the explosives the moment they touched it, sending them rebounding. On the other side, Ling Yi had devoured the bear, the 3 pythons' bellies bulging with satisfaction. 3-3 paused, then cocked her head, sneering, not bad. Let's see just how capable you really are. Clasping her hands before her, she then spread them, spawning 5 more bear-like bombs behind her. Come on, show me what you've got. With her command, 3 of the bears charged the pythons, the other 2 rushing Xiaoan. The original 3-on-1 situation for the pythons had now become 1-on-1, the tide turned. The 3 bears pinned down the pythons, their hind legs pressing on their vitals, front paws holding their heads as they opened their maws, ready to bite off the snakes' heads. Ling Yi was enduring the pain, trying to coordinate the pythons' counterattack, but could only focus on one at a time. As soon as one was freed, another would be subdued. The 3 snakes couldn't cover everything, leaving 2 constantly at a disadvantage. But whichever one was injured, Ling Yi felt the pain multiplied. On Xiaoan's side, it wasn't going well either. Her spiritual net was no match for the 2 rampaging bears. They clawed and bit, quickly shredding it to pieces. It hurts so much, Xiaoan cried out, clutching her head, though the experience of her spiritual power being disrupted before prevented her from collapsing. Little bears, eat them up. 3-3's eyebrows curved, her eyes brimming with delight. Hearing the command, the explosive bears pounced on Xiaoan, tearing into her viciously. Bullies always target the weak. Pinned down, Xiaoan was helpless as one bear bit into her thigh, ripping off a chunk of flesh and cloth, swallowing it in a few gulps, its fangs stained crimson. The other bear sank its teeth into her meteor abdomen, the sharp fangs piercing her skin. Xiaoan! Ling Yi tried to come to her aid while fending off the 3 beasts, but he could barely handle his own situation, forced to watch her being devoured. The overwhelming agony drove Xiaoan to the brink of madness, her spiritual power erupting. Covered in blood, eyes vacant, she rigidly grasped the bear on top of her, sinking her teeth into its ear and ripping it off like a wild animal. Roar! The explosive bear howled in pain, jumping off her. Roar! Xiaoan, for some reason, echoed its cry, pouncing on the other bear to tear into it as well. Behind her, her turbulent spiritual energy surged, coalescing into sharp claws floating at her back. Hee. Xiaoan wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, her eyes still empty as she gazed upwards, letting out a deranged chuckle. How disgusting! The revulsion in 3-3's eyes was palpable, looking at Xiaoan with an expression of utter contempt. Disappear from my sight this instant. The 3 bears previously fighting Ling Yi now turned and charged towards Xiaoan, the 5 surrounding and assaulting her. Hee. Xiaoan remained motionless, still chuckling mindlessly, seemingly unaware of the danger. Roar! The first bear to reach her lunged, jaws wide open towards her head. Xiaoan was oblivious, continuing to laugh. Watching from above, 3-3 scoffed, lowering her gaze, ready to witness Xiaoan's demise. Slap! Just as the explosive bear was about to rip off Xiaoan's head, a massive beast claw suddenly appeared, slapping it away with tremendous force, sending the remaining bears flying as well. Losing control so easily, how weak! 3-3 sneered at Xiaoan's vacant gaze. The bear she had slapped away shook off the dust, charging at Xiaoan again. This insult could not go unavenged. This time, Xiaoan didn't slap it, instead grabbing the bear and pinning it to the ground, ripping off its forelimb with her bare hands. Roar! The explosive bear screamed in pain, but Xiaoan showed no sign of stopping, continuing to tear off its remaining limbs one by one. She was like a child without any moral compass, focused solely on her toy, occasionally letting out delighted laughter. With only the head left, Xiaoan reached to twist its neck. Roar! The bear, unable to endure her torment, self-destructed with an agonized cry. The tremendous force left a deep crater in the ground, and Xiaoan's void claw arm holding it was instantly blown off. Another searing pain, Xiaoan looked at her severed arm, disoriented. My arm, it's broken. My arm. Now, eat her. 3-3 coldly commanded the remaining 4 bears, looking down at the deranged Xiaoan. Damn it! Lingyi stood in front of Xiaoan, shielding her from the bears. His 3 pythons were also badly wounded. Weren't you the one I was supposed to eat? What's it to her? Lingyi looked up, questioning. Then I'll eat the defective one first, before moving on to that fake. 3-3's eyes narrowed, her gaze impatient. Hearing this, the 4 bears redirected their attack to Lingyi. Arm! Xiaoan kept repeating the word arm, and the shattered void claw was slowly regenerating, the countless fragments coalescing into a new arm. Little bear, little bear. Xiaoan looked at her arm, then at the bears pouncing on Lingyi, suddenly grinning. I'm in pain, little bear. Roar! Another earth-shattering scream. 3-3's expression drastically changed as she focused her attention. Xiaoan's void claws were savagely tearing apart her explosive bears. Her methods were exceptionally cruel, twisting off the bears' heads, then ripping their limbs apart with her bare hands, playing with them like a wild animal toying with plush toys. Even when the self-destructing bears blew off her arms, she merely furrowed her brow, the void claw fragments quickly reforming and continuing to maul the remaining bears. Lingyi was also stunned by Xiaoan's actions. She seemed impervious to pain, not letting go no matter how many times she was blown apart. After the last bear was dismembered, Xiaoan tilted her head up towards the floating 3-3, muttering deliriously, "Dull. You actually dare to defy me?" Seeing her explosive bears all brutally killed, 3-3 was enraged. 3-3 curled her hands, searing hot bombs gradually coalescing, glowing crimson. Lingyi acutely sensed the tremendous power in those bombs. He wouldn't be able to withstand them. Grabbing Xiaoan, he prepared to flee. You think you can escape? 3-3's lips curled as she hurled 2 of the bombs. Holding his breath, Lingyi tried to evade the bombs by jumping around, but they seemed to have tracking mechanisms, impossible to shake off. As they closed in, Lingyi braced himself, ready to make a desperate stand. I'm not afraid. Xiaoan suddenly appeared in front of him, shoving him away to shield the bombs herself. Her void claw arms tried to block them, but the bombs pierced straight through, one slamming into her collarbone, the other abruptly changing course to fly at her head. Lingyi hastily summoned a python to intercept the fatal shot. Boom! Boom! The explosions rang out, the blasts battering Xiaoan. The headshot was blocked by the python, which was immediately torn to shreds. The collarbone blast left a gaping, bloody wound on her chest, like a blooming red rose. Xiaoan's eyes fluttered, her consciousness returning to her broken body before she closed them. Ha ha ha, how ugly and lowly this insect is. 3-3 covered her mouth, laughing as a blush colored her pale cheeks. Silently, Lingyi cradled Xiaoan, tearing open his still healing wrist wound to feed her his blood. Don't die. His voice was hoarse, his golden eyes dark, his expression clouded. Behind him, the 2 surviving pythons were devouring the remains of the third, greedily consuming the spiritual fragments, as if savoring a delicacy. Only Lingyi knew that the one being consumed was himself, and the consumers were also himself. After the last piece was swallowed, the pythons' bodies rapidly grew, doubling in height in the blink of an eye, their mouths sprouting terrifying fangs. No matter how much they grow, they're still just snakes. Suddenly, 3-3's aura surged, dozens of blood-red bombs materializing behind her. Looking down at the grounded Lingyi, she spoke with feigned pity, as fellow predators, I'll make your death painless. With that, the bombs swarmed towards him, intent on impaling him even if they didn't explode. Lingyi's gaze burned, his fists clenching as power rippled through him, his silver hair whipping in the shockwave. The 2 pythons intertwined, weaving through the dense bombardment, heedlessly undulating towards 3-3. A mere defective dares defy me. 3-3's crimson eyes narrowed, her tone furious, as she quickly condensed a massive bomb to intercept the charging serpents. Schlick! The bomb lodged perfectly in the python's open maw, filling it completely. Explode! 3-3 shouted, and with a thunderous blast, the python was obliterated. But before she could savor her victory, the other python struck, tearing a large chunk of flesh from her neck, hot blood spraying everywhere. Damn it! 3-3's voice broke as her power dissipated, her body plummeting from the sky like a wingless bird. The surviving python swallowed the meat, then turned to devour its fallen comrade's remains, its size growing ever greater, eventually eclipsing the previous three combined. Holding Xiaoan, Lingyi pressed a hand to his forehead. In his mind, it was as if a pack of wild beasts were savagely tearing each other apart, devouring the corpses. Blood, it was all blood. Everything in sight was crimson, the earth scarred, only the relentless predators remaining. The giant python, having consumed the last morsel, was still unsatisfied. It shifted its gaze to the fallen 3-3, its body undulating as it approached her. 3-3, one hand clutching her bleeding neck, hastily summoned explosives, continuously bombarding the advancing serpent. But the now enlarged python's tough hide was unaffected by the attacks. Hissing its crimson tongue, the python clamped its jaws around 3-3's neck, coiling its body around her. As the snake constricted, 3-3's expression contorted in agony, the sound of her bones cracking audible. "Why do you all keep losing control so easily?" 3-3 gritted out through the pain of being compressed. Even going berserk, the defective are still just defective. Lingyi was lost in his own world, oblivious to 3-3's taunts, and the unconscious Xiaoan even more so. 3-3 found it laughable that she, the most perfect of predators, had been driven to this state by a defective. She refused to accept it. But just as the python prepared to consume its prey, it suddenly sensed the power within 3-3 rapidly swelling. Immediately, it released her, retreating back to Lingyi. Broken in multiple places, 3-3 was left on the ground, her pink bubble dress stained with blood and saliva. Gazing at the azure sky, she tried to turn her head to look at Lingyi, but her neck would not move. "Let me show you the most perfect rampage." 3-3 suddenly burst into manic laughter, a bright red orb of energy coalescing on her chest. The immense power deformed her body, but she did not stop the energy's accumulation. Only when the bomb containing all her strength had fully engulfed her flesh did it cease growing. Boom! The fireball expanded in a semicircular shockwave, smoke and dust plumes rising. The towering heat wave, accompanied by a thunderous roar, obliterated everything for dozens of miles. Buildings and lifeforms reduced to ashes. Silence. Lingyi. Lingyi won't wake up. Lingyi, what do we do? 11. It's almost time to assemble, and Lingyi still hasn't woken up. After the cacophony of white noise, Lingyi sluggishly opened his eyes, the searing white light immediately causing him to shut them again. "If you're awake, hurry to the assembly." 11 tapped his head. Assembly? Lingyi was confused. It took him a while to adjust to the brightness, opening his eyes again to see two identical children. The only difference was the metal collars around their necks, one marked with the number 11, the other 5. "Brother?" Lingyi looked at them in delight, then asked, "How did I end up here?" "I should be." "Should be where?" The words caught in his throat, as he couldn't recall where he was supposed to be. Searching his memory yielded nothing. Had he dozed off again? Never mind should be, just go to the assembly before the teacher gets angry. 5 took Lingyi's hand, smiling slightly. "Oh, right, coming." Lingyi didn't dwell on it, immediately getting up to follow them. The assembly point was a vast, open area. 9 other children, identical in appearance and attire to him and the 2 brothers, stood there with different numbered collars around their necks. A white-haired man wearing black-rimmed glasses stood before them, evaluating the group. A female assistant stood to the side, tapping away at a tablet, recording something. Shortly after, the assistant handed the compiled data to the man. The man reviewed it, then set down the tablet, looking at the 12 identical children with a benevolent expression. "All of your data is perfect. You'll be able to proceed to the final evaluation tomorrow." Though Lingyi didn't understand what was happening, he felt immensely happy, his body suddenly feeling light and at ease. He couldn't help but glance at the other children, they too wore expressions of joy. "The test has ended early today. You're free to do as you please until dinner, but remember to return to the hibernation chambers on time," the man said, waving the children off before leaving with the female assistant. As soon as they entered the white room, the children on the open ground erupted into celebratory cheers. They embraced, held hands, or tumbled together joyfully, the spacious area filled with the children's melodious laughter. 5 also came to find Lingyi, holding 11's hand. His eyes shining, he happily told Lingyi, "This is wonderful. As long as we all pass the evaluation tomorrow, we can go out with the teacher." "Go out?" Lingyi was perplexed. "Yes, doesn't everyone want to see what the outside world is like?" 5 replied. The outside world. Just mentioning those words made Lingyi's heart race. It was a feeling of longing. "Brother, do you want to go see the outside too? Lingy asked the quiet, taciturn 11. Among the three of them, 11 was the most mature, so they called him brother even though Lingy was technically the eldest by order of emergence. The children were uniformly manufactured, numbered sequentially by their incubation order. Logically, Lingy should have been the eldest, but he was more carefree and childlike than the gentler 5 or the more composed 11, so they naturally treated him as the youngest. No, 11 bluntly refused. Why? 5 and Lingy asked almost in unison. The outside world represents the unknown, and the unknown is dangerous. 11 spoke with an air of maturity, then shifted gears. But if you both want to go, then I'll go with you. Ha, 11, you could have just said that in the first place. No need to beat around the bush, 5 laughed, and Lingy joined him. We'll definitely all pass the evaluation tomorrow. Definitely. After dinner, the 12 children entered the hibernation chambers, filled with anticipation for the future. Lingy felt like he'd had a long, nightmarish dream. In it, he had transformed into a venomous snake, fighting alongside a pack of wild beasts, rabbits, elephants, lions, tigers, and countless others. Unable to overpower the massive creatures, he had used his venom to fell them, then devoured them. Yet his hunger was insatiable, his inner urges driving him to keep hunting and killing more animals. He didn't know how long this slaughter would continue, only that his belly still craved more. Coming across a small rabbit, he didn't even bother with venom, simply coiling around it and swallowing it whole. He consumed one creature after another, until he was the sole survivor, his hunger finally obeying. Outside the protective glass, a group of white-coated researchers watched the lone surviving child below, their expressions gleeful as they applauded. The unhurried assistant beside them casually remarked, "Of the 12 test subjects, only number 1's spiritual power has stabilized temporarily. The other 11 lost control and perished from the overstimulation. Subject 1's spiritual power is stabilized. Subject 1's spiritual power is showing instability. Oh no, his spiritual power is fracturing." Lingy seemed to hear the woman's voice in his dream. How much? That was the teacher's voice. 12, he's mimicking the spiritual powers of the other test subjects. This scattered spiritual power is a complete failure. Forcibly fuse his spiritual power back together, now, immediately. The teacher sounded angry. Had everyone failed the evaluation? Lingy tried to open his eyes, but could see nothing, enveloped in endless darkness. But he may not be able to withstand it. He could go insane. The woman's voice was timid. It's already a failure. Even if he goes insane, it's still a failure. Why not go all out? The teacher's voice was raised. Lingy had never heard him so upset before. Fuse. What were they talking about? For the kind teacher to get so angry, it must be a terrible situation. Suddenly, Lingy felt as if his body had been thrown into a meat grinder, every piece of flesh agonizing. Forces from all directions were crushing him, trying to compress him to the smallest size. The pain was excruciating, but he couldn't make a sound or shed any tears. He could no longer discern where his eyes, mouth, or limbs were. He felt as if he didn't exist, yet was everywhere and everything. Many voices, belonging to the other children just like him, flooded into his mind. The outside world. 5, his body bloodied, eyes bloodshot, managed a faint smile on his face as he looked vacantly at Lingy, then collapsed before him. Survive. It was 11, his eyes just as crimson, large beads of sweat on his brow silently conveying the immense agony he was enduring. Brother? Lingy looked at them, lost. How could this be? Weren't they in the hibernation chambers? Teacher, number 1 is resisting the fusion. He's resisting. The woman cried urgently, her eyes fixed on the 3 remaining spiritual power readings on the screen. No matter how much force was applied, these 3 could not be fused together. Increase it. Maximize it. The teacher ordered without hesitation. He won't be able to withstand it. Maximize it. In this critical situation, the woman reluctantly cranked up the power to the maximum. Lingy in the cultivation chamber began convulsing in agony, his chaotic spiritual power swelling to its peak. The 3 forces collided and crashed within the chamber, making dull thuds. Yet the applied force did not stop, only continuing to rise higher and higher. Under their watchful gaze, Lingy's spiritual power gradually stabilized. He slowly opened his eyes, his brown irises turning a godly gold, his black hair shifting to silver white. Where am I? He remembered. He remembered everything. The recollection was abruptly cut short as the fallen Lingy suddenly awoke in the pool of blood. His golden eyes flashed with countless emotions, tenderness, desolation, hatred, revulsion, fear. It was as if he had become many different people at once, these complex feelings then blending together into one. Humans, Ling Yi murmured, savoring the words as if chewing them. He slowly rose from the crater, Xiaoan, equally badly wounded, lying beside him. He remembered that during the explosion, she had used her void claws to shield them both. Though they had managed to survive, their spiritual powers had been damaged to varying degrees. Xiaoan's void claws had been completely destroyed in the blast, and the remnant of spiritual power within her had vanished as well. Looking at the injured Xiaoan with a complicated expression, Ling Yi knew her situation was dire. Even waking up would be a challenge without her spiritual power. She would be no more than an ordinary zombie. After a moment of contemplation, Ling Yi resolutely sliced his palm, dripping the blood into Xiaoan's mouth. I still don't want you to die. With that, he clenched his fist and vanished into the darkness, not looking back. Soon after, light rain began to fall from the sky. The chilly nighttime drizzle washed away the blood on the ground, rousing the unconscious. Lashes fluttering as they caught the raindrops, Xiaoan's eyes slowly opened. Disoriented for a moment, she anxiously tried to sit up, but her body wouldn't obey, refusing to move. She could only lie helplessly on the ground, surveying her surroundings with her peripheral vision. She was alone. The rain grew heavier, the droplets pattering against her wounds. She tried to use her spiritual power to shield herself from the rain, but found she couldn't summon it. Xiaoan tried again and again in vain, unable to even access the white cloud space. Resigned, she lay on the ground, letting the dirty runoff flow around her. Click! A round, pokeball-like object suddenly emerged from beneath Xiaoan, rolling to a stop in front of her. Xiaoan mustered the effort to look. She remembered it had escaped from the little girl's hands during the explosion, which she had paid little attention to at the time, though she had sensed a faint life force from within. The pokeball rolled a short distance away, lightly bouncing off a small rock to trigger an opening mechanism. A flesh-colored, amorphous creature resembling a slime flowed out, possessing no discernible features or limbs, its body malleable into any shape. Yet it was alive, its form even radiating warmth. Slowly oozing back to Xiaoan, it affixed itself to her wounds, able to feed on her blood. Do you want to live? Xiaoan weakly raised a hand, gently touching the tiny life form. The slime creature sensed her caress, expanding its body to tenderly envelop her cold hand. This rare warmth caused Xiaoan's eyes to well up, the raindrops mingling with her tears. She could clearly feel her own life slowly ebbing away, her numb skin, blurred vision, fading consciousness. Even zombies could die. Eat me, and live on. Xiaoan managed a somber smile, gently closing her eyes. This minuscule life was struggling to survive, while she couldn't find meaning in her own. Pursuing the life she wanted? In this apocalypse, how could she live? Family and friends? It seemed they had all died. Struggling to live? She had made it this far, only to face death. Oh well, might as well leave that conundrum for the living, or perhaps, not the living. Xiaoan's consciousness began to fade. The slime creature crawled back onto Xiaoan's chest, continuing to suck her blood. After a while, it seemed to have grown slightly in size, then undulated its body, slowly crawling off dozens of miles away. Unobserved, inside the open pokeball, a small metal collar similar to Ling Yi's remained, the number 02 etched upon it. The slime creature carefully scavenged the rotting corpses along the roadside, meticulously consuming them bit by bit. If it encountered zombies, it would hide, waiting for them to pass before emerging to collect the fallen scraps of flesh. It was far too weak. An ordinary zombie could easily end its life. After a night had passed, it had absorbed enough decaying meat. Dragging its heavy body, it undulated back in the direction it had come. Returning to Xiaoan's side, her body had grown nearly ice-cold, with only the faint glow of the crystal core in her mind remaining. The slime crawled to her deepest wound again, beginning to regurgitate the nutrients it had absorbed to give back to Xiaoan. An hour later, the once smooth, plump slime had exhausted its reserves, shriveled like a squeezed dry sponge. It didn't rest long before departing again to seek more carrion. Time passed, and by the time it had drained its stores to nourish Xiaoan for the third time, 3 days had dawned. Light, warmth, heaven. Xiaoan, who had remained unconscious for 3 full days and nights, finally opened her eyes to the pale morning light. Her body no longer ached, but rather felt a peculiar warmth. Sitting up slowly, she noticed the palm-sized, flesh-colored slime creature resting on the wound at her collarbone. Didn't you eat me? Xiaoan lifted it from her body, cradling it in her hands. Glancing down, she saw that the gaping wound that had once been visible to the bone was now just a faint pink scar. Did you do this? Xiaoan looked at the small slime, a mix of emotions on her face. The slime creature nuzzled her palm, then affixed itself to her index finger, gently biting to draw a small amount of blood, which it proceeded to drink. Sated, it then helped seal Xiaoan's wound, docilely resting in the palm of her hand. Watching its actions, Xiaoan couldn't help but laugh, her hoarse voice teasing, "You're quite polite." Plop! The slime seemed to understand Xiaoan's words, rotating its body cheerfully in response. "But you don't even have a mouth. How are you making sounds?" Xiaoan examined it closely, puzzled as to where the noises were coming from. Oh well, in this apocalyptic world of mutants, if she started scrutinizing it like a new Darwin, she'd never stop. "I never expected such a weak monster to survive in this end times." Xiaoan gently squeezed the soft, pliable slime, feeling a sense of relief and almost playful delight. Having had her fill of that, she lay back down in the crater, gazing up at the rain-washed sky. Now what? She was alive again. Body 4ADJK12M6. Po. Without spiritual power, Xiaoan couldn't contact Xiaoyu, and with Ling Yi's whereabouts unknown, she was alone again. How troublesome. Xiaoan sighed despondently. It's actually easier being dead, just lying there without a care in the world. Plop plop. The slime seemed to sense Xiaoan's gloomy mood, scrambling up to her feet and pushing against her insistently. "You want me to get up?" Xiaoan retracted her foot, lifting the slime to eye level. Plop! The slime nodded vigorously, though the sight of a slime trying to nod was rather peculiar. "No, I want to lie here and rot, let the maggots come." Xiaoan flatly refused, then lay back down. She didn't care if the ground was dirty or had insects, just resigned to lying there. Frustrated, the slime crawled onto her face, making indignant plop-plop sounds. While Xiaoan couldn't understand its scolding, she could tell the little creature was cursing up a storm. All right, I know it wasn't easy for you to revive this half-dead body of mine, but I really don't know what to do next." Xiaoan reluctantly climbed out of the mud pit, cradling the slime as she aimlessly looked around. Plop! The slime wriggled, pointing a direction with its body. "You want me to go that way?" Xiaoan asked. Plop! "Okay, I'll take you there." With a destination in mind, Xiaoan patted the mud, which refused to fully brush off, from her clothes, and headed in the direction the slime had indicated. However, she soon encountered her first post-resurrection challenge: how to climb out of the crater. The bomb blast had left a pit over 10 meters deep, and with the recent rain, the soil was wet, slippery, and loose. Xiaoan tried several times, only to either slide down from the start or fall back down after part way. Her already disheveled state was only made worse by the struggle, leaving her looking like freshly molded clay. "Maybe I should just stay down there," Xiaoan mused. "This could be a natural grave, just need someone to bury me." Plop! This time the cute, weak slime was truly exasperated. It suddenly leapt to Xiaoan's neck, clamping onto her collar and stubbornly dragging her up out of the pit, risking its own well-being. Reaching the top, Xiaoan's face was caked in mud, making her nearly unrecognizable. "Didn't expect such strength from your tiny body." Xiaoan wiped some of the mud off, revealing her coal-black eyes. Plop! It's not as if the slime hadn't been tirelessly scurrying back and forth to find corpses for the past 3 days. If it had limbs, its muscles would be top-notch. Looking around, Xiaoan saw only barren desolation that meant no water source, and walking while covered in mud. "Oh well." She sighed heavily again, hugging the slime as she set off. The slime had directed her toward a nearby town. The desolate streets were permeated by a foul stench, the entire town seeming to have been submerged in putrid tallow. Xiaoan slowly made her way through the gloom, a fully steel axe in hand that she had found in a hardware store. With no spiritual power, she had to find some other means of self-defense. HRR! A raspy cry rang out as a zombie, its entrails dragging, lunged from a nearby shop. Strangely, this was the first zombie Xiaoan had encountered in the town. Where were all the others? Had they clocked out for the day? It wasn't even 6 p.m. Xiaoan couldn't help but inwardly mock, having forgotten about Xiaoyu's daily expeditions to have the zombie servants hunt. With Xiaoyu's ability, leaving 1 or 2 stragglers behind would be quite an achievement. Tucking the slime into her pocket, Xiaoan gripped the axe with both hands, aiming squarely at the zombie's head and shattering it. "Hiya! Brute force is still the best fit for me." Xiaoan shook the blood off the axe, then crouched to rummage through the zombie's brain. It didn't take long to find a transparent crystal core, which she unhesitatingly swallowed, heedless of the filth. The slime in her pocket also caught the scent of the decaying flesh, leaping out to cling to the corpse. Its liquid body rapidly expanded, engulfing the entire body before finally halting its growth. To Xiaoan's astonishment, the slime then proceeded to fully consume the remains. This. Xiaoan closed her mouth, which had been gaping open in surprise. This slime creature was so powerful? It could consume corpses without leaving even a single bone behind. Plop! After its hearty meal, the slime returned to its original form, leaping onto Chowan's shoulder and curling up there to take a peaceful nap. For the next stretch, it was Chowan brutalizing zombies to extract their crystal cores, while the slime creature handled the corpses. Whenever Chowan grew tired, she would simply find a relatively clean-looking room to rest in. Though she couldn't sleep, her mind could at least take a break. The slime would lie on her chest, nestled close to her heart. They spent a week in the small town, encountering only a handful of zombies. Every day, in addition to feeding on the zombies, the slime would also puncture Chowan's finger to drink a few sips of her blood, looking thoroughly satisfied afterwards. Today, Chowan had finally cleared out the last zombie in the town, swallowing its crystal core as usual, then waiting for Little Pitiful, the lovely name she had given the slime, to dispose of the remains. She had bestowed this name upon the creature because, aside from its astounding digestive capabilities, it was virtually powerless in combat, essentially just a voracious eater. Hitting it would make it whimper pitifully, its appearance truly forlorn. Most importantly, now it was just a useless zombie and a useless monster, dependent on each other, utterly wretched and pathetic. Little Pitiful, where shall we go next? Chowan asked, looking at the small creature in her hand. Plop! Little Pitiful immediately jumped up, undulating its body to indicate a direction. Following its pointing, Chowan saw only the distant horizon. The destination was far. Preparing for the long journey, Chowan found a rideable bicycle in the town, placing Little Pitiful and the axe in the basket. She then tied a thick blanket and rain poncho to the back, and set off with a labored pedaling. After a day and night of cycling, Chowan finally reached the place Little Pitiful had indicated, a small county seat. This county town was far better than the previous small town. There was no stench of decay, the streets were nearly devoid of litter, and there were none of the randomly discarded limbs that were common elsewhere. Could it be that the zombies in larger cities had better etiquette? Riding her bicycle down the wide roads, Chowan took in the sights. Suddenly, she stopped in the middle of the street, mulling. In this apocalypse, seeing anything at all is not frightening, the real terror is not seeing anything. In this vast city, there were no ordinary zombies to be found. Either there were high-level zombies here, or powerful monsters, or perhaps even an esper had cleared them out. But given Chowan's usual luck, she often couldn't even find a fork to eat her instant noodles. It was unlikely to be the work of an esper. Glancing around at the silent city, an uncanny aura seemed to emanate from it. The more she looked, the more unsettling it became. After all, she could only bully the lowest level zombies. Even a mid-tier one could easily crush her. Realizing this, Chowan immediately straightened her handlebars and started pedaling furiously, desperate to flee this eerily tranquil city. Unfortunately, she had discovered the danger too late. Countless red mutant bees swarmed from all directions towards Chowan, their buzzing filling the skies and nearly blotting out the sun. Chowan had never seen such a spectacle. Pedaling frantically, she couldn't help but complain, "Little Pitiful, is this the path to death you pointed me towards?" Plop! Little Pitiful also noticed the insects in the air. Leaping from the basket to the top of Chowan's head, it expanded its body to shield her, buying her time to flee. Even so, the mutant bees were rapidly closing in. In a panic, Chowan rode the bicycle over the guardrail and plunged into the moat surrounding the city. Seeing her enter the water, the bees hovered restlessly, seemingly conferring with each other. Underwater, Chowan hugged Little Pitiful, trying to slip away unnoticed. But to her dismay, the bees remained vigilantly focused on her location, darting towards her anytime she surfaced. Chowan was both angry and helpless. Fortunately, she no longer needed to breathe, and could remain submerged as long as she had the strength. The standoff dragged on, the bees intent on devouring her while she sought escape. Suddenly, a bird unwittingly flew overhead. The mutant bees immediately swarmed it, consuming it down to the bones in moments. Shuddering, Chowan realized now why there were no zombies in this county. They had all been eaten clean by these bees. She could only dive deeper, stirring up the water to slip away unnoticed. But reality was crueler than imagination. The mutant bees seemed to detect her intent, summoning even more of their kind to completely blanket the airspace above the moat. This time, there would be no escape. If only she still had her spiritual power, maybe she could fight her way out. But now, she was utterly defenseless. Chowan's heart plummeted. Resigning herself, she floated to the surface. The moment she emerged, the countless bees converged upon her. Squeezing her eyes shut, Chowan braced herself. After a few seconds, instead of the agonizing pain she expected, she felt only a chill. Opening her eyes, she found the bees were actually carrying her through the air. Chowan had no time to marvel at their strength before they dragged her through a shattered window and into a grand hotel. This was no ordinary hotel. She soon realized in horror, it was the mutant bee's twisted nest. Each room was a hive, containing many humans captured like Joanne, most already dead, their bodies covered in countless white cocoons. The cocoons were crawling out from their mouths, noses, even eyes, devouring the corpses. Ugh! Joanne couldn't help but retch, though her stomach was empty, only bringing up acidic bile. It would have been better if they had just eaten her directly. She was tossed into a room that already contained a human skeleton, picked clean. The ravenous cocoons immediately swarmed towards the new food. Joanne tried to flee, but the door was sealed shut. Hopelessly, she batted at the white death-bringers, but they were too numerous. A plump cocoon crawled up to her neck, ready to feast, only to be suddenly swallowed whole by the leaping Little Pitiful. Just as before, Little Pitiful expanded its body, consuming all the cocoons in the room. The fat, docile cocoons were the perfect meal for it. In no time, the room was cleared of every last one. Joanne let out a half sigh of relief, the other half caught in her throat by the presence of the mutant bees outside. The well-fed Little Pitiful jumped onto Joanne as usual to take a nap. Seeing its carefree state, Joanne couldn't resist flicking it lightly, complaining, "You may have filled your belly, but how am I supposed to get out of here alive?" Plop! Little Pitiful lazily chirped, then curled up its plump body to continue sleeping. Joanne, how nice it must be to have no brain. At least the mutant bees weren't checking in on her right now, otherwise, seeing their cocoon nursery wiped out, they'd surely devour her. Hugging Little Pitiful, Joanne sat on the bed's edge, observing the environment below. Quite high up, a jump would be either fatal or grievous. After some consideration, she dismissed the idea of jumping. Just then, the sound of a scuffle reached the doorway. Curious but wary, Joanne cautiously peeked out. In the hallway, the mutant bees were frantically attacking a black mass about a meter tall. They clung relentlessly to it, leaving no openings. But this was no easy prey. The black mass violently shook, dislodging the bees, then spewed a thick web to ensnare the swarming bees before devouring them. Joanne finally recognized the black mass' true nature, a mutant spider. Jet black in color, its carapace flattened, its spindly legs like awls. Perhaps a result of its mutation, its abdomen was covered in dozens of eyes. Have I wandered into a veritable insect lair? Joanne clutched Little Pitiful tightly, silently praying the spider wouldn't come her way. But the more she wished against it, the more it seemed to come true. The massive spider cleared the hallway of bees, then started lumbering from room to room in search of the cocoons. Worse yet, there were not just one, but a whole group of these mutant spiders. No wonder the mutant bees were so easily exterminated. It wasn't long before they reached Joanne's room, a long spindly leg first probing through the doorway, then the spider's multi-eyed head following. But this room held no food, not a single cocoon. The spider slowly crept in, its dozens of eyes rolling about, its spindly legs tapping the floor with an eerie rhythm. Hiding in the wardrobe, Joanne dared not even breathe, terrified of giving away her position. The spider surveyed the room, strangely reluctant to leave. Suddenly, it approached the wardrobe, its eyes whirring rapidly, practically sparking. Bang! It abruptly spat a thick web, adhering to the cabinet doors. With a resounding crack, the entire cabinet front was torn off, exposing the cowering Joanne. She leapt out, dashing towards the window. There were more spiders in the hallway. The window was her only escape. Little Pitiful, you better not trick me again. Joanne had no time to think. Seeing the spider pouncing, she steeled herself and jumped. If only, but she was still too slow. The spider's web entangled her ankles, suspending her in midair and gradually pulling her back into the room. Joanne struggled, trying to tear through the tenacious webbing binding her feet, but it was far too resilient to break. As the spider drew nearer, Joanne clutched Little Pitiful, swinging her arm in a wide arc to fling the creature out into the night sky in a graceful arc. Escape, she shouted towards where Little Pitiful had gone. At least one of them should survive. It didn't matter if this useless zombie like her died here, but the determined little monster deserved to live on. Seeing the approaching prey, the spider's dozens of eyes crinkled in what seemed like a smile. It expertly used its sharp, slender limbs to tear off Joanne's clothes, then despite her resistance, it webbed her into an oval cocoon to be saved for later consumption. Ashamed and furious, trapped in the confined space, Joanne could not move a muscle. She felt herself being dragged away by the spider, her head growing increasingly dizzy, until she lost consciousness. Outside, the spiders were methodically departing the hotel, each carrying their own food. Suddenly, a dark figure blocked their path. Found you. Ling Yi's voice held delight, his golden eyes intensely focused on the spiders. Excited by this fresh prey that had delivered itself, the spiders released the cocoons from their mouths, spewing webs towards Ling Yi. But Ling Yi was far more thrilled than they were. Grabbing the webs barehanded, he yanked, dragging the spiders towards him. The massive python coiled behind him immediately struck, biting off a spider's head and swallowing it whole. Terrified, the remaining spiders hastily abandoned their food, attempting to flee. But Ling Yi had no intention of letting them escape. Leaping up, he cut off their retreat, while the python blocked the other end. Trapped between two forces, the spiders' eyes whirred anxiously, their legs tapping the ground restlessly. Suddenly, they charged Ling Yi en masse, driven by a willingness to die fighting. Ling Yi stood his ground to meet them, his smile deepening. The python behind him moved with lightning speed, weaving through the spider swarm towards Ling Yi. SHRRK, SHRRK, SHRRK. With the sounds of tearing flesh, the spiders were immediately shredded, their bodies scattered. Joanne. Ling Yi reached to tear open the web encasing her, but paused halfway, a faint blush quickly spreading across his cheeks. Taking a deep breath, he simply scooped up Joanne, still cocooned, and disappeared into the night. Plop. The little pitiful that Joanne had thrown had not fled, but instead remained hidden, watching. It now emerged from the bushes, undulating its body over to the spider corpses. Continuously expanding itself, it consumed each of the bodies, a massive undertaking. By the time it finished digesting them, half the night had already passed. Little Pitiful then dragged itself to the cocoons the spiders had discarded. Peeling them open, it enveloped the human remains, integrating them into its own body. This time, it did not immediately digest the bodies. Instead, it seemed to be selectively choosing parts, a mouth here, eyes there, another's physique. It carefully disassembled each corpse, retaining only the intact components. As dawn broke, the morning light filtering through the mist revealed a naked human figure amidst the scattered remains. His gaze was clear, almost childlike, and from his lips emerged the name he had overheard the night prior. Xiao-en. After a night of unconsciousness, Xiao-en finally awakened. Opening her eyes, she found herself high up in the air, the buildings below appearing tiny. "So I've really gone to heaven," she murmured. "Heaven," came a familiar voice from below. Xiao-en strained to listen, the voice growing ever more recognizable. Looking closer, she realized her situation. She was being carried swiftly through the air, slung over a man's shoulder like a burlap sack. The rushing wind jolted her fully awake. Catching sight of the silver hair, she cried out in delight, "Ling Yi, it's me," he replied. "You're not dead. I thought I was the only one who made it." Xiao-en excitedly patted his back. Didn't die, thanks to you." Ling Yi's voice was indifferent, and Xiao-en felt there was something off, though she couldn't quite put her finger on it. "Where have you been, then?" she couldn't help but ask. They had been separated for over half a month. Why were they meeting again now? Ling Yi was silent for a moment before slowly speaking. "Hunting. I was badly injured and desperately needed more crystal cores." "And what about me? You left me behind." Xiao-en's voice grew softer, a pang of hurt in her heart. Had she been abandoned? "You were too badly hurt, so I fed you my blood to keep you alive. I was going to bring you some crystal cores when I returned, but you were gone and I searched for you everywhere." "You're lying." Xiao-en unhesitatingly called out his absurd falsehood. Suddenly, Ling Yi stopped moving, descending vertically while still carrying Xiao-en. The abrupt change startled Xiao-en, and she instinctively clung tightly to his clothes. When she opened her eyes again, they were on the rooftop of a building. Ling Yi set her down, his gaze heavy as he looked at her. Xiao-en sat on the ground, her legs weak, unsure if it was from the numbness or the fright. "I was lying. I was afraid you'd be angry with me." And Ling Yi crouched before her, his golden eyes gazing at her with deep emotion. "Angry? No, what did you just call me?" Xiao-en was rubbing her numb feet when she looked up, meeting Ling Yi's eyes, which were now overflowing with desire. She froze on the spot. "I was afraid Anan would be angry if she knew I once wanted to leave you behind." Ling Yi stared unblinkingly at Xiao-en, his tone sincere. "Why would you want to leave me?" Xiao-en felt her scalp tingle under his intense gaze, stammering out the question. "Because Anan wouldn't let me kill people." Xiao-en was stunned. "He wanted to kill people again? So you did kill people?" she asked. "No, only zombies and monsters." This much was true. While he had encountered many humans these past 2 weeks, every time he felt the urge to strike, Xiao-en's stern reprimands would echo in his mind. Inexplicably, he had refrained from harming any humans. He had initially wanted to distance himself from Xiao-en, to sever their bond completely, but he found himself repeatedly reminiscing about their time together. In the beginning, he had tried to avoid her, until finally there was nowhere left to run, nowhere left to hide. It was then that Ling Yi faced his own desires head-on. He wanted to be with Joanne, to live with her. Gradually, Lingy realized that the spiritual power Joanne had left within him had not dissipated, but had instead fused with his own. Combined with his previous desires towards Joanne, whether that fleeting, ill-intentioned kiss or their more tranquil, warm interactions, he could no longer deny the yearning that resided within him. "You're not Lingy." Joanne's voice suddenly snapped him back to reality. "Why do you say that, Anan?" Lingy's hand had somehow found its way to cup Joanne's cheek, his thumb unconsciously caressing her soft lips. Joanne turned her head, evading his touch. Firmly, she stated, "The real Lingy would never call me that for no reason, and his gaze wouldn't be so lecherous." She struggled to find the right word, finally settling on lecherous as a replacement. "The reason? Why, it's because I adore Anan so." He smiled pleasantly. Ugh, Joanne cringed at his response. She was certain the person before her was not Lingy. The childish, pure-hearted Lingy could never exude such an aura of aggression and desire, like a demon crawling out of the pits of hell. "You're not him. You absolutely can't be him." Joanne shook her head vigorously, recoiling from his approach. Lingy let out an amused chuckle. "Then who am I?" "I have no idea, but you're definitely not Lingy." "But I am the Lingy that Anan personally released from the cultivation chamber." Hearing this, Joanne eyed the man before her, half believing, half skeptical. His appearance was identical to Lingy's, yet his demeanor was entirely different. She had never told anyone about releasing Lingy, only the two of them knew. After some contemplation, she finally accepted that this person was indeed Lingy. "Then, did your brain get fried or something?" Joanne couldn't think of any other explanation for such a drastic change. "If Anan says so, then it must be." Lingy proffered his wrist to her. "Drink my blood." "No need, no need." Joanne hurriedly waved her hands in refusal, feeling perfectly fine. But Lingy seemed to ignore her, pressing his pale wrist against her lips and smiling softly. "There's still spider venom in your body." Of course, this was a lie, but Joanne believed him. She obediently bit into his wrist, sucking the blood. Watching Joanne's focused expression, Lingy's gaze fixed on the point where his wrist met her lips, his eyes growing increasingly feverish. So blissful, more so than any kill. Perhaps his ardent stare was too intense, for Joanne suddenly eyed him suspiciously, alarmed by his enraptured expression. She immediately released his wrist. The blood she hadn't yet swallowed trickled down the corners of her mouth, along her neck to her collarbone. "What's wrong?" Lingy asked, barely restraining the turmoil within. "Nothing, it's just, suddenly you seem really creepy." Joanne hastily wiped the blood from the corners of her mouth, stammering. It was then she realized her clothes had been changed. Ah, yes. Her original clothes had been torn off by the spiders, so what was she wearing now? Her gaze drifted towards the blushing Lingy. "That was me," he easily read her thoughts, admitting it candidly. "You pervert." Joanne's face flushed crimson. She quickly checked her body, and upon discovering that even her undergarments had been changed, she simply collapsed to the ground, playing dead. "If I hadn't changed you, Anan would have had to run around naked today," Lingy explained solemnly. Seeing Joanne still playing dead, he added, "and it needn't be so shy. After all, you've seen me too, and Anan has a lovely figure." Hearing this, Joanne sprang up, outraged. "The hell with that." Joanne sat on the edge of the rooftop, pondering for nearly an hour, still unable to understand how the foolish Lingy she knew had transformed into this perverted one. After letting out countless sighs, she suddenly remembered the little pitiful creature she had thrown away. Turning around, she was about to inquire, but her gaze was immediately met by Lingy's smoldering stare. Oh well, she would have to get used to it. "What's wrong, Anan?" Lingy approached her. "Last night when you rescued me, did you see a little monster that looked like a slime?" "No, there were just spiders around." "Okay then." Joanne figured the little creature must have escaped, given the dire circumstances. "What's the matter, Anan?" "Nothing. So where are we going now?" Joanne looked out towards the distant city. "To help Anan recover her spiritual power." Lingy sat beside her, reaching out to twirl a lock of her dark hair around his finger. "Ha! It's a day's journey to the lair of the creature that can restore it." "What creature?" At the mention of a creature, Joanne's mind filled with images of mutated, ferocious beasts. "A very nourishing one. And just wait and watch as I extract its crystal core." Lingy spoke lightly, a smile gracing his features. True to his word, after another day's journey carrying Joanne, they arrived at a city overgrown with fleshy vines. Every building was covered in thick, pinkish-red tendrils, bearing pale white boneflowers. The entire city resembled a monstrous garden. Examining closely, Xiaoan noticed these vines were more than just plants, they contained human organs, eyes, teeth, fingers, noses, ears, scattered across their length. These are, Xiaoan asked, barely restraining her revulsion, the humans of this city. The creature has absorbed them as sustenance. Ling Yi calmly explained, then plucked off a vine tendril, offering it to Xiaoan. All of this is made from human flesh and blood. Seeing the still bleeding fleshy vine, Xiaoan's stomach lurched. She frantically waved it away. Doesn't An find humans repulsive as well? Ling Yi suddenly asked, his eyes shining with anticipation. She was repulsed by that vine, not humans. How could his thought process be so peculiar? Xiaoan couldn't help but inwardly criticize. Anan, do you love me? Ling Yi suddenly spoke up. Ha! Xiaoan was left utterly bewildered, like a confused monk. Say that you love me, quickly, otherwise, how can I save you? Ling Yi's lips curled into a sinister smile as he stared at Xiaoan, eagerly awaiting her response. Why the dash? Just as Xiaoan was about to ask why, she noticed the eyes opening on the vines behind Ling Yi. They leered greedily at her, the mouths letting out a cackling laugh. Ling Yi, still facing Xiaoan, seemed completely oblivious, his focus solely on her, waiting for her answer. Suddenly, the bone flowers on the vines puffed out a cloud of yellow powder towards Xiaoan. Unable to evade it in time, Xiaoan immediately grew dizzy upon inhaling the pollen. She staggered about drunkenly, her steps unsteady, swaying as if about to collapse and fall asleep at any moment. Anan, say that you love me. Ling Yi watched her intoxicated, coy demeanor and continued to ask. The fleshy vines around them had already begun to stir, silently snaking up to entwine the two of them. Clinging close to Ling Yi, Xiaoan's expression was hazy, her mind clouded. All she could hear was Ling Yi's increasingly urgent questioning. She tried to open her mouth to answer, but no sound would come out. Eventually, her head lolled, and she passed out. Ling Yi had still not heard the answer he desired. His laughter held a bitter edge as he allowed the monstrous vines to bind them together. Then die together, as you wish. His tone was almost affectionate, as if whispering sweet nothings. Xiaoan woke up again, her head throbbing with a sickly nausea, like a hangover. What, couldn't the earth just let her stay unconscious? She then realized she and Ling Yi were trapped inside a sack of human skin thin enough to faintly make out the outside. She had felt the pressure on her chest from the start, and looking down, she saw that her body from the chest down was submerged in a green, viscous liquid. The foul, acidic stench made her feel like she was soaking in a vat of pickled vegetables. Ling Yi, wake up? Xiaoan pushed at the sleeping Ling Yi, only for him to suddenly seize her hand, heedless of the sticky substance, and press it against his cheek. None. I was worried we'd die here together. Ling Yi looked at Xiaoan with a pitiful gaze, as if daring her not to console him. How could that happen? Xiaoan tried to pull her hand back, but his grip was too strong. He's gone mad. Xiaoan had no choice but to re-evaluate the Ling Yi before her. He had changed completely, his core essence seemingly swapped out for a terrifying madness. Ling Yi, how do we get out of here? Xiaoan relented, allowing him to draw closer, calmly asking. He must have a way to escape. Anan, do you love me? Ling Yi gazed at her with his golden eyes, watching as Xiaoan's expression grew evasive. Why are you asking that? Xiaoan met his gaze, seeing her own reflection in his eyes. Of course I want to know. If Anan loves me, I'll take you out of here. Ling Yi's brow arched playfully, his tone light. But if Anan doesn't love me, then dying together wouldn't be so bad either. He paused before continuing. Xiaoan's expression froze, a herd of mythical beasts stampeding through her mind. This was full-blown Yandere, wasn't it? How did her naive child end up so twisted? What on earth happened after that explosion? Someone tell her. Xiaoan's inner self was screaming, but on the surface, she forced herself to utter, I love you. She didn't dare not love him, not when it meant life or death. Satisfied with the answer, Ling Yi happily leaned in, lightly pecking Xiaoan's lips, then eagerly asked, what kind of love? Family. Familial love. Just as Xiaoan was about to reply with the standard romantic love, she saw Ling Yi's expression darken, looking almost murderous. She hastily corrected herself to family. Family. I'm so happy. Anan is my family, my closest family. Ling Yi tightly embraced Xiaoan, his strength nearly crushing her. Can you feel how happy I am, Anan? I'm truly so happy. Ling Yi's gaze was feverish, almost as if he wanted to fuse Xiaoan into his own body. Xiaoan couldn't bear his intensity, nearly fainting again. Ah yes. Since Anan loves me, I'll take you out of here. Ling Yi suddenly released his arms, tearing open the flesh sack encasing them with his bare hands. The two of them then plummeted from the sky, the green liquid spilling across the ground. This is a palace forged with plump, fleshy bodies. The ground beneath us is warm, soft, and supple. The walls surrounding us are also made of flesh, with vast expanses of human skin serving as the most beautiful patterns, and black eyeballs as decorations. Cascading from above are countless black hairs, and at the very center of this palace blooms a massive flower composed of countless human finger bones. Joanna shudders with each step, hunching her shoulders and hiding behind 01. Joanna, what are you afraid of? They are all human, after all. 01 looks at her gently, pointing to the eyeballs on the walls. Look, they are watching us. Joanna takes a deep breath, forcing herself to stay calm. He is a madman, and it's best not to provoke him. She needs to find a way out alive. Joanna, be careful, 01 warns. Suddenly, dozens of flesh tendrils covered in human teeth burst from the ground, rapidly entwining around their legs, tightening to the point of nearly snapping the bones. 01. Joanna cries out in pain, as if wild beasts are biting her body. She struggles to pry off the vines to no avail, and can only call out to 01 for help. But 01 looks at her with innocent curiosity. What's wrong? Save me, Joanna pleads, desperate. If he doesn't come to her aid soon, she'll perish here. Joanna is calling out to me for help. 01 exclaims excitedly, clenching his fists and slamming them into the tendrils, knocking off their teeth one by one. You hurt Joanna, he repeats, pummeling the fleshy vines. Joanna, look, I've killed them all, 01 says, sweat-soaked face fixed intensely on her, like an eager child awaiting praise. That's impressive, Joanna replies, more fearful of 01 than the monsters. He is so deeply abnormal, she even saw a flash of murderous intent in his eyes just moments ago. Are you afraid of me? 01 asks. No, Joanna lies, heart racing. Why are you afraid of me? We're family, aren't we? 01 continues, ignoring her response. Suddenly, look out! Joanna shouts, tackling 01 as a humanoid puppet attacks. This puppet has a human-like body, but no skin, only raw, bleeding muscle. It has no facial features, just black voids, and a thick fleshy tendril attached to its back, controlling its movements. The snake suddenly appears, biting off the puppet's head and swallowing it. However, the decapitated puppet begins moving again. The snake bites off its limbs one by one, gulping them down. Human flesh is so fragile. I don't understand how you could be attracted to this, 01 sneers, looking at the central bone flower. The countless bone fingers of the flower suddenly start to move, letting out a chilling sound. A genderless, ageless voice responds, have you come to be my sustenance, number 1? Sustenance? Yes, that's right. 01 helps Joanna to her feet, looking at the bone flower. Except the one who will be the sustenance is you, number 4. Number 4? Another predator? Joanna realizes. Joanna is so clever, 01 praises without hesitation. Presumptuous fool, you shall all become my sustenance. The flower trembles violently, and the fleshy walls spawn hundreds of human-like puppets that advance towards the pair. 01 calmly explains to Joanna, Joanna, look closely, they are not human, so you won't get mad if I kill them. I won't get mad. Just hurry, they're coming closer. Joanna has no desire to be angry, these bloody monsters may have human forms, but that's all. Okay. 01 rolls up his sleeves and unleashes the giant serpent, the two of them ruthlessly slaughtering the puppets. His hands move like blades, cleanly severing the puppets' heads, while the snake follows behind, tearing their bodies apart and swallowing them. I told you, human bodies are so fragile, 01 mutters as he fights. Tiring of slicing, he simply grabs the puppets' heads and twists them 360 degrees. Seeing his puppets unable to stop 01, number 4 spawns another batch, these ones indistinguishable from real humans, with skin, features, and clothing. Please save us, they plead in trembling voices. Humans? Joanna questions, confused by these new people. No, silly Joanna, they're just puppets. 01 grins. He ruthlessly punches through the chest of a man, then a woman, a child, sparing none of them, even as they beg. His excitement only grows the more he kills. Number 4, how did you think using humans would make me sympathize? 01 sneers. I'm the predator who hates humans the most, after all. Hate humans? Then why are you cavorting with them? Number 4 retorts. 01 explains, Joanna isn't a human I hate, she's my closest family. Family? Number 4 laughs uproariously, its bone fingers trembling. Test subjects? Predators? Having family? Are you just playing house with humans? Aren't the members of a batch only supposed to have one survivor? 01's calm demeanor suddenly flares into rage, and he rushes towards the bone flower. Exposed? Angered by the truth? Number 4 taunts, quickly erecting a thick wall of human corpses in front of itself. You're so tiresome. 01 attacks the fleshy barrier ferociously, spraying blood. Can you break through it? Number 1? How long can your mental fortitude last? Number 4 mocks from behind the wall. Number 1? Boom! 01 shatters the thick wall, his face splattered in blood. He steps towards the flower, sneering, I told you, human bodies are so fragile. Thank you for the reminder, Number 4 says ominously, as its black hair suddenly streams down towards Joanna. Joanna! 01 cries, whirling around in alarm. Don't underestimate me. Joanna fearlessly grabs the descending hair, then rushes towards 01. Despite lacking spiritual powers, her physical strength is that of a mighty zombie. What a shame, she's not human, she's my family, 01 says, summoning the serpent to swiftly clear away Joanna's hair. Next time, make sure you listen carefully to what I say. Do you really think you can defeat me? Number 4 sneers. Look at your precious family, she'll soon become my sustenance. 01's heart tightens as he sees Joanna's skin where the hair touched begin to sprout fungus-like growths. 01. Joanna looks at the proliferating growths on her arms, draining her life. Number 4. 01 roars, hammering the white bones with all his might, slowly breaking through the protective shell. You're angry? Ha ha ha. Number 4 gloats. You're actually getting angry over a human? Keep smashing, smash faster. Otherwise, in a minute she'll become a beautiful flower just like me. Do you like flowers? As beautiful as me. Your closest family is about to become a part of me, just like the humans of this city. It taunts him, growing increasingly arrogant. Then let's see who can dig out the other's core first, you, or her dying here. 01 yells, his punches growing more savage. Shards of bone pierce his hands, staining the white with red. Countless voices argue in his mind, some saying to give up, some to let Joanna die, others screaming to save her, and some urging him to kill her himself. Which is the path he truly wants? Or perhaps, are all these desires his own? 01. Joanna forces herself to walk towards him, pleading, it's okay. Boom! 01 finally breaks through the outer bone armor, and the serpent seizes the opportunity to burrow in, viciously tearing at the flower's core and extracting a brilliant glowing crystal, which it places in 01's hand. 01 feeds the crystal to the weakening Joanna, and the fungal growths recede, restoring her. I've told you so many times, human bodies are fragile. 01 looks down disdainfully at the withering bone flower. I won, he declares. As the bones scatter, the palace of flesh collapses. The clinging vines melt into blood, exposing the countless human skeletons, the people of this city. Carrying the weakened Joanna, 01 quickly escapes to the upper levels, witnessing Number 4's brief demise. You knew Number 4 was here all along, didn't you? Joanna asks, looking down at the almost river-like blood below. Yes, ever since I woke up, I could sense the presence of the other predators. I imagine they could sense me as well, 01 says with a wry smile, coldly gazing at the bones. How many more are there? What do you mean? 01 feigns ignorance. Predators? How many more predators are there? Joanna dreads the answer. The initial Lolita could level dozens of meters in an instant, and now Number 4 has devoured an entire city of millions. These predators harbor ill will towards humans, including 01. How can humans possibly survive against such powerful foes? I don't know, maybe around a dozen? You'd have to ask the humans, after all. The predators are creations of their own making, 01 chuckles. Though a few became predators naturally, like you, Joanna. A dozen? Yes, about a dozen. What are you planning to do? Destroy humanity? Is the apocalyptic virus also connected to you? Joanna's voice trembles as she dares to ask. Do you really think that poorly of me, Joanna? As long as you're here, I won't kill people. Besides, zombies and predators are far more nutritious than humans, 01 scoffs. As for the virus, it was probably some lab accident, just humans reaping what they've sown. You know, Joanna, the reason we were created is because of human greed. They kept pursuing greater physical and spiritual powers, never satisfied no matter how much they researched. I'm the result of their research into spiritual powers. Around the world, different fields are studying this. Number 3, Number 4, our powers may vary greatly, but we all possess terrifying destructive capabilities. Humans have already reached the top of the food chain, yet they're still unsatisfied. Their thirst for greater power is why they created us predators. Predators, that's what they call us, beings that prey on everything, even our own kind. As for the zombie virus, perhaps it's the result of some new research, just unfortunately failed. 01 states it all calmly, as if it has nothing to do with him. How can this be? Joanna can't believe these monsters are all creations of humanity. 01 tenderly caresses Joanna's cheek. This disaster is heaven's punishment for humanity's greed. You're lying, aren't you? You're deceiving me again? Joanna looks at him frantically, trying to detect any signs of dishonesty. I'm telling you the truth, Joanna. How could I ever lie to you? 01 leans on Joanna's shoulder, his golden eyes brimming with amusement. But I know you don't want humanity to be destroyed, so I'll help you, he continues. Help me? I'll devour the other predators before they can destroy the humans, every last one. 01 smiles, though the expression doesn't reach his eyes. Devouring his troublesome kin, then personally destroying the greedy human race, nothing could excite him more. Devour? Your own kind? Joanna ponders their recent encounters, her thoughts drifting. If I don't eat them, they'll eat me. After all, we're all predators. Just as number 3 had said, the evolution of predators relies on plundering, on taking all power. Wasn't that why number 3 initially sought Joanna out, to consume her? In this disaster, only one will survive. 01, I'd like to rest, Joanna says, needing time to process all this information. Of course, I'll take you to rest, 01 replies, his eyes crescent-shaped as he carries her to a high-rise. First, 01 takes Joanna to a clothing store to get fresh clothes, then to a supermarket to gather several buckets of purified water. After tending to these tasks, he brings her to a lavish hotel, preparing the bathtub with the clean water for her to bathe. He then changes the bedding, ensuring it's ready for her to rest. Once finished, 01 takes a cold shower himself in the adjacent room, then changes into clean athletic wear to wait for Joanna. Lying on the bed, Joanna numbly recalls 01's words. Her emotions are deeply complex. She no longer belongs to either the humans or the predators, yet she does not wish for humanity to be wiped out entirely. In her memories, she has faced much misfortune and witnessed the darkness of humanity. But all things have two sides. She has also genuinely experienced the kindness of others. The majority of humans are innocent, with only a minority committing evil. Joanna, has your spiritual power recovered? 01 suddenly asks, leaning over and gazing at her. Spiritual power? Joanna just remembers consuming number 4's crystal, trying to summon the void arms as she once did. Nothing happens after a few seconds. Looks like it hasn't, Joanna replies dejectedly. That's strange. Could it be your power isn't strong enough? 01 ponders, then reassures her, but don't worry, Joanna, I'll find you other crystals. I'm not worried, just a little tired. Tired? As a zombie, why would she feel tired? Jolting upright, Joanna places her hand over her chest, her heartbeat has resumed. 01, listen. She grabs his hand, placing it over her heart. Thump thump, thump thump, a strong, steady heartbeat, returned after months of silence. It's Joanna's heartbeat, just like a human's. 01 observes, his gaze intent. Can your eyes still turn red? Let me try. Joanna closes her eyes, then reopens them, her irises glowing the distinctive zombie crimson. Relieved, 01 tightly embraces her. Joanna is still my family, not human. Joanna looks at him questioningly, then points at her heart. Ever since I ate the first crystal, my appearance has been gradually becoming more human, first just understanding speech, then speaking, regaining pain sensation, able to eat human food, and now my heartbeat has returned. Why? I don't know, 01 answers without hesitation. Not just me, but all the zombies. Our evolution is moving closer to humanity. Then what will I become after this? Joanna asks, as if questioning herself as much as seeking answers from 01. That's something Joanna will have to find the answer to herself, he replies. Reaching out, 01 pulls Joanna back down to lie with him. Feeling a bit awkward, Joanna asks, are you going to sleep here too? It's not appropriate for a lone man and woman to be sleeping together, Joanna responds. I won't sleep, I'll just watch over you as you rest, 01 replies sincerely. Watching over her as she sleeps? That feels even more awkward. Joanna stiffly turns on her side, facing away from him, but his gaze burns into her back, making it hard to ignore. Joanna clears her throat, desperately trying to find a topic to distract herself. Why do you consider me family? The room falls silent. Because Joanna would risk her life to protect me, and only family would do that, right? 01's voice suddenly comes from behind her. Joanna coughs uncomfortably. The truth is, she just doesn't want anyone else to die. In her mind, her own death doesn't matter, since she never intended to live in the first place. Others dying, however, is unacceptable. Joanna, 01's voice suddenly turns grave as he abruptly sits up, staring out the window. Joanna follows his gaze, though unsure of what's happening. A predator is coming. The giant serpent appears, tensely focused on the window, bracing for a fight. Again? Endless, one after another, arriving so quickly they don't even have time to rest. Crash! With a loud noise, 01 scoops up Joanna and leaps out the window. Setting her down, he says, "This one is a troublesome fellow. If I can't defeat him, how about you die for me in a dramatic finale?" He laughs, handing her a shard of broken glass, then seeing her worried expression, assures her, "I'm just joking. I could never let Joanna sacrifice herself. Just watch." Number 1? A young voice calls from above. Looking up, they see a silver-haired, golden-eyed teen descending slowly. With alluring, angled features like a Bishonen, he's dressed simply in a white hoodie and black shorts, looking like a middle schooler. "Did you devour number 4? He lands, then turns to Joanna, sniffing the air. "So it's you. Number 4 was so weak, no wonder a human could eat him," he says with a smirk. "I'm number 6, and I've come to devour you predators. I can smell the scent of other predators on you," 01 cautions, protectively shielding Joanna. This teen is more formidable than any predator he's encountered so far. The youth laughs uproariously. "Observant, aren't you? That's number 5, I just devoured him and rushed here immediately." Forming a black orb in his hand, he hurls it at 01. 01 calmly sidesteps the attack. "Is that all?" he murmurs, licking his lips as the giant serpent prepares to strike. "Oh my, such quick reflexes." Number 6 feigns surprise, conjuring another black sphere to toss at the serpent. The serpent swallows it in a single gulp. Seeing this, the teen bursts into manic laughter. "You actually ate it? Fool!" As 01 starts to speak, a massive suction suddenly appears behind him, like a black hole. But the pull only affects 01, Joanna's hair not even stirring. 01! Joanna cries, grabbing his arm as he's nearly pulled into the darkness. The strange force is too strong, and Joanna is also being drawn in. Number 6 approaches, covering Joanna's eyes. "What a shame, the endless void can only take one person at a time. Otherwise, you could have joined him. You dash." Joanna wants to lash out, but is too restrained to do so. "Don't worry, after I've eaten him, I'll come for you. Wait for me out here." As he speaks, Joanna suddenly feels her strength draining, collapsing to the ground as if her soul has been sapped. The moment Joanna releases him, 01 is completely consumed by the black hole. Number 6 glances back at the helpless Joanna, a meaningful smile on his face. 01. Joanna stares numbly, something important slipping away, vanishing. She hears the youth's whispered words, Forget all your pain, await my salvation. My neck is so sore, did I cricket again during my nap?" Joanna lies on the ground, frowning as she massages her stiff, aching neck. "Ow, ow, ow." She tries to gently turn her head, only to be met with searing pain. Why is the office so quiet today? Is everyone still asleep? Joanna sits up cross-legged, muttering to herself. After waiting a while without any response, she finally notices she's not in the office at all, but on an empty road. Seeing the unfamiliar surroundings, her first thought is that she's been kidnapped from her workplace. How did she go from the office to this strange place in the blink of an eye? Kidnapping is the only explanation she can come up with. The soreness in her neck makes sense now. The kidnapper must have knocked her unconscious. Joanna becomes increasingly alert, certain the kidnapper can't be far. But after waiting, she sees no burly, scarred, gold chain-wearing assailant as she imagined. In fact, there's not a single other person on this deserted street. Mustering her courage, Joanna cautiously starts moving, then breaks into a desperate run when she confirms she's alone. Racing down the road, she encounters abandoned shops, collapsed buildings, and countless piles of bones. This has to be a dream. Joanna freezes, staring at the mountains of human skeletons in disbelief. It's just a dream. It has to be. She looks around, the horrific scene only growing more terrifying. Joanna forcefully pinches her own cheeks, chanting, wake up, I know I watch a lot of horror movies, but I don't want to have nightmares." But the dream doesn't end. The searing pain in her face tells her this is reality. No, impossible. Is this some kind of prank? Joanna mutters to herself, carefully navigating around the bones as she continues forward. She walks for what feels like an eternity, not seeing a single living creature. Consumed by fear, she wonders how the world could have changed so much while she slept. Guess she shouldn't have napped so carelessly. As the sun sets, Joanna's long shadow stretches out as she trudges down the road. Is anyone there? Anything alive? She calls out weakly, having yelled for help all the way from the city to the outskirts, with no response. She even starts missing her annoying co-workers, just one person to acknowledge her. That's all she needs to not feel so utterly alone. Finally, Joanna's plea seems to be answered as a figure wavers into view in the fading light, shambling towards her. Joanna's face lights up with hope, and she sprints towards the person, nearly in tears. But as she gets closer and sees their appearance, the tears catch in her throat. Abruptly turning 180 degrees, Joanna flees in the opposite direction. What the hell is that thing? I wanted a person, not a corpse. Joanna can't help shouting, her heart racing. Ha! The louder she yells, the more excited the zombie becomes, dragging its bony exposed legs, its half-open mouth grinning, its partially formed arms reaching towards her. The more it chases, the more Joanna fears. In all her life, besides physical fitness tests, she's never run this fast. She pours everything into it, terrified of slowing down and being devoured. The human and the undead creature chase each other in the golden sunset glow. If you ignore the sounds, it could almost seem romantic. Oh God, I take it back. I don't want half a person anymore. Please take it back. Joanna prays fervently, hands clasped. I can handle being alone. I can handle it. I just wanted someone who can talk, not someone who wants to kill me. We're not a good match. Stop chasing me. Despite her desperate sprinting, Joanna can't shake the zombie. Master, the zombie moans, feeling hurt. It was just resting peacefully until it heard the call, so why is its master running from it now? You can talk? I don't want a talker. I just want to be by myself. Joanna is shocked to hear the zombie's voice. Ha! Seemingly understanding, the zombie stops in its tracks, no longer pursuing her. Glancing back, Joanna sees the broken, resolute creature shamble away, its gait tinged with melancholy and anguish. Hey, you can understand me, right? Joanna asks cautiously. How the zombie exclaims excitedly in response. You won't bite me, will you? Joanna probes further. Master, bite me, the zombie replies haltingly through their mental link. Since Joanna can't see its mouth moving, she assumes it can speak. Master, as in me? Joanna can't help asking again. You, master, me, servant. What a futile master-servant relationship. Joanna silently scoffs. Do you know where the other people like me are? Can you take me to them? Joanna figures this creature may know more than her, so she poses the question. No. The zombie is overjoyed its master wants to see the others. It will lead and guide them. Imagining its fellow zombie brethren also getting to see their master fills it with excitement. Then, can you take me to them? After hesitating, Joanna asks, ha ha. The zombie erupts in an ecstatic cry, startling Joanna and making her think it might attack again. She prepares to run, but instead sees the zombie shamble off in another direction. Go! Its voice reaches her again, so Joanna follows the zombie, keeping about 10 meters distance as they travel. The sky gradually darkens, and they finally arrive at their destination, a gloomy, damp abandoned factory. There are no lights, and Joanna can't see anything. The zombie enters the factory, but Joanna doesn't dare follow, staying in the open area. Can you call them out? I'm afraid of the dark, she stammers. It's not the darkness itself that scares her, but the unknown things hiding within it. At least outside there is some moonlight, but inside is utter blackness. The zombie calls out once, then disappears into the empty building. Joanna paces anxiously, both nervous and anticipating. Suddenly, a cacophony of voices emerges from the factory, seeming to be a dozen or more people conversing. Hearing this, Joanna feels a sense of kinship. People. She'll finally see others. Her eyes gleam with excitement as she stares at the entrance, watching as the creature leads a group of people shambling out towards her. The zombies the creature brought to Joanna are indeed terrifying, but they are just as dead as it is. Joanna stands there hopelessly. She can't outrun them, can't fight them, can only accept her fate. The zombies are far more excited to see Joanna than she is to see them. They desperately want to get close to their master, but also fear her power, so they hesitantly circle around her. Don't come any closer, you stink. Joanna is both afraid and revolted. The zombies' rotting stench is overpowering when they gather together. If she has to stay with them, she'll end up pickled. Hearing their master tell them to back off, the zombies immediately obediently take a few steps back. Joanna fears them, unaware that they also dread her. I wanted people like me. Joanna suppresses her fear, gesturing to one of the zombies. Not understanding why their master is upset, the zombies assume she's hungry and offer, catch. Thinking their master wants to eat people, they'll go capture the biggest, fattest, tastiest ones for her. Joanna is dismayed, quickly shaking her head. Don't catch anyone, you'll scare them to death. Realizing these monsters are just frightening looking but obedient, Joanna's fear lessens somewhat. Now unsure where to go, Joanna is exhausted from a day and night of walking, desperately needing rest. Looking around, she doesn't see any suitable sleeping spots, so she just lies down on an open patch of ground. Before dozing off, she reminds the zombies to stay 10 meters away, for the sake of her nose if nothing else. The zombies glance glance at each other, then take up positions surrounding Joanna, waiting for her to wake up. Elsewhere, in the endless void, number 6 watches the carnage below with pride. Every single corpse here is a puppet he has created. Countless humans? He's lost count, having simply tossed in every person he's ever seen. Mutated beasts? He's unsure of the specifics, having thrown in anything and everything that caught his eye, since none could match his power. And now number 5, his crystal core extracted, will soon be joined by number 1. His playground just keeps getting more lavish. Even bereft of memory, you still refuse to die? Or is killing simply in your nature? Number 6 muses, observing the distant 01 relentlessly attacking the puppets. From the moment number 6 transported him into the endless void, 01 has been stripped of all his memories, including the ability to speak. Now he's like a newborn, operating purely on instinct. Yet when number 6 thought he could easily take the crystal core, 01 grabbed his wrist and struck back with force. And when number 6 attacked again, 01 instinctively began to fight back, the giant serpent reappearing as well. Number 6 has pondered this for a long time. He is certain he has taken all of number 1's memories. So why can he still resist? It seems the only way to explain 01's resistance is through instinct, much like a baby's blink reflex. When light shines in their face, a baby will immediately close their eyes to protect them from the direct glare. 01's defiance is the same. His survival instinct drives him to fight back, even without his memories. How fascinating. Let's see how long you can resist, number 6 says, waving his arm to summon a new wave of puppets towards 01. How long can number 1 hold out in this endless battle? The next day, Joanna slowly awakens from her sleep. She feels like she had a very long dream, but no matter how hard she tries, she can't recall what it was about. Brushing it off, it was just a dream, after all. More pressing is Joanna's current situation. Imagine opening your eyes to see a group of armless, legless, red-eyed, pale-skinned monsters staring at you. It's quite a shock, more jarring than waking up to see your homeroom teacher. Joanna is momentarily stunned, then remembers what happened the previous day. Grumble. Her stomach makes an inconvenient noise, and Joanna feels embarrassed. Looking at the zombies, she says hesitantly, "I guess I'm hungry. I'll go find some food." Trying to leave, she's blocked by a zombie missing half its body. It stares intently at Joanna, then lets out a loud "huh," tearing off a piece of its own rotting, oozing flesh to offer her. Eat. Joanna is at a loss, unsure whether to take the disgusting meat or not. After all, it's one of the few remaining scraps of flesh on its body. No thank you. Hearing her thanks, the zombie happily withdraws the offering, happily ing. The other zombies imitate it, ripping off pieces of themselves to offer Joanna, wanting her gratitude as well. Eat, eat, eat mine. Suddenly surrounded, Joanna is overwhelmed by their enthusiasm, repeatedly thanking them. Receiving her thanks, the zombies eagerly jump aside, making room for the others. Heh, you're quite polite, aren't you? Joanna's lips twitch. These creatures are like kindergartners, simple-minded despite their unsightly appearances. Assured they won't harm her, Joanna starts thinking about how to get them to work. Yes, work. She still doesn't understand what's happened to the world, but these monsters won't hurt her, even if others might. Joanna urgently needs a safe haven, a place where she can eat, sleep, and learn about this new world without worry. The ruined city she woke up in is clearly dangerous, and she doesn't dare risk exploring unknown areas. This abandoned factory, while dirty, is spacious and in the suburbs, the best option so far. After careful consideration, Joanna decides to have these creatures help her refurbish the factory. There aren't many of them, only 17 in total. Stealing her nerves, Joanna leads them into the factory building. It's covered in dust, with leftover machinery. Joanna picks up a steel pipe, instinctively swinging it through the air. The motion feels oddly familiar, as if she's done this before. But that's not important now. What matters is understanding the environment. She jogs around, the dozen-plus zombies closely following. The factory is not very large, just a small industrial building. Joanna completes a full tour in around 10 minutes. On the first floor, to the left is a kitchen. Joanna excitedly goes in, but only finds moldy grains and a few rotten vegetables. However, the pickled vegetables in the jars are still edible, if a bit unappetizing to eat plain. Joanna turns the kitchen upside down, finally locating 4 bags of expired instant noodles. At this point, she's not picky. Joanna eagerly tears open a package and starts crunching away. While eating, she explores the other areas. The second floor has employee dorms on half the space, with usable bedding and basic living supplies, though in mediocre condition. The other half is the former work area, with some smaller machines. Joanna rummages around, selecting tools like wrenches, hammers, and shovels that could double as weapons, and distributes them to the zombies. The compact factory is convenient, all the necessities are in one building. These 17 monsters were likely the former employees. After finishing these tasks, Joanna happily leads the zombies in a thorough cleaning, sweeping the place tidy before organizing the supplies. Carrying a damp blanket, Joanna wants to take it outside to air out. A nearby zombie tries to help, but Joanna instinctively shies away from its rotting, oozing form. The zombie stands there dejectedly, its blurred features appearing almost hurt. The master finds it disgusting. Once the cleaning is mostly done, Joanna leaves 7 zombies to watch the place, taking the other 10 with her to scavenge nearby. Those few bags of instant noodles won't last long, and Joanna doesn't know what these creatures eat. If they get too hungry, they might attack her. While the factory is in the suburbs, with workers there must have been a small market nearby. Less than 3 kilometers away, they spot a faded yellow on red sign for a market in front of an unassuming house. 2 zombies go in first, one wielding a hammer, the other a screwdriver, shuffling inside. Squeak! Suddenly, the sound of frenzied rodents comes from the market, followed by a clamor of impacts, then an eerie silence. A, B, are you two alright? Joanna calls out tentatively, having named the zombies A, B, C, etc. for easier identification. No response. Joanna feels uneasy. She wants to flee, but is worried about A and B, though monsters, they've been kind to her. Hesitating at the entrance, Joanna grips her sharpened steel pipe and cautiously approaches the market. The other zombies try to follow, but Joanna holds them back, telling them to stay. Finally reaching the entrance, Joanna finds it in shambles. Drinks, noodles, bread, cigarettes, everything is strewn about, some with deep bite marks as if mauled by a wild animal. Joanna swallows hard, her palms sweating. Squeak! The rodent cry sounds again, and deep in the market, a pair of glowing red eyes appear, glaring at Joanna with murderous intent. Looking closer, Joanna sees a massive gray rat, over twice her size, its long tail lashing as it lunges straight at her. Giant rat, Aya! Scared, Joanna turns and runs. While she's not afraid of normal rats, a giant one over twice her size terrifies her. The zombies guarding outside hear their master's cries and rush to block the rat. Zombie C sinks its teeth into the rat's tail, crunching away. Zombie D stabs its bony hands repeatedly into the rat's back, while the more clever Zombie E hammers at its feet with a wrench, though the effect is limited. The mutant rat lets out a loud shriek and violently shakes, flinging the slow-moving zombies off. Its thick tail sweeps them all down in one blow. Glaring at Joanna, the enraged rat leaps towards her. With nowhere to run, Joanna trembles, cold sweat pouring down her. Chomp! The mutant rat sinks its fangs into Joanna's neck, its sharp teeth piercing her soft abdomen as blood instantly soaks the area. Joanna feels the agonizing pain, but finds it strangely bearable, as if she's endured even worse before, though she can't recall when. The mutant rat picks up its prey and slowly crawls back into the market. The zombies can only watch helplessly as their master is carried off, their anguished howls echoing. The rat impatiently swipes its tail, driving it through one zombie's skull to extract its crystal core. The soulless zombie immediately collapses, lifeless. Ah, see, Joanna cries out in grief. Gripping her steel pipe, she suddenly lunges up, driving it straight into the rat's eye. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The mutant rat shrieks in pain, loosening its grip. Joanna rolls to the ground, one hand clutching her punctured abdomen, the other snatching up a fallen shovel. Her eyes are gradually turning the zombie's signature crimson. Foul rat! Joanna's chest burns with rage, only slaying this creature can quell it. Holding the shovel with one hand, she charges the rat. As she nears, she leaps meters high, bringing the shovel down with all her might onto the rat's brow in a devastating blow. Squeak! The mutant rat wails in agony, turning to attack Joanna again. It moves with blinding speed, leaving afterimages. You filthy beast, trying to eat me! Joanna shouts, raising the bloodied shovel, her eyes tracking the rat's movements. Squeak! The rat suddenly strikes from behind, biting down on Joanna's right arm. Her strength immediately fails, the shovel clattering to the ground. Ah! Joanna cries out in pain, but it's nothing compared to the fury burning within her. She removes her left hand from her abdomen, letting the blood flow freely. Then, with her left hand, she grabs the rat's face, slowly raising her right hand, ignoring the agony, and slams the rat to the ground in a fierce judo throw. But this isn't enough. Far from enough. Joanna stoops to pick up the shovel, wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth with the back of her hand, then approaches the dazed rat. Stepping on its snout, she looks down at it with crazed, crimson eyes, more feral than the mutant creature itself. Remember them? My A, B, and C? What should I do with them now? Joanna's tone is sorrowful, but then her lips curl in a cruel grin. Time to pay the price. Squelch! The shovel falls like a cleaver into the rat's skull. It shrieks and writhes, then falls silent. Joanna cackles gleefully, pulling the shovel out only to bring it down again and again. Blood sprays across her face, but she doesn't care. Halfway through, she decides the shovel isn't satisfying enough, discarding it. She begins pummeling the mutant rat's head with her bare fists. Her strength immense, just 2 or 3 blows are enough to shatter its skull. Joanna has reduced the mutant rat's head to a nauseating pulp. Its crystal core glimmers weakly, mixed in the bloody mess. Bending down, Joanna brushes away the flesh, exposing the core. An insidious voice in her mind repeatedly urges her to swallow it. Food? Joanna ponders, holding the crystal core up to the light to examine its clear, faceted beauty. Swallow it, swallow it, swallow it. The voice won't be silenced. Joanna's hand moves of its own accord, popping the core into her mouth. Her eyes widen, expression frozen. The instant the crystal dissolves, a strange power surges through her body. The gaping wound the rat left on her abdomen rapidly heals. Flashes of memory race through her mind too quickly for her to discern. The remaining zombies approach the mutant rat's carcass, tearing off the remaining limbs and hoisting them onto their shoulders. You want to eat some? Joanna notices Zombie E carrying a leg. Eat. Let me help you. Joanna goes to roll up her sleeves, but realizes her clothes were shredded in the battle. Her hoodie is now sleeveless. Feeling awkward, she reaches down and starts methodically snapping the rat's body into pieces, handing the chunks to the eager zombies. Master, good. The zombies cheer, crowding around to collect the scraps. Seeing their joy, Joanna's own somber mood lifts slightly. With the mutant rat dead, she can venture into the market to search for food. But as soon as she steps inside, a chill runs down her spine. More danger. Squeak! A massive black-furred creature, even larger than the previous rat, furiously charges at Joanna. Its belly is the size of a cow, its tail as long as a python. Joanna can't evade in time, and is brutally rammed, her freshly healed wound bursting open again. Cough, cough. Blood spills from her lips, her limbs racked with pain, as if she's just been in a horrific accident. The black rat has no intention of letting her go. It reorients and charges at her once more. So you're the mama, huh? Guess I killed your mate earlier, Joanna remarks dryly, eyeing the car-sized rodent barreling towards her. The black rat doesn't hear her words, its gaze filled only with murderous intent, wanting to crush Joanna to pulp. The zombies try to help, but are far too slow to keep up with the mother rat's speed, falling hopelessly behind. Joanna stands motionless, waiting for the rat to reach her. Joanna isn't sure why she's not afraid, but rather expectantly awaiting the mother rat's attack. It's almost as if she's welcoming the prey. Prey? What prey? Her thoughts wander, but the massive rat is suddenly upon her. To Joanna's own surprise, a twisted smile spreads across her face. In that moment, Joanna feels her soul detach from her body, floating high above. She sees herself plunge her hand into the rat's skull, extracting its crystal core and swallowing it contentedly. She watches herself rip open the rat's swollen belly, searching inside. Behind her, she glimpses monstrous, spike-covered arms extending. Is that her? Yet not her. The floating Joanna hovers, mesmerized, wanting to see what her earthly self has found. As if sensing her presence, the Joanna below looks up and grins. Care to try? She holds up a bloody, softball-sized fleshy mass, an unformed fetal rat, with a rodent's head and human-like limbs, coated in viscous fluid. They want to become human too, the grounded Joanna says coldly, then ruthlessly hurls it to the ground. The floating Joanna squeezes her eyes shut, unable to bear the savage scene. When she finally dares to peek, she's back in her own body. The mother rat has been dismantled, the zombies each carrying heaping piles of its meat, awaiting her return. How long was I? Joanna murmurs, looking around at the darkening sky and scattered remains. Dread fills her, what she witnessed was real. That cruel, powerful monster was her. I'm not going insane, am I? Joanna groans, clutching her head. Just great, she's gone mad. Though in this world of monsters, even the sane may soon go mad. Pondering this, she turns to the zombies with a wistful sigh. If I'm mentally ill, will you all still follow me? The zombies don't understand the concept of mental illness, only hearing her ask if they'll stay. They nod their creaking heads and answer, follow. Joanna is deeply moved, wailing as she embraces the nearest zombie. Regaining her composure, she doesn't forget to raid the market for more food, carefully selecting what's edible. Back at the factory, Joanna stores the provisions, then distributes the rat meat to the eager zombies. As they devour it, subtle changes start occurring in each of them. But Joanna can't feel happy, the day's harrowing events only heightening her fear of this unknown world. If mutant rats exist, who knows what other monstrosities might emerge? That night, Joanna grinds her steel pipes to needle-sharp points, then hones all the kitchen knives, wanting weapons capable of tearing through any beast's hide. Still unsatisfied, she paces the factory, feeling something is missing. Traps. She needs to fortify the factory with deadly traps. Grabbing a shovel, Joanna leads the zombies in digging several massive pits around the perimeter, hidden but ready to ensnare any threats. Finished by morning, Joanna inspects the traps with the zombies. You all can't fall in these, understand? The zombies nod obediently, not fully grasping their purpose, but willing to obey their master. Hurry, pull the board. Joanna shrieks, sprinting with a massive two-headed chicken in hot pursuit. The zombies waiting nearby quickly yank on the ropes, the wooden boards clattering aside. The charging chicken, not anticipating the trap, plunges straight in with an agonized squawk, then falls silent. The zombies, now wielding their sharpened steel pipes, crowd around the pit, like primitive hunters. Joanna joins them, her own pipe in hand, watching the impaled chicken with a satisfied smirk. Over the past half-month, she's been leading the zombies to dig pits and set traps, then luring mutant creatures to their demise. Dozens of mutant chickens, ducks, rabbits, and rats, even if it's just one per day, it's enough to feed the zombies. And the zombies themselves have changed, their bodies becoming more agile, the rotting halting as new pink flesh sprouts along their bones, as if granted new life. Go down and get it, Joanna tells the zombie, who nimbly jumps into the pit. He skillfully butchers the chicken, and the others lower a plastic tub on a rope to haul the meat back up. That night, Joanna and the zombies gather around a fire, roasting chicken legs the size of her thigh. The zombies enjoy their portions with refined, civilized movements, one of the basic zombie etiquettes Joanna has taught them. It's been half a month living with them. Joanna discovered that consuming the crystals from the mutant animals has a regenerative effect, and their meat is edible as well. That savage, monstrous side of her hasn't resurfaced since the mutant rat, and her own capabilities have greatly enhanced. She can leap meters high and shatter steel pipes with a single punch. This is good news. With greater strength, she'll be better equipped to face whatever horrors this world holds. But she still worries about her family. Are they alive or dead? Is her delicate little sister coping? Are her parents worried? And why did she wake up in this strange city? So many questions, with no one to confide in besides these zombies. Suddenly, a piping hot chicken leg appears before Joanna, interrupting her thoughts. Joanna looks up to see several zombies gazing at her blankly, one of them holding out the steaming chicken leg. Joanna feels touched. Though they're not human, they care for her more deeply than any person. They faithfully follow her on hunts, afraid she'll encounter danger. The best of the prey is always saved for her, and at night, they stand guard protectively outside her door. They obediently follow every rule she sets. In just these short weeks, Joanna has come to see them as true companions. Accepting the chicken leg, Joanna blows on it briefly before taking a hearty bite. The succulent juices burst in her mouth. There's truly no problem a roasted chicken leg can't solve. Seeing Joanna enjoying it, the zombies return to their own meals. The night is peaceful and warm. The next day, Joanna leads the zombies to set more traps as usual, then confidently strolls into the mutant creature's territory, hands clasped behind her back like an elderly man out for a leisurely walk. However, after a full circuit, she hasn't encountered a single animal. Odd, this area is usually teeming with mutants. Joanna clears her throat and calls out loudly, "Any hungry little animals want a tasty human snack? Fresh and delicious human, don't miss out." Her voice pierces the silence, but only the rustling of plastic bags answers. Perplexed, Joanna tries a few more calls, to no avail. Resigned, she leads the zombies to search elsewhere. But the other locations are just as eerily devoid of mutants. Joanna feels ashamed, knowing the zombies left guarding the factory must be disappointed at their empty hands. Dejected, Joanna drags her feet back home. Yet as she approaches the gates, her spirits instantly lift. Piled high are the bodies of countless mutant creatures, but their crystals have all been extracted. Wary, Joanna readies her pipe, the zombies gripping their weapons as well, sensing the danger. "Who's there? Show yourself," Joanna demands, eyeing the large figure concealed behind the carcasses. "Master." A deep, powerful voice responds. A bald, muscular man emerges, reverently dropping to one knee before Joanna. Zombie? Joanna is surprised. This one is far more robust than any zombie she's seen, his skin crisscrossed with scars, his bald head gleaming. The man holds up a handful of the extracted crystal cores, offering them to Joanna with the utmost respect. "You are a zombie, aren't you?" Joanna asks uncertainly, looking at the imposing figure before her. This is the most human-like zombie she's ever seen. Yes, a mid-third stage zombie, the bald man replies solemnly. Mid-third stage? Joanna is puzzled, she didn't know zombies had rankings. That's right, the ones around you are only half-stage at most. The bald zombie adds proudly, but I've brought 21st stage zombies for you, master. You brought other zombies as well? Joanna is shocked, this bald leader has essentially brought his whole clan to find her. All of you, come show yourselves, the bald zombie commands. At his call, 20 fully intact first-stage zombies emerge. Their skin is a sickly gray, eyes glowing crimson red. Unlike the zombies Joanna knows, their bodies show minimal decay. Master, this is our master. She's so small. The zombies mutter, their faces expressionless, like a group of statues. Big guy, what are you zombies here for? Following a weak human like me. Joanna hurriedly helps the kneeling zombie to his feet. This level of deference is too much for her to bear. To live, the bald zombie replies simply. You zombies need to live with a helpless human like me? Joanna looks at the towering, formidable zombie, who seems far more capable than her scrawny self. Being by your side gives us a sense of safety. You are the safe haven we seek, the bald zombie says reverently. The other zombies echo his words with guttural sounds of agreement. Joanna is perplexed, either she's gone mad, or these zombies have. One of them has to be mentally unsound. Just go, I have them all ready, Joanna sighs, waving dismissively at the bald zombie. This little factory can't accommodate so many zombies, and she doesn't know their true nature, who knows what could happen. But at her rejection, the bald zombie instantly bursts into tears, clinging to Joanna's feet. Master, if not you, then who else will have us? Weren't you the one who summoned us here? I summoned you? Joanna stares at him, bewildered. Yes, the other night we heard you calling for us to come see you. Hurry back and so on. The bald zombie, whom he calls Old Three, sniffles miserably, looking at Joanna with the forlorn gaze of an abandoned wife. I don't remember doing that. Did I really call for them? Joanna turns to the other zombies, who would know best since they're the ones guarding her at night. The zombies nod in unison. Called. They explain that for the past few nights, Joanna has been sleepwalking out, muttering about wanting to see them and telling them to hurry back, before returning to her room to sleep. Hearing their certainty, Joanna begins to doubt her own recollection. Well, if that's the case, then I suppose you all can stay. Find your own places to rest. Overjoyed at being allowed to remain, the new zombies let out cheers, embracing the factory zombies in celebration. That night, Joanna lies awake, unable to sleep. She's puzzled, when and how did she summon these distant zombies? How could they have possibly heard her from over 20 kilometers away? Growing more perplexed, Joanna eventually drifts off. But then she suddenly sits up, silently walking out of the room as the zombies guarding the door reverently follow behind. Reaching the entrance, Joanna's faint psychic energy emanates outward, repeating the words, "Come to me, hurry back." Just as Old Three described, the nearby zombies in the darkness stir, shambling towards the factory at her call. Yet Joanna remains unaware, soon returning to her room to sleep soundly. In the morning, the commotion of the many zombies wakes Joanna. Blinking drowsily, she asks the guards, what are you all talking about? Not us. The zombies at the door say, noticing Joanna is awake. They gesture towards the outside, indicating there are more. More what? Joanna asks, perplexed, as she puts on her shoes and heads downstairs. At the stairwell, she encounters Old Three, the bald zombie from last night. He looks excited as he asks, Master, did you summon all those additional zombies last night? Last night? Joanna echoes, confused. Yes, the hundreds of zombs outside, they're all the ones you called for, Old Three explains, gesturing to the swarming horde visible through the entrance. But don't worry, I've told them to wait obediently. Hundreds? Joanna exclaims, rushing to the door to see for herself. Sure enough, a massive crowd of both decaying and intact zombies has gathered, stirring restlessly at the sight of Joanna. You there? Joanna calls, pointing to Old Three. What's your name? They call me Old Three, he replies. Old Three? Since I have no memories from my past life, and I'm a mid-third stage zombie, that's why they call me Old Three, he explains. Can you make them leave? There are too many, Joanna asks, gesturing to the zombies outside. They were summoned by you, Master. I'm afraid sending them away won't be easy, Old Three admits apologetically. But this place can't accommodate so many, and they'll be hard to manage. Joanna frets. Don't worry, Master. I'll handle managing them. As tough zombies, we just need some space, Old Three says proudly, puffing out his chest. Seeing his confidence, Joanna relents. All right, it's up to you then. I need to go hunt. She's still utterly perplexed about how she summoned all these zombies. Rest easy, Master. I've already sent the first stage zombies out to search for prey this morning, Old 3 assures her. But with over 100 more now, will there be enough food? Joanna worries. Then I'll go out instead. I'm quite skilled at capturing those mutants, Old 3 says, moving to leave. But Joanna quickly stops him. You stay and organize the zombies. I'll go. Dealing with over 100 zombies is more than Joanna wants to handle. It's better if she can just focus on hunting. Try to get their living quarters in order, Joanna adds, then takes her steel pipe and departs with the other factory zombies. In the evening, the zombies return carrying an assortment of animals. But Joanna is stunned by the changes to the factory grounds. Surrounding the area are over a dozen shipping container homes, encircled by a wooden fence standing over 2 meters tall. Welcome back, Master, Old 3 calls, dropping the wood he was carrying to come greet Joanna. Where did all this come from? Joanna gestures to the containers and fence. The containers are from a nearby worksite, and we just chopped the wood, Old 3 explains. The zombies can sleep standing or lying. One container can easily fit 10 or more of us. And the fence? The whole setup has a distinct military encampment feel. That's to keep the mutants contained, based on the pit traps you left for us, Old 3 says, leading Joanna to a deep pit where several two-headed chickens are trapped, unable to escape. Caught today? Joanna asks. Yes, and there's an even bigger one in the back, Old 3 continues, showing Joanna a massive 4-meter mutant boar, complete with razor-sharp tusks and bristling spines. 7 first-stage zombies have corralled it within a makeshift iron fence. Seeing Old 3, the boar trembles in fear, no longer struggling. It's afraid of you? Joanna observes the captive beast, its eyes almost seeming to tear up. Heh, it wasn't behaving, so I had to rough it up a bit. Now it's nice and docile, Old 3 admits sheepishly, rubbing his bald head. Alright, are we eating this today then? Joanna gestures to the boar. It's more than enough to feed all the zombies. But Old 3 quickly waves his hands. No, the other catches are already prepared back at the factory, waiting for you to distribute. We can save this one for tomorrow or later. Glancing at the boar, he adds assuredly, it's not going anywhere. Well, I appreciate you taking care of all this, Joanna says, impressed by Old 3's capable management. Over the next few days, Joanna is woken each morning by the clamor of more zombies arriving, sometimes dozens, sometimes hundreds. By the third day, there are nearly 500 zombies in total. The open area outside is steadily filling with shipping container homes, each packed with undead, as Old 3 works to expand the fortifications. The small factory is steadily transforming into a proper zombie base. A zombie base. This morning, Joanna went down to the entrance as usual to check on the new zombies, but was surprised to find no one there. Finally, some peace and quiet, she murmurs, rubbing her eyes in disbelief before confirming there are no new arrivals. Just then, Old 3 emerges carrying a bundle of wire. Guess the nearby brothers and sisters have all shown up already. What are you doing with that? Joanna asks curiously. Since there are no more new ones coming, I'll go put up a fence around the perimeter, Old 3 replies, shaking the wire. Do you have enough materials? Joanna eyes the small bundle, doubting it will be enough. Heh, if we run short, we'll use animal bones instead. Most of them are poisonous, good for keeping humans out, Old 3 chuckles good-naturedly. Keeping humans out? There's no one for miles besides me. Joanna sighs, feeling melancholy. It's been a whole month since she's seen another human being. Is she truly the last one left? In that case, would you like to come with me to check it out? The hunting zombies have already been dispatched, Old 3 offers. After some consideration, Joanna agrees. They make their way through the orderly shipping container area to the site where the lower-level zombies are clumsily erecting the fencing. Their slow, imprecise movements leave much to be desired. If only they were higher ranked, Joanna muses, having learned that stronger zombies possess greater capabilities, closer to human. Would the master prefer more high-level zombies? Old 3 inquires. Yes, the stronger ones are more capable, aren't they? Joanna answers honestly. Would you choose quantity or quality? Old 3 poses another question. Quality over quantity, I suppose, Joanna replies. Understood. Old 3 sets down the wire, lost in thought. Unaware, Joanna has no idea how greatly her words will impact these zombies. That night, Joanna is jolted awake by a cacophony of noises. Master! For the master! Grr! Frowning irritably, she demands, what are you all doing making such a racket at this hour? But the zombies' cries only grow louder, as if engaged in some kind of frenetic activity. Exasperated, Joanna gets up and goes outside. To her surprise, the usual guards, G and E, are nowhere to be seen. The factory is completely deserted. Making her way to the container area, Joanna finds it empty as well. The zombies who normally rest here are gone. Even stranger, she can hear their voices nearby, despite no visible undead presence. Drawn by a distant, anguished howl, Joanna hurries towards the sound, a growing sense of unease. The closer she gets, the stronger the scent of blood becomes. Covering her nose and mouth, Joanna approaches cautiously. In the moonlight, she sees hundreds of zombies engaged in a frenetic, bloody melee. Countless brutalized corpses litter the ground, their cores ripped out. The zombies display a savage, bestial ferocity, tearing into each other's flesh without discrimination, driven solely to seize the precious crystal cores. As Joanna watches the savage fighting, a strange sense of déjà vu overcomes her. She feels like she's witnessed such a grand, bloody massacre before. Suddenly, a clear feminine voice whispers in her ear, "Look at me, master. I will be victorious. I fight for you." Joanna strains to make out the fuzzy face in her mind. "Who are you?" "I am, born from the mountain of corpses. I come for you," the woman's voice answers, the end of her sentence obscured. "Who?" Joanna desperately demands, her shout causing the battling zombies to freeze in place, as if paused. Old 3 rushes over, his bare torso and face smeared with blood. "Master, what are you doing here? What are you all doing?" Joanna's eyes glow crimson, and venomous tendrils lash out behind her. "Ascension," Old 3 replies calmly. "Ascension? You wanted them to be of higher rank, master. We gain power by consuming the crystal cores of our kin and mutant beasts," he explains. Joanna can scarcely believe it. "So you made them kill each other?" "No, they do it willingly. Everyone wants to follow you. We tried to be quiet so as not to disturb you, but I guess the noise got too loud," Old 3 says regretfully. "And the sacrificed zombies?" Joanna demands sternly. "They volunteered as well. For you, master. Self-willing? For whom? For a passing remark of mine?" Joanna feels overwhelmed, gazing at the fallen zombies, on the verge of collapse. "I don't understand. I don't understand. Why has the world changed so much since I woke up? I don't understand why you call me master, why you came for me, why you follow me. I don't understand. How could my casual words be worth your mutual cannibalism? I don't understand. I'm just a human," Joanna cries, clutching her head as tears stream down her face, her body shivering. "Master, master, don't cry. I'll make them stop. Please, don't cry," Old 3 says helplessly, watching Joanna. "Why did you choose me? Why?" Joanna's long-suppressed fear and anguish finally burst forth as she crouches on the ground, her mind reeling with unfamiliar scenes, the fires, the bodies, the explosions. What do they have to do with her? "Because the master is so powerful, our only hope in this chaotic end times," Old 3 says solemnly. "I lost my human memories after becoming a zombie, only regaining consciousness at the 3rd stage. The stronger I become, the more afraid I am, for the unknown grows. Before meeting the master, we had no sense of belonging, just wandering like lost spirits. We're not as smart as humans, nor as strong as mutants. We are the truly weak beings in this apocalypse." Joanna suddenly stops crying, looking up at Old 3. "You just brutalized that boar not long ago. It was afraid of you." Well, that's because I had the other brothers helping. I couldn't have done it alone," he stammers. "Hush, and let me finish. Following the master is like a child following their mother. We feel safe with you. Don't let their frightening appearances fool you. Individually, we are truly weak. We need the master's protection." "Protect you? With this frail body of mine?" Joanna finds it hard to believe these hundreds of zombies need her, a weak human, for protection. Then think of us as your spiritual pillar. As long as the master is here, we feel at ease," Old 3 says, glancing at the unseen tendrils behind Joanna, sensing her tremendous power. He assumes her reluctance is just the master being humble. "Then have them stop fighting, and forbid any future intraspecies violence here. Properly bury the fallen zombies," Joanna commands, gesturing to the undead. "Very well, we'll heed the master's words. You should return and rest," Old 3 says, carefully helping Joanna up. "I'll help bury them first before going back." "All right, I'll go get the shovels." Old 3 doesn't argue further, hurrying back to the factory. "Since you've chosen me, I'll do my utmost to protect you all, no matter your rank." "It doesn't matter," Joanna solemnly promises the bloodied zombies. "Grr!" The zombies understand, rushing towards Joanna and kneeling reverently at her feet, letting out fervent growls. Before dawn, Joanna and the zombies finish burying the over 300 who perished. Now only about 100 remain, including 10 that managed to ascend to the 1st stage, along with the 21st stage zombies Old 3 brought. Looking at the massive grave, a deep sorrow overcomes Joanna. If only she were stronger. Unbeknownst to her, the zombie's blood seeps into the earth, its pungent scent rousing a slumbering monstrosity in the depths below. Its heavy limbs stir, its crimson tentacles unfurling as it lets out a dull rumble. As night falls, the soil over the grave begins to tremble. After a moment, the movement stops, replaced by the viscous, crunching sounds of bone and flesh being devoured. Suddenly, Joanna jolts awake, drenched in sweat and gasping for air. The blood scent is even stronger than before. Something is very wrong. Without a moment's hesitation, Joanna rushes out the door, heedless of her bare feet. As Joanna rushes to the gravesite, the eerie crunching noises from below have not ceased. The blood scent is emanating from the grave. Master! Joanna hears Old Three's frantic voice behind her. He too has sensed the danger. Don't come any closer, Joanna shouts, feeling a horrifying mutant lurking in the depths. But it's too late. A monstrous, 10-meter-long centipede suddenly bursts from the grave, its body caked in foul-smelling mud, a severed arm dangling from its jaws. The mutant centipede stands over 2 stories tall, its thick, column-like body bristling with curved hooks for feet. Its head is black, its belly a pale red. Its sensitive antennae zeroes in on Joanna's position. Damn it! Joanna watches the remains in its mouth, the creature's body still draped in torn innards. With a hiss, the centipede charges at her, locomotive-like. Master, get out of the way! Old Three cries, unable to reach Joanna in time. Gritting her teeth, Joanna grabs a discarded shovel, bracing it towards the centipede's head. How dare you dig up the corpses I buried? The shovel clangs loudly against the creature's now hardened exoskeleton, the impact sending Joanna flying into the air. She realizes in horror that the mutant's shell has been fortified, impervious to her attack. Cough, cough, cough. Joanna's hands sting from the blow, her back aching from the impact. As the wind whistles past, her initial fury is extinguished. Was she foolish to charge at this monster head-on, like Lee Kuan Yew going barefisted against World War II? Master! Ah! Old Three frantically sprints towards where Joanna is falling, arms outstretched to catch her. Another fool, Joanna mutters, knowing the centipede wouldn't have simply knocked her down. Sure enough, just 5 meters from the ground, the creature reappears, batting Joanna high into the air once more. Gah! Joanna coughs up blood from the steel-hard impact to her insides. As she rights herself in midair, the monstrous centipede's nightmarish visage comes into view, a flattened head covered in black spines. Ugh! Joanna can no longer hold it in, violently vomiting up the chicken she had eaten earlier, the entire contents splattering all over the mutant centipede. Master, don't be afraid, I'm coming to save you. Old Three stammers, quickly climbing a nearby tree to hide himself in the leaves. As Joanna begins falling a second time, Old Three and the centipede both lunge towards her. This time, with the added height from the tree, Old Three successfully catches the battered Joanna. She looks sickly pale, her gaze unfocused. Displeased at having its meal intercepted, the mutant centipede turns and charges towards Old Three. I'm no soft target, Old Three shouts, setting Joanna safely behind the tree before squaring off against the creature. At the moment of impact, Old Three's muscles swell to triple their size, bursting out of his clothes. His sleek, metallic gleaming flesh has hardened into steel. Don't underestimate me, he growls, slamming a savage uppercut directly into the centipede's head, sending it crashing to the ground. The wounded mutant thrashes and writhes, its massive body crushing the surrounding vegetation. Is this a dream? I think I saw the Hulk. Joanna mumbles dazedly as she regains consciousness, staring at the steel-clad Old Three. Not quite, that's me, Old Three, he says, seeing Joanna watching him. You, aren't I impressive? Old Three says proudly, striking various poses to showcase his hardened musculature. Behind you, Joanna suddenly cries, as the centipede approaches Old Three. Behind, he turns to see the creature, jaws gaping, lunging for his bare head. Ah! Joanna covers her eyes, unable to watch. Bang! Another resounding metallic impact. Master? Old Three's voice calls out. Joanna hesitantly peeks through her fingers to see him unharmed, the stunned centipede at his feet. You're okay? Heh, my head's the toughest part. It broke its own teeth trying to bite me, Old Three says, knocking on his bald skull. Phew, you really scared me. Joanna sighs in relief. What should we do about this thing? Its flesh seems toxic, Old Three asks, gesturing to the mutant centipede. Let's just dismantle it then. The many legs could make good fencing, the shell has uses, and the toxic meat can be dried and ground into a powerful poison, Joanna ponders. And the antennae would make a nice whip, she adds. Brilliant, Master. Old Three praises. He then proceeds to rip open the centipede's carapace, extracting the crystal core within. Master, please, have this nourishing treat. You should eat it. You need to advance further, Joanna demurs, feeling she didn't do much. But the master is injured. You must take it, Old Three insists, firmly refusing to consume the precious core himself. I don't need it, you dash. Joanna tries to argue, but old 3 suddenly tosses the core into her mouth. Seeing Joanna swallow it, he grins. There, the master is well. No need for formalities with me. He then turns his attention back to meticulously dismantling the centipede, ripping off its limbs and stripping its shell. Soon the entire creature has been cleaned up, with old 3 carrying the parts back to the factory and summoning zombies to assist. Meanwhile, Joanna takes a shovel to carefully rebury the disturbed gravesite. It's a bright, sunny day. 4 men and a woman are processing the recently killed zombies. The leader of the group leans against the van door, casually smoking a cigarette. 2 others crouch on the ground, digging out crystal cores. The remaining man and woman stand guard, rifles in hand. Suddenly, the woman spots a tall figure approaching in the distance. Hey, look over there, she nudges her companion. The smoking man glances up, dismissively remarking, it's a human. But why isn't he wearing any clothes? Another gun-wielding man questions. As the naked man draws near, just a couple meters away, the group gets a closer look at his disturbing features. His facial features are horribly mismatched, with uneven eyes, a fragmented nose bridge, and uneven lips, as if pieced together from different people. Boss, look at his hands, the woman trembles, pointing. He has 2 left hands. And his legs, another man exclaims. One's thin like a woman's, the other bulging with muscle. The 2 men digging for cores look up, horrified into speechlessness at the sight. How disgusting, the leader sneers, conjuring a crimson fireball in his hand and hurling it at the man. Yet the strange figure stands motionless as the flames engulf his head. The dancing flames slowly extinguish, leaving his face charred black, barely recognizable. Still, he remains standing, unmoving like a wooden statue. Ah, boss, his face, the woman shrieks. It's a monster. The others turn to look, their skin crawling at the sight. The blackened face is slowly, unnaturally receding inward, until only blank, featureless skin remains. No face. One man mutters. But then new features gradually emerge, the same mismatched eyes, nose and mouth assembled in a new grotesque configuration. Joanna, the man speaks, the new mouth forming the halting syllables. It's you, Joanna. Stop sickening me here. The man roared, summoning another fireball and hurling it at him, determined to burn him to death. However, when these fireballs hit the poor creature, they did not ignite. They sank into the poor creature's body like in a swamp. Eaten. The woman's voice was filled with terror. She raised her gun and sprayed bullets at the monster, but the bullets were all absorbed into its body without piercing through. The others, seeing this, were paralyzed with fear. Someone shouted to kill it, and the 5 of them attacked the poor creature with their powers. But the poor creature stood still, allowing their attacks to be absorbed into its body. Humans? The poor creature seemed to have just regained its senses. It slowly raised its hands towards the 5 people. Sensing danger, the leader of the group immediately fled in the car, leaving the others behind. Big brother, wait! The 4 left behind finally realized the danger and chased after the car, shouting, Eat! A deep voice suddenly came from behind them. The poor creature's fingers extended like ropes, wrapping around their necks. The 4 struggled, using their powers to attack the fingers, but to no avail. Eat! The poor creature's voice suddenly grew louder, and the fingers wrapped around their necks split open like gaping mouths. With agonizing screams, the 4 heads were bitten off and fell to the ground, one of them rolling to the poor creature's feet. New. The poor creature retracted its hands, returning to its normal appearance. It carefully picked up the severed head, cradling it to its chest. Its chest then split open, revealing a crimson, slimy interior. It proceeded to stuff the head into its chest, then collected the other heads, distending its body to accommodate them. New faces. The heads were gradually absorbed, and the poor creature's body returned to its original form. It tenderly explored its new features, as if customizing a character in a game. Satisfied, it went to the bodies, examining the limbs like a shopper at a market, finally choosing to replace its lower body with the legs of one of the men. After a while, the new limbs were seamlessly integrated into its body. Joe, and so hungry, the poor creature mumbled, looking up at the blue sky with the woman's eyes it had just acquired. The new eyes are quite useful, everything looks so much clearer now. Outside the factory, Joan was helping build a fence with the zombies when she suddenly sneezed. She used one hand to rub her nose and asked, "Did someone just say something bad about me?" The zombies all shook their heads, they hadn't reached the level of being able to talk yet. Just then, old 3 happened to be passing by and heard Joan's comment. He quickly approached to explain, "If someone is thinking about you, that means they're talking about you." Really? Joan looked at old 3, somewhat skeptical. Could it be her overly critical parents or her sister? Are you sure about that? Yes, it's true, Old 3 assured her. Okay then. Joan didn't dwell on it further. She picked up a centipede's leg and said, "Alright, everyone, don't stop. Let's keep going." Ha! With everyone's hard work, the entire factory was soon surrounded by a fence made from centipede legs. Luckily, there were plenty of those legs to go around. "Master, come down quickly, there's a man caught in the trap today." Old 3's urgent call from downstairs reached Joan, who was grinding poison powder upstairs. A man? Hearing those words, Joan immediately dropped her tools and hurried downstairs. "Master, look." Old 3 pointed to a man being held by a zombie. "He was knocked out by the poison darts from your centipede powder trap. It really works well." "Goodness, he's not dead?" Joan quickly went to examine the man. She had recently had the idea to have the zombies coat the trap spikes with her poison powder, so any prey that fell in would be knocked out. She never imagined someone would actually fall into it. After all, centipede venom could even take down a two-headed chicken. It's touch and go, Joan concluded after observing him. The man was pale and had varying degrees of injury on his body, his clothes shredded by the spikes. "Did you all beat him?" Joan asked, seeing the wounds. No, he was already like this when we brought him up," Old 3 quickly explained, not wanting Joan to misunderstand. "Alright then, put him in a shady spot and keep an eye on him. If he lives, he lives. If not, bury him," Joan said dismissively. This man gave her an unpleasant feeling. He smelled awful. Old 3 was taken aback. He had expected Joan to be happy to see a human, since she was always talking about them. If he had known she would react this way, he wouldn't have brought the man back. What a waste of effort. "Wait, are you sure he's human?" Joan suddenly turned back and asked. "I think so." Old 3 wasn't entirely certain. "Think so? You're not sure?" Joan stared at him seriously. Old 3 awkwardly scratched his bald head. "He doesn't smell like a zombie, so I assumed he was human." "What about his eyes? Black or red?" Joan asked cautiously. "He's unconscious, how would I know?" Old 3 shrugged helplessly. Who would think to check a passed-out person's eye color? Hearing this, Joan quickly went to the man and roughly pulled open his eyelids. "Well?" Old 3 asked anxiously when Joan didn't say anything. "White," Joan replied coldly. "White?" Old 3 leaned in for a closer look. Sure enough, the eyes were white. Not black or red, just plain white. "You want me to hold his head steady so you can take a better look?" "Yes, do that," Joan instructed, using both hands to pry open the man's eyes further. "So, what's the verdict?" "Excellent," Joan exclaimed. "Ha!" Old 3 was bewildered. "You've brought me another zombie." Joan pointed accusingly at the man's eyes. Following her gaze, Old 3 saw the unmistakable scarlet color, the signature of a zombie. "How could you not tell the difference between a human and a zombie?" Joan scolded. "But he doesn't have the zombie smell." Old 3 felt wronged. Zombies usually had a distinct stench, but this man had none of that. "When don't zombies have a smell?" Joan pressed. Old 3 thought for a moment before quietly responding. "The higher the level, the less smell." As for having no smell at all, he didn't dare finish that thought. "No smell at all? What level would that be?" Joan asked. "I don't know." He had never encountered a zombie with no smell. Even the previous level 4 zombies he had seen had an odor. "Level 5. A voice suddenly spoke up. "Level 5? So you know about that?" Joan looked at Old 3, puzzled. Old 3 frantically waved his hands. "That wasn't me." If it wasn't him, a bad feeling crept up Joan's spine. She turned back to see the supposedly unconscious man standing and watching them. His eyes were the unmistakable scarlet of a zombie. "Are you the zombie king of this area?" the man asked, staring at Joan. "Me? No, she is," Old 3 blurted out at the same time. Both Joan and Old 3 were taken aback by their conflicting responses. "I see. Then what level are you?" the man asked. I'm human." "I don't have any levels," Joan replied awkwardly. "Human?" The man eyed the beautiful woman skeptically. He couldn't detect any zombie aura or power fluctuations from her. Confirming she was just an ordinary human, the level 5 zombie suddenly burst into manic laughter. "What a stroke of luck. Ha, I was wary of you, thinking you were some high-level zombie. But you're just a regular human," the zombie gloated. "Ha ha ha, what's wrong with you zombies? Letting a woman be the zombie king? How ridiculous," the level 5 zombie mocked, pointing at Old 3. "And you, a mere level 3 zombie, being a dog for a human? Ha 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 ha." He laughed his fill, then eyed old 3 greedily. I barely escaped from those humans, and now I've stumbled upon you low-level zombies. It's fate. You will all become my sustenance. With that, he impaled the level 1 zombie that had been holding him, extracting its crystal core and swallowing it. Old 3. Joan cried out in alarm, quickly pulling out her dagger and aiming it at the level 5 zombie. But the zombie didn't even bother looking at her, instead lunging straight for Old 3. Old 3 reacted swiftly, steelifying his body to block the attack. Seeing this, the level 5 zombie was delighted. You think you can match me in hardness? Ha ha ha. He started laughing uncontrollably, and suddenly a swarm of tiny steel needles appeared around him. I'm a level 5 zombie who can control my abilities. Humph. Old 3 spat, not waiting for the attack. He charged at full speed, slamming into the zombie like a rampaging bull. The level 5 zombie was caught off guard and sent tumbling across the ground. Old 3 pinned him down, unable to move. Do you know what they say about levels being like mountains? The zombie said smugly. No, but I know you're a coward. Old 3 retorted, pummeling the zombie's head with his fists. Then let me show you the power of level domination. The zombie sneered, managing to flip Old 3 over. He stood up, dusting off his clothes, and once again gathered the myriad steel needles, aiming them at Old 3. Old 3 eyed the glinting needles surrounding him. While his steelified body could withstand a lot, he wasn't sure if he could survive being impaled by so many. All he could do now was prove who was tougher. Come out, please, come out. Joan pleaded with her hands clasped. We can't beat a level 5 zombie, so please come out. I'm begging you. She kept imploring, but her body remained unchanged. Last time when dealing with the mutant rats, her other self had appeared. But now, nothing was happening. Joan couldn't understand it. She grabbed the whip made of centipede tentacles and fearfully approached the battle between Old 3 and the level 5 zombie. So you've come, Zombie King? The level 5 zombie sneered from atop a shipping container, looking down at her. Under his feet was Old 3, pinned down and pierced by countless steel needles. Old 3. Joan's pupils contracted as she saw her friend turned into a living pincushion. His face was nearly unrecognizable, needles embedded in every inch of his skin, not even sparing his eyes. I'll just extract his crystal core, and then the rest of you zombies, the level 5 zombie chuckled, leaning down to place his hand on Old 3's head, ready to rip out the core. Get away! Joan roared, flashing forward. Her whip cracked like lightning, striking the zombie's arm. TCH, he hissed in pain, retracting his arm and glaring angrily at the foolish human. In a hurry to die, the level 5 zombie gritted out as he grabbed the whip lashing towards him. Joan didn't back down. She quickly drew a second red whip from her waist, attacking with both. Surprise flickered across the zombie's face as the mutant centipede tentacles struck him, leaving a red mark. Arg! You'll pay for this, he roared, unleashing all the needles piercing Old 3 towards Joan. Seeing the steel needles raining down, Joan shrank back. If you don't come out now, I'll be done for. She trembled, clutching the whips. But the only thing awaiting her was the merciless downpour of needles, each 5 centimeters long, tearing through her clothes and skin. It hurts. It hurts so much. Joan curled up on the ground, her back a pincushion of steel. Blood soaked her jacket, trailing down her limbs. Ha ha ha. The level 5 zombie laughed maniacally, admiring his handiwork with great satisfaction. Suddenly, the container beneath his feet began to stir, and the dormant zombies erupted into a collective rampage. They crawled up the container, trampling on the bodies of their comrades, like hellish demons, dragging the 5th-tier zombies and letting out enraged howls of ha-ha. The 1st-tier zombies even picked up mutated centipede legs as weapons and lunged towards him, all of them filled with fury. Beating an egg against a rock. The 5th-tier zombie couldn't be bothered to move. He lazily raised his arm, and the steel needles embedded in Joanne's body took flight again, targeting the lower-tier zombies. They moved slowly, had low combat power, and didn't possess any special abilities. Dealing with them was as easy as crushing ants. Although their level is a bit low, they'll do for a meal. He swung his arm, releasing the needles, waiting to savor their anguished cries. A few seconds later, the zombies roared and attacked. But the steel needles remained motionless in the air, as if blocked by something. How was this possible? How could someone stop so many of his steel needles? The 5th-tier zombies suddenly became anxious, cautiously jumping out of the zombies' encirclement, standing tall on the rooftop, looking down at the ground. There, the severely wounded 3rd-tier zombie lay unconscious, lacking the ability to obstruct him. And there were no other high-tier zombies mixed into the enraged horde, let alone them. That woman! The 5th-tier zombie quickly looked towards Joanne, only to see her still kneeling motionlessly on the ground, like a stone statue, with dark red blood beneath her. Dead? He couldn't feel her breathing, and with those injuries, an ordinary person would have long since departed this world. Then who was it? He uneasily observed the surroundings for any movement, the clamorous roars of the zombies, the rustling of the wind-blown leaves, the thundering of his heartbeat. Heartbeat? The woman wasn't dead? The fifth-tier zombie immediately jumped down in front of Joanne. He cautiously used the tip of his foot to lift Joanne's chin, seeing her pupils dilated like a dead person, and only then did he squat down with relief. As soon as he squatted down, the heartbeat became clearer. Strange, too strange. Even though she had no breath or body temperature, why was her heart still beating? He supported Joanne's body with a puzzled expression, and from afar, they almost seemed to be embracing. The fifth-tier zombie placed his hand on Joanne's chest, saying with malicious intent, "I really have a soft spot for you." With that, his hand instantly thrust towards her heart, but the moment it touched her skin, it could not advance any further. Joanne had grabbed his wrist. The fifth-tier zombie stared at Joanne in shock. Her eyes were unfocused, and she was not breathing, but her lips were moving, forming words. "I also have a soft spot for you. PCHH. As he barely made out Joanne's faint whisper, his left heart was suddenly pierced through by her palm. You? The fifth-tier zombie's mind went completely blank. He had been disemboweled by a human? His survival instinct compelled him to hastily flee the scene, retreating back up to the rooftop in a disheveled state. Joanne was now kneeling on the ground, her right hand clutching the bloody heart. Heartless wretch. Her pupils gradually came into focus as she gazed steadily at the dark, gooey heart in her hand, her expression one of disgust. "Just what are you?" the fifth-tier zombie asked, clutching his empty left chest. "Don't you even recognize your own master?" Joanne's voice was authoritative, exuding the imposing presence of a powerful being. She stood there calmly, glaring at the zombie on the rooftop. Behind her, a pair of ethereal limbs emerged, resembling both wings and beast claws. The limbs flapped up and down, and bone spikes repeatedly burst forth from the arms, forming sturdy white bone armor on the outer layer. "What are you? What are you?" the fifth-tier zombie cried out in terror. Though he couldn't see the spiritual energy, he could feel the aura of deathly power emanating from the human woman. Joanne remained silent. Suddenly, she tightened her grip, and the entire heart exploded in a bizarre floral display. Arg! The fifth-tier zombie's scream was involuntary. Though he couldn't feel pain, he was gripped by pure fear. Knowing he was no match for Joanne, he turned and fled. This woman was no less formidable than those other humans. No, she was even more terrifying. As he made his desperate escape, the fifth-tier zombie could hear nothing but the howling wind. "Is she not pursuing me?" He carefully glanced back, realizing he had already run over a kilometer, putting a great distance between himself and the horde of zombies. Thank goodness! The sense of having narrowly escaped death left him feeling much lighter and more relaxed. "Where are you looking?" A cold voice suddenly came from above him, and his body immediately tensed up, the fear rushing through him once again. The fifth-tier zombie dared not look up as he accelerated his escape, but the shadow enveloping him refused to be shaken off. No matter how fast he ran, that shadow was always perfectly cast upon him. It was the shadow of the Grim Reaper. "Running, are we? Is this the limit of your fifth-tier strength?" The woman's mocking voice came from above, casual as if she were walking a dog. "Vanquished foes should not be pursued. You will regret this." The fifth-tier zombie was both furious and terrified. He could no longer run, and had to choose between being run to death or fighting to the death. He chose the latter. He stopped in his tracks, and for the first time looked up at Joanne, only to meet a pair of deep, crimson eyes like glowing rubies that captivated the soul. "You are a zombie." The fifth-tier zombie awoke as if from a dream, realizing Joanne was not a superpowered human, but a zombie, an even more powerful zombie than he was. "I am the Zombie King, your master." Joanne's expression was angry, and the ethereal limbs slammed the fifth-tier zombie's head, forcing him to kneel at her feet. Pew! The zombie vomited a mouthful of blood, his features distorted by resentment and envy. He wanted her crystal core. Why didn't he have such tremendous power? Why not me? He cried out maniacally, forcing his abilities to the limit, summoning countless silver needles to target Joanne. "Die! I am the Zombie King." As his frenzied howl echoed, the needles shot towards Joanne. She remained coldly indifferent, the ethereal limbs quickly closing around her like an eggshell, and the hard steel needles shattered upon contact with the bone armor. How is this possible? The fifth-tier zombie stared at the broken needles on the ground, picking them up and examining them over and over. "Impossible! My steel needles are the hardest." "How? No. Boom!" His unfinished words were drowned out by the thunderous sound of a clap. The ethereal limbs came together in a casual gesture, as if swatting a mosquito, pressing down on him. When the arms slowly moved away, the crushed remains of the fifth-tier zombie were revealed. His resentment died with him. Joanne's expression was cold as she retrieved the glittering crystal core from the mashed flesh. How beautiful is this spiritual power! What magnificent strength! You must be a deity, came a sincere admiration from the distance. Joanne's brow gradually furrowed. She gripped the crystal core in her palm and looked in the direction of the voice. There stood a young woman of about 17 or 18 years old. She was dressed in a pristine white gown, her long black hair flowing in the wind, enveloped in a soft glow. Behind her was a military transport vehicle, occupied by several human espers. They were all very powerful, so much so that Joanne couldn't even detect their presence. It was as if they had appeared out of thin air. "Who are you?" Joanne asked calmly, observing the girl. Hearing Joanne's voice, the girl smiled brightly and came running towards her. "Don't move! Don't come any closer," Joanne immediately warned. The girl seemed harmless, but Joanne felt an inexplicable resistance. The girl paused, then readjusted her smile and continued gazing at Joanne, her expression one of infatuation. "It's so beautiful. Everyone will be so delighted to see it. Can I take you home? Please, can I?" How could a deity refuse the wish of a mortal? "Can I? It must be possible, right? Ha ha ha." The girl stood in place, twisting and turning as she talked to herself. Her eyes, fixed on Joanne, were as obsessed as an addict eyeing their drug. "I said, don't come near me." Joanne saw the girl slowly approaching, and immediately summoned the ethereal limbs to block her, stepping back defensively. The girl's expression saddened at Joanne's defensive posture. "Great deity, do you dislike Ten? But Ten admires you so much." Suddenly, the girl named Ten's face contorted, her eyes widening and turning golden as she grinned widely. Golden eyes? Some fragmented memories flashed through Joanne's mind. Golden irises? It was so familiar. Where had she seen that before? Whose golden eyes were those? Sorrowful eyes, angry eyes, clear eyes, empty eyes. Whose were they? Who? Joanne couldn't make out the face of the owner of the golden eyes, but she clearly remembered the various expressions directed at her. "Great deity, are you longing for someone through me?" Ten tilted her head, gazing at Joanne with a mournful expression. Behind Ten were a pair of limbs similar to Joanne's ethereal ones, but hers were pure white, covered in soft feathers, like angelic wings. "You too?" Joanne was astonished. This was the first time she had encountered another user of spiritual energy like herself. "Come home with me," Ten said softly, smiling as she extended her divine wings towards Joanne. Just as Joanne was about to resist, she suddenly felt a blinding light, and her ethereal limbs vanished as she fell helplessly into the embrace of Ten's divine wings. Ten, holding the unconscious Joanne in her feathered embrace, had a doting expression. "Ten, that fifth-tier zombie," one of the espers behind her reminded. "He's dead, we'll just catch another one," Ten replied cheerfully. "Her memories have been tampered with," Nine said solemnly, his expression complex as he looked at the unconscious Joanne on the bed. 9 and 10 resembled each other greatly, appearing to be brother and sister. "Memories? Was it 6? 10 gently caressed Joanne's right hand, her skin smooth and seemingly fragrant. In the room, apart from them, there were also a pair of identical twin sisters. They had snow-white skin, jet-black curly hair, and red lips. They looked no more than 10 years old, delicate like porcelain dolls. They were 7 and 8. 9 brother, does that mean she encountered 6? 7's voice was soft, barely above a whisper. Yes, 9 nodded. Hearing this, 8 perked up, her eyes crinkling in delight as she tugged at 7's arm. That's wonderful, sister. 6 is still as powerful as ever. If we consume him, then. 8 didn't finish her sentence, for she noticed that Joanne on the bed had awakened. Everyone in the room, except 10, turned their gaze towards Joanne, but her eyes held only confusion. Who are you? Joanne's voice was a little hoarse, perhaps from being unconscious for so long without water. 1 month later, inside the extreme bliss base. Little 7, please help me. I'm begging you. 10 clung to 7's arm, pleading. 7 had been pestered by her for a whole month, with 10 coming almost daily to ask her to modify that woman's memories. She really wanted to help her elder sister 10, but 9 had repeatedly warned them not to tamper too much with 11's memories, or she might go insane. I can't, 10's sister. 9 brother said we're not allowed to touch 11's sister's memories anymore, or she'll go crazy. Just a little bit, really just a tiny bit. Make me the person she likes the most. This is my only request, please. Little 7-10 refused to relent, getting excited just thinking about 11. No can do, 10's sister. Don't trouble your sister. If you really want to modify it, you need to get 9 brothers' approval, 8 chimed in, trying to persuade her. At the mention of 9, 10's spirit seemed to deflate like a punctured balloon. She released 7 and said sadly, "But it's because brother doesn't agree that I'm coming to ask you all." "It's okay, 10's sister. 11's sister already likes you a lot now." 7 quickly comforted her. "Really? You really mean that? 11's sister likes me a lot? That's wonderful." 10's mood did a complete turnaround, her cheeks flushing with delight. She glanced at the clock in the room and, seeing it was already 6 o'clock, quickly grabbed the bouquet she had prepared earlier and hurried out of the room. "Is she going to pick up 11's sister again?" 7 asked, looking at the door that 10 had left open. "Who else would it be?" 8 nodded, closing the door. Just as they said, 10 hurried out of the central building and made her way to the outer 10-meter-high city wall, bouquet in hand, eagerly awaiting 11's return. As the first military green vehicle appeared in the distance, she could hardly contain her excitement, almost wanting to run out and greet her. Behind the vehicle came a vast, disorderly horde of zombies, numbering in the thousands. As the vehicle reached the gate, it suddenly turned and headed towards the massive walled enclosure next to the base. The enclosure covered an area of over 3,000 square meters. Though smaller than the base, the number of zombies inside was almost on par with the base's population. The enclosure was surrounded by 15-meter-high, half-meter-thick steel walls, with only about a dozen watchtowers and a few simple rest areas inside. The rest was an open space, filled with the collected zombies. As the vehicle reached the main gate, the high-tier zombies inside automatically opened it, welcoming the new additions to their zombie army. The military vehicle stopped at the side of the gate, not entering. As soon as 11 got off the vehicle, she saw 10 waiting at the front. 10 happily handed over the bouquet and asked concernedly, "11's sister, are you tired today? Have you been thinking of me?" "Not tired, have been thinking." 11 held the bouquet in her left hand and took 10's hand with her right, walking together towards the interior of the enclosure. The dense horde of zombies immediately parted, creating a wide path for 11. They respectfully bowed their heads, not daring to make a sound. Upon entering the enclosure, the overwhelming stench of decay assaulted their senses. The odor of over 50,000 gathered zombies was particularly pungent. The human espers following behind expertly put on face masks, lest they be overwhelmed by the fumes. Yet 11 and 10 seemed unaffected, their expressions calm as they chatted and laughed. After the last zombie entered and returned to its place, 11 and 10 stood atop the watchtower, looking down upon the tens of thousands of zombies below. 10 gazed at 11 expectantly, knowing this was the time when she could admire 11's beautiful arm. Sure enough, 11's eyes narrowed slightly, and the massive ethereal limbs unfurled behind her, then dissipated into countless tendrils that descended into the zombie horde below. "This crystal core is too weak, that one has already dimmed. This one is too small." After a moment, 11 retracted her spiritual energy and addressed the zombies below, "Eat." At her command, the previously identified weak zombies were immediately surrounded and devoured by their fellow undead. Within minutes, the clamor died down, and 11 issued her next order, "Sleep." As soon as she spoke, over 10,000 zombies collectively bowed their heads and closed their eyes, standing motionless like puppets. With this complete, 11's work for the day was finally done. Her tense nerves finally relaxed, and she let out a long sigh. "Work is so tiring, having to go out and subdue the zombie horde since morning, not off until 6:30 p.m. So tired, don't want to work." 11's sister, let's go back and have dinner," 10 said affectionately, clinging to 11's arm. 11's mouth twitched slightly at the mention of dinner. "Okay," she replied softly. "Okay, my ass." Dinner was just an excuse for a group meeting to plan tomorrow's work. "I hate this." 11's inner corporate slave persona was raging, wanting nothing more than to punch a hole through the earth. The two left the enclosure and entered the Extreme Bliss base. As they entered the base, 11 and 10 were greeted by smiling faces everywhere. The people were well dressed, each bearing a look of happiness, as if they had never experienced hardship and were not living in the apocalypse. The buildings within the base were identical to pre-apocalypse times, even more prosperous, with all the necessary shops present. The streets were clean and tidy, with garbage properly sorted. Everyone was friendly and civilized, giving the impression of a thriving, advanced metropolis. After returning to the central building, 11 first went to her room to remove her camouflage uniform, stained with blood and dirt, and stepped into the bathroom to freshen up. 10 efficiently tossed the discarded clothes into the washing machine, then expertly picked out a casual outfit for 11 to change into. With that done, she immediately flopped onto 11's soft bed, burying her face greedily in 11's pillow, inhaling 11's scent. "This is the aroma of a deity. Such a cool, refreshing scent." 10. 11 emerged from the bathroom in a bathrobe, her hair still damp. She looked at the girl on the bed with a resigned expression. 11's sister. 10's face flushed red, and she stammered incoherently. All right, get out. I need to change. 11 grabbed a towel and roughly dried her hair. But we're both girls, why does 10 have to leave? 10 blinked innocently, still hugging 11's pillow. Put down my pillow first, or you'll look like a pervert. 11 pointed at the object clutched tightly in 10's arms. Reluctantly, 10 placed the pillow on her lap, gazing at 11 with a hopeful expression, as if asking to be allowed to stay. All right, just turn around, then. 11 sighed in exasperation. Who would have thought the graceful, divine maiden had such a side to her in private? Turned around, 11's sister. Go ahead and change. Don't you dare look back. Okay, 10 answered dutifully. A few seconds later, 11's exasperated shout rang out. I told you not to look back. 10 didn't look back. My head just turned on its own. 10, let me explain. It was my hand, not 10 trying to grope. 11's sister, don't hide from me. Around the gray marble rectangular dining table, 9 was seated at the head, with 7 and 8 sitting on the right, and 10 tightly clinging to 11 on the left. All right, explain why you're late again, 9 asked calmly, his eyes fixed on 10 and 11. I accidentally fell while getting dressed after my bath, 11 replied gruffly. Oh, poor 10 was so worried, 10 said, hugging 11's arm tightly, heedless of the darkening expression on 11's face. Be more careful next time. Serve the food, 9 said, rubbing his temples. He knew his sister had done something, but didn't press the issue, turning to the waiting maids. The maids nodded and summoned 5 others, each carrying a round silver platter with a domed cover, hiding the contents. They entered in an orderly fashion, placing the platters in front of the 5 diners, then respectfully stepped back, leaving the 5 to their meal. Removing the covers revealed the different dishes. 7, 8, 9, and 10 had plates of tender raw meat with glistening crystal cores, while 11's plate held neatly arranged pasta and fresh produce. 10 lifted the lid off her soup bowl, revealing a rich, crimson broth. She speared a piece of white meat, submerging it in the liquid to soak up the color, then popped it into her mouth with relish. 11's sister, won't you try some? The meat is so fresh today, from a newborn baby. The blood is so sweet. 10 offered a dripping chunk of meat to 11. 11's brow furrowed at the scent of blood. She quickly waved it away, refusing, no, thank you. I'm still not used to eating people. How strange, we're all predators, yet 11's sister won't eat humans, 8 muttered between bites of meat. That's because 11 is kind-hearted, 9 said elegantly, folding his hands. 11 eyed him warily, knowing this was the prelude to a meeting. So much for a peaceful meal. Sure enough, 9 soon spoke up. 11, how many zombies were collected in G City? Half. The other half will be done tomorrow, 11 replied resignedly, putting down her utensils. All right, then it's up to you tomorrow. 9 nodded in satisfaction. 11 inwardly groaned. Tomorrow was supposed to be Saturday, a day off. Had he forgotten? Or was he deliberately scheduling this? She glanced up, meeting 9's enigmatic gaze. He looked like a smug capitalist. This boy was only 19, yet he knew how to exploit his workers. 11 dreaded to think what he'd be like when he was older. Fate is cruel. 11 lamented internally, reluctantly accepting the overtime. She had no idea how she'd get through this month, constantly going out early and returning late, collecting thousands of zombies. Each one was her blood, sweat, and tears. 7, have you found 6 yet? 9 then turned to address 7. No, there's no trace of him anywhere. He must have retreated into the boundless realm, 7 replied honestly. Still nothing? The last time we detected him was 2 months ago, and then he disappeared. Can he really hide in the boundless realm that long? 9 furrowed his brow, clearly frustrated. They had tried to persuade 6 before, but when that failed, they had planned to consume him. However, he had managed to escape, and his whereabouts had been unknown since then. 6's power was a major threat to them, and he needed to be eliminated as soon as possible. What about the human side? 9 then turned to 8. The surrounding smaller bases have all been wiped out, the dead have become zombies locked in the enclosure, and the survivors have been brainwashed and placed in the base. 8 paused, then continued. Now there are only 3 major bases left, the Dawn base in the east, the Revival base in the west, and the Revitalization base in the north. And the military strength? 9 asked after a moment of contemplation. Dawn base is the weakest. Once 11's sister has finished expanding the zombie army, we can easily take it down. Revitalization is more formidable, with many espers there, so it won't be easy to conquer, 8 explained further. The Revival base will be sending people in half a month. What are your thoughts? 9 looked around at the 4 of them. Revival's forces are middle ground. After we consume Dawn, we can then take them over and use their soldiers to fight Revitalization. revitalization, 7 suggested. But what if they ally with revitalization? The two bases have always been on good terms, 8 immediately raised her own concern. And you too? Any opinions? 9 turned to the silent 10 and 11. Hearing her name called, 11 quickly replied, I don't think we need to worry. The more people die, the more zombies I'll have. Unless they cremate all the bodies, they'll all become my undead soldiers. I have no objections, 10 chimed in. 11, how much longer do you need? 9 asked her seriously. Probably around half a month. There's just so much ground to cover, and the travel time is the biggest issue. Plus, each area has its own zombie king, so it's a hassle to unify them, even though they're all quite weak, 11 explained. I see. You've been working hard lately then. 9 looked at her with concern. 11 stiffened, muttering under her breath, not hard, just cursed. So this meant she wouldn't have a single day off in the next half month. Damn it all. 7. You continue searching for 6 tomorrow. You must find him, and if all else fails, I'll forcibly open the boundless realm, 9 instructed 7, then turned to 9, and remember, join me for the morning prayers. The prayers were simply the humans gathering together, standing silently, hands clasped, heads bowed reverently, waiting for the blessings of the divine. 9 and 10 stood atop the central building, overlooking the entire extreme bliss base. As usual, 10 wore a pristine white dress, and as the wind blew, she unfurled her grand divine wings, appearing as holy as an angel. 9 stood by her side, arms outstretched with palms upturned. A powerful gale swirled around them, the wind carrying 10's feathers and dispersing them throughout every corner of the base. The humans below, upon coming into contact with the feathers, felt happiness and contentment wash over them. All negative emotions were instantly dispelled, leaving only the positive. A mother who had just lost her child the day before now beamed with joy, her grief vanished. An Esper who had lost both legs in battle sat in his wheelchair, radiating delight, seemingly unaffected by his physical pain. Quarreling couples embraced, their anger dissipating. They laughed, they hugged, they prayed. They firmly believed this was the power of the divine, that only the gods could bring them such bliss. This past half-month, 11 had been stuck in a daily routine of leaving early and returning late, constantly traveling to other locations to subjugate the zombie kings. Sometimes the places were too far away, and she'd have to spend the night out. I'm so envious of the zombies in the enclosure. They just eat and sleep and eat. They even get a proper burial if they get sick, 11 sighed, lying in the car and gazing at the dark night sky. Another day of camping out ahead. While others got weekends off, she had no rest. What a tiring, exhausting life. How delightful. Ha! The zombies outside seemed to echo her sentiments, letting out a collective groan. 11's mind drifted, trying to recall some pleasant memories to rest. War, slaughter, death. The more she thought about it, the more nauseated she felt, her drowsiness disappearing. Was her life really this dull and devoid of anything good? What about before? What was her life like in the past? Childhood? Adolescence? Youth? She strained to remember, but those memories were shrouded in a thick veil, indistinct. In her mind, the only clear recollections were of living with 7, 8, 9, and 10 as an adult. They were her family, her siblings. Though it was strange, what kind of parents could produce such vastly different-looking children? And what sort of parents would give them such rushed, perfunctory names like 7, 8, 9, 10, 11? They must have been illiterate. And this predator business her siblings talked about in her memories, they didn't seem human, more like the masters who kept humans. So she had no compassion for humans or zombies. In their eyes, humans were just a pathetic, weak species, no different from livestock. They were the powerful ones, able to control the zombies. 10 could command humans. 9, as the leader of the base, was more like a support. He could amplify the abilities of the others, at least tenfold. It was thanks to him and 10's collaboration that the tens of thousands in the base obeyed so obediently. 7 could manipulate human memories, while 8 had absolute defensive abilities. The base's walls were constructed by her, virtually impenetrable to explosions. Together, the 5 of them could exert complete control over humans, both mentally and materially. As for 9's grand vision, to corral all of humanity? Why, exactly. The humans in Extreme Bliss Base were more than enough for the few of them to feast on for generations. Why expand their reach further? If he didn't want to absorb the other bases, 11 wouldn't have to work herself to the bone like this. That bastard. The more 11 thought about it, the angrier she got. She swung a fist at the air, as if punching 9's hated face. Dan. Suddenly, a deep, yearning call echoed from the distance, interrupting her thoughts. It sounded like a name, vaguely familiar. Curious, she peered into the pitch-black night, but could see nothing. Tonight was too dark, not even a single star visible. Dan. The voice continued, now closer. 11 turned on the car's lights, illuminating the darkness. There, standing starkly in the glaring light, was a naked man. Tall, with sharp, clean facial features, a prominent nose, and dark, tousled hair falling over his forehead. And 8-pack abs. No, what am I looking at? 11 slapped herself, trying to snap out of it. Strange, how is there a human here? No, why hadn't her zombies detected him? Annoyed, 11 extended her mental powers, ready to reprimand the slacking undead, but could sense no zombies at all in the vicinity. Impossible. She had just subjugated over 1,000 zombies that day. Where had they all gone? When did they disappear? This had to be fake. Looking at the naked man again, 11 felt a rising fear. It was him. She sensed the undigested crystal cores of countless zombies within his body. How had he silently killed over 1,000 zombies? The man now approached the car, pressing his face against the window. Upon seeing the woman inside, his entire expression lit up with joy. "I've found you." He reached out, as if to touch 11, but the glass barrier prevented him. The man angrily punched through the glass, his blood-stained hand reaching towards 11. Seeing this, 11 immediately opened the other car door and tumbled out. The two now stood facing each other across the car. The young man's gaze was innocent and bewildered. He didn't understand why Joanna wasn't responding to him. Since their separation, he had been tirelessly searching for her every day. He was too weak, so he had consumed other beings to strengthen himself. To become closer to Joanna, he had chosen human vessels to beautify himself. Along the way, he had devoured one mutated monster after another, selecting one vessel after another, learning their language. He had been to every place Joanna had been, but always just missed her. So he had eaten the zombies in the factory, as they carried Joanna's scent. "Joanna!" Jordan, the young man, walked around the car, reaching out to touch 11. 11 immediately dodged, summoning a spectral limb, poised to attack this strange man. "Joanna wants to kill me." Sadness. The young man looked at 11 piteously, sensing her hostility the moment she evaded him. Tears welled up in his beautiful eyes, and he pointed to his heart, mimicking human expressions of grief. Here, sadness. He could consume beings and selectively acquire their memories. Now, he was like a human, yet not more akin to an innocent, exploring child. "How disgusting, a grown man making such expressions," 11 said flatly, swinging the spectral limb to bat him away nearly 8 meters. The young man was sent flying, crashing to the ground and skidding several feet before stopping. He was covered in wounds, the abraded skin oozing blood into the mud. "Joanna hit me," he stammered, slowly rising from the ground. 11 watched him warily, her spectral limb poised to strike again. "Joanna!" Suddenly, the young man's body began to swell, his skin stretching taut like an inflated balloon. His limbs retracted into his torso, leaving only a loose layer of skin. Then, his body violently exploded, the spraying flesh seemingly imbued with a will of its own, attaching itself all over 11. She looked up at the pouring meat pulp, immediately spreading his void arms to protect himself. The meat pulp fell on the bone armor and immediately connected with the other surrounding meat pulp, until it completely surrounded Shi. Joanne, a man's mouth suddenly differentiated from the meat pulp, moving and uttering Joanne's name. Gradually, the meatball that surrounded Shi continuously differentiated into mouths, men's, women's, old people's, children's, and even animals. Without exception, they all called that name, and suddenly there were thousands of voices speaking at the same time. She had the protection of the void arms inside, so the meat pulp could not get in. They could only wriggle restlessly around the bone armor, trying to devour it. What a disgusting thing! She heard the chaotic cries outside and felt troubled and confused. His own body seemed to want to respond when he heard this name. How strange. She had never heard this name before. Why would she want to answer? Who is this Joanne? She could no longer hold back his question. "It's you! It's you! You are Joanne!" The mouths outside repeated like parrots, and near Shi, the face of the man even differentiated. He slowly opened his eyes, tears glistening, seeming to have just cried. "Joanne, why did you hit me? I've tried so hard to find you. Joanne, why do you hate me?" The poor little one's speech became more fluent, and the face pressed closer and closer, almost sticking to the void arms. "I am Shi. You are Joanne." "No, I'm not, you've got the wrong person." She shook her head. She had searched her memory again and again, but there was no name Joanne. She was sure this strange person had the wrong person. the scent on you is Joanne. You have a scar on your chest, the poor little one said decisively. Though he had tried hard to repair Joanne's body after the explosion, there was still a pale pink scar the size of a fingernail near the heart. No! She immediately opened her clothes and looked down. Her skin was flawlessly white, let alone any scars. On the left side, she felt a bit embarrassed. She had instinctively looked on the right side, completely forgetting the left heart right lung thing. When she looked to the right side, there was indeed a small scar, but it was extremely faint, almost invisible if not examined closely. No wonder, who would let her have her heart dug out so many times? Even if it wanted to heal, it would get hit again before long. It's just that she doesn't remember now. Am I really this Joanne? She fell into deep self-doubt. No wonder the 5 children looked so different. It seemed she was a foundling after all. Joanne, I'm hungry. The poor little one saw her put down her hostility, so he turned back into a human form, hugging she tightly. Between the two of them, there was only a layer of void arms. Didn't you just eat a bunch of zombies? I worked hard all day for nothing, and you're still hungry? Thinking about her wasted effort, she's resentment was heavier than a ghost. But the poor little one didn't hear a word she said. Somehow he managed to penetrate the void arm's protection. He grabbed Joanne's right hand and put her index finger in his mouth, gently biting to break the skin and sucking the blood. She held her hand stiffly, letting the poor little one feed. Was it that she didn't want to escape? No, it was that she couldn't escape. Her body was actually fixed by the poor little one's slime-like meat pulp. Only her upper body could move freely. What kind of monster was this, whose body could transform at will and even penetrate her defenses? After finishing the meal, the poor little one also helped Joanne heal the wound, gently removing her finger and pressing his head contentedly against her thin shoulder. I'm full. So what? She was completely dumbfounded now, like a blind man trying to catch a fish, utterly unable to guess the man's thoughts. Follow Joanne, there will be food to eat. I am she. She emphasized again, though she also doubted whether she was this Joanne, but she really couldn't remember, and she was more willing to accept that she was she. Follow she, there will be food to eat. The poor little one quickly corrected himself. What's in a name? It doesn't matter, as long as it's that person. Even if she's called Kitty or Doggy, it's fine. Can you let me go? She asked awkwardly. Having a naked man hugging her like this was indeed very embarrassing, even if he was handsome. Okay. The poor little one obediently withdrew his flesh. The moment she regained her freedom, she immediately manipulated the void arms to carry herself and flee from the poor little one. Her speed of escape was extremely fast, disappearing in a few breaths. Where is she going? The poor little one had already left a piece of himself on she's clothes. Relying on this piece, the poor little one quickly caught up with the fleeing she. Over time, she was very embarrassed, extremely embarrassed. If she wasn't already floating in the air, her toes would definitely be able to dig up a fantasy Barbie castle. How come she was still caught while trying to escape? The poor little one didn't know what overtime meant. He looked at Joanne blankly and asked, "What's that?" Joanne was anxiously sweating. She stuttered in her reply, "Looking for zombies. The zombies you ate. I need to make up for them, otherwise I can't go back tomorrow. I'll help you find them." The poor little one naturally lay on she's shoulder, wanting she to take him along. After a while, he remembered that he was already quite big. She's thin shoulders couldn't possibly support him. Without thinking, he directly picked up Joanne, placing her on his right shoulder while she cried out in surprise. Sit tight, I'll take you to overtime." The poor little one's body was now very tall, at least 2.5 meters, easily carrying her. She was at a loss, hugging the poor little one's head as he carried her through the night sky. On the other side, in the boundless realm, Number 6 looked at Number 1 fighting in the 5 mountains of corpses, his face full of fatigue. It had been 2 months already. He had been fighting these puppets relentlessly for 2 full months. Why hasn't he collapsed yet? What is he still persisting for? He hadn't stopped for long before Number 1 relentlessly chased after him, the python behind him surging forward, smashing through the corpses in front of him. Somehow, Number 1 was no longer blindly fighting the puppets, but chasing Number 6 like a rabid dog. Even if he tried to hide, Number 1 could immediately find him. Number 6 didn't have time to think too much. He immediately controlled the puppets to block the attacking python, then he fled to the high ground, watching the trapped Number 1 in the sea of corpses. She's sister, 10 waved from afar, running towards she. She, who was crouching down petting a cat, looked up to see a white-dressed young lady followed by a well-dressed man. Has she already taught him how to wear clothes? She looked at the man who called himself the poor little one, without running around naked. He seems fairly normal. Sister, are you playing with Little Black again? 10 came closer and immediately spotted the snow-white cat by She's feet. She hugged Little Black in her arms, standing up and asking, "What, do you have something to tell me?" 10 smiled sweetly, replying, "What else? I just missed She's sister." Get to the point. She dodged her hug, her expression blank. 10 looked at the empty embrace, pouting in dissatisfaction. She's sister has been cold towards me since you came back the day before yesterday. Have you moved on? She lowered her head, stroking the white cat, not looking up as she said, "No." Then is She's sister still angry about 9 brother making you go attack the Qingxi base? 10 asked next. She's hand caressing the cat paused, then she took a deep breath and said, "I don't like humans, and I especially don't like seeing them die in front of me. I hate war, and I hate overtime even more. I was only supposed to be responsible for subduing the zombies. No one said anything about leading an army to war." Thinking about 9's capitalist-like attitude yesterday just made her boil with anger. If she hadn't argued forcefully, she would have had to get up early again today to fight another zombie king. But only She's sister can command the zombie army. Who else is as powerful as you, sister? 10 clung to her arm, resting her head on it sweetly. The poor little one saw her like this and also came over, imitating 10 and clinging to She, resting his head on hers. He was too tall, unable to reach her shoulder, so he could only use his head to try and cuddle her. I say, you two don't overdo it. She was sandwiched between the two, her expression darkening terribly. All right, 9 brother called for you to discuss the attack on Qingxi base tomorrow. As 10 spoke, she secretly pushed the poor little one aside. What was this man coming to join in for? What? Tomorrow? She's voice rose in alarm, knowing that Qingxi base was over 500 kilometers away. Even if she led the zombie horde to march day and night, it would still take a very long time to get there. Why didn't you send the human espers to go for me? 10. Those espers are much stronger than the zombies. She looked at the young lady with a mournful expression. Of course I want to, but I can't be away from the base too long. The humans here need me in 9 brothers' prayers every week, otherwise they will suffer terribly. I go alone? She asked resignedly. Oh well, the sooner it starts, the sooner it ends. Of course not. 7 and the poor little one will assist you, sister. As 10 said this, her gaze inevitably shifted to the man beside She. This man who she had inadvertently brought back, he was number 2, the devourer of all. Although she didn't know why he was so dependent on She, but if She says he's on their side, then he's basically on their side too. If they can make good use of number 2's abilities, the upcoming attack on the revival base will be much easier. Meow. In the midst of their conversation, the little black cat in She's arms suddenly let out a miserable cry. Looking closer, the cat's body was actually wrapped in the meat pulp that had split off from the poor little one, with only its head exposed. She was greatly startled by this scene, her hand trembling, causing the little black cat to be dropped to the ground. It didn't even have time to let out a cry before its entire body was completely absorbed by the poor little one. What are you doing? She glared at the ignorant-looking poor little one angrily. The poor little one slowly retracted his clone, and suddenly a soft, white cat tail grew out from behind him. Does she like it? Now I am it. She will like me. The poor little one imitated the cat's movements, gently wrapping the tail around She's cold wrist. I liked it. So you just ate it? She's whole body was trembling with anger. She struggled to control herself from losing her composure. Little Black was a cat she had picked up on one of her outings. She had taken an immediate liking to it, as if they had interacted before. I didn't eat it. It's inside me. I am it, and it is me. She loves it. She loves me. The poor little one didn't understand why she suddenly got angry. Since he was now the white creature, why wouldn't she pet him? Thinking this way, he turned his hand into cat paws, placing them on She's hand, meowing like Little Black, as if he was the cat itself. Don't touch me. She abruptly shook off the poor little one's hand, retreating far away, a sorrowful expression appearing on her face for the first time. She's sister. 10 quickly came forward, gently comforting her. Sister likes cats. 10 will go find you one exactly the same. Don't be sad. Not the same. Not the same. Not the same. She painfully clutched her head. The throbbing was about to make her head explode. Something was colliding inside. The black figure, the rough cat cries, the woman's voice, the children's laughter. and the man's tsundere words. Meow. I'll call you by Yoon. Sister. Bad woman. Various voices rushed into her head, causing dizziness in her vision. You are my closest family. A memory that did not belong to her suddenly appeared before her eyes, a silver-haired, golden-eyed man tightly embracing her, whispering in her ear with the utmost tenderness. Family? She felt like she could finally see the faces of those people, the black cat, the young boy. She wanted to look more, to see them more clearly. But in just a moment, those memories receded like the tide, leaving only Ten's anxious calls. She looked at Ten helplessly, her voice trembling as she asked, Am I really she? Ten was taken aback by the question, but she forced a faint smile and said softly, Of course, you are my beloved deity. Deity. She's eyelids suddenly felt heavy, and the scene before her gradually became blurred. She had fallen asleep. Ten quietly watched the sleeping she in her arms, slowly withdrawing the divine feather that had stabbed into her. Why did she suddenly remember? Is number 6 injured? Ten murmured in confusion. Just as she had guessed, in the boundless realm, number 6 was badly wounded, his power gradually weakening. Number 6 had underestimated number 1's strength. Even though he had trapped him in the boundless realm and used endless battles to consume him, he still couldn't devour him. Number 1 fought with unrelenting vigor. Hungry, he would devour the corpses in the mountain of bodies. Thirsty, he would drink the blood of the puppets. For number 1, everything here was food. Tired, he would eat. Full, he would fight again. Even if these corpses could never be finished, as long as he kept consuming, there would come a day when he would eat them all. In the end, only number 6 and him would remain here. It's so dark, so cold. Where am I? She felt like she was in a sea of darkness, unable to find the exit. She wanted to speak but couldn't make a sound, wanted to reach out but couldn't feel her own body. Suddenly, she seemed to hear Seven's voice. My ability can only modify memories, not take them away. Fortunately, she didn't remember much. The impact is not too great. Find number 6 as soon as possible, or else she may remember at any time. This cold voice was 9's. I will put a collar on her, no need to worry about her breaking free for now. 8's palm generated a silver glow, which flew to the neck of the unconscious she on the bed, turning into a silver metal collar a few seconds later. 8. Absolute defense. Eliminating dangers is absolute defense. If she defects, she can be eliminated at any time. Then are we still going to Chengshi base tomorrow? 10, who was standing by the bedside, asked, her emotions very complicated at the moment. Of course. 9 glanced at the unconscious she, then turned to 7 and instructed, if any unexpected incidents occur on the way, directly rewrite her memories. Understood. 7 bowed his head in acknowledgement. Time flew by, and soon the time for the decisive battle between the two bases had arrived. She led an army of 100,000 zombies stationed 50 miles from the Chengshi base, needing only half a day's march to reach the city walls. The top brass of Chengshi base were as anxious as ants on a hot pan. They couldn't figure out why the zombies were collectively surging towards the east. Defend? The city walls may be high, but can they hold back the sea of corpses? Flee? How can the 100,000 ordinary people in the base escape? Where would they go? Fight? The Espers number only 10,000. How can they contend with an army of 100,000 zombies? A few days ago, they had also sent out calls for help to other bases, but they still haven't received any response up to now. At the moment, the only path before them is the path to death. Though it is deep into the night, not a single person in the base dares to sleep. The fear of death looms over every single one of them. Mothers tightly hold their children in their embrace, hands clasped together in prayer to the heavens. Husbands and wives embrace silently, feeling each other's heartbeats. The Espers grit their teeth, nerves taut, staring intently at the outside, prepared to fight to the death. The base's top brass have also taken to the city walls alongside them, gazing into the distance. The sun rises, the darkness of night recedes, revealing the massive zombie army hidden in the shadows, now starkly visible. A vast expanse, as far as the eye can see, the zombies surging towards the Chengshi base like crashing waves. They slam their bodies against the city walls and gates. The Espers stationed above can no longer hold back their shouts, fear and hatred manifesting in their attacks that rain down upon the zombies below, blasting them to pieces. Tens of thousands of Espers launched their assault in unison, the city walls alight with flashes, echoing with roars. Their attacks briefly halt the zombies' advance, but they forgot about the sheer numbers of the zombies. The zombies in front die, but those behind immediately fill the gap, their bodies quickly piling up into small hills. The later zombies simply climb atop their fallen comrades' corpses, continuing the battle, and soon these small hills are as tall as the city walls, allowing the zombies to scale them and engage the espers. More and more zombies climb the walls, some even leaping over the espers and dropping into the base, swaying as they indiscriminately hunt down the fleeing ordinary people. Seeing this, some of the espers also jump down into the base to fight the zombies there. An esper had just taken down one zombie, not even having time to catch his breath before another pounced on him, tearing into him. The rotting zombie head pressed against his abdomen, the brittle bones of its hands piercing through his chest. He let out a muffled groan before being taken down and devoured by the subsequent zombies. "Brother!" A regular girl cried out. She had been living on the third floor and witnessed her brother being eaten by the zombies. Their mother was behind her, hands covering her mouth, trembling all over, eyes bloodshot. What could be more painful for a mother than to watch her child die before her eyes? The mother and daughter hugged each other, crying in anguish. More and more espers were killed, more and more ordinary people were infected. The city gates would eventually be breached. The screams echoed throughout Qingxi base, every face distorted by fear, with nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Wanting to flee the base, but the walls are too high, the iron gates firmly shut. These things that once protected them have now trapped them. Trapped, you say? She sat on the poor little one's shoulders, the two of them high up on the city walls, looking down at the humans scurrying about like ants below. And what would they do outside? She watched the humans desperately trying to scale the walls, somewhat puzzled. Did they really think there were no zombies out there? She glanced again at the zombie army completely surrounding the city walls, even more confused. The zombies inside were far fewer than those outside, so why did they still want to get out? How strange. Let me help you. She summoned the void arms and lifted up the humans desperately trying to climb the walls, carrying them up onto the walls. The few humans who were lifted up suddenly found themselves being sent outside the city, laughing joyfully, thinking in their hearts that it must be the deities. The deities are helping them. But their joy was quickly replaced by even greater fear, for they saw the countless, dreadful zombies surrounding the walls they had placed their hopes in. The zombies stared at them with their empty eyes, ready to devour them the moment they went down. A man was so terrified that he lost his sanity. He could no longer bear it and jumped down. The zombies immediately swarmed him, tearing his limbs apart, devouring him without leaving a single trace. Seeing this, the other humans rushed to flee back into the city, looking at the 10-meter-high walls, unsure whether to jump or not. Death awaited them in both directions. Sister, aren't you going to take action? Seven quietly asked from the side, watching the humans below. No need, let the zombies handle it, I don't like killing people. She turned her face away, no longer looking at the humans. But if sister intervenes, it would be faster, and we could return sooner. Seven continued, wanting to see kill. Hearing this, she pondered for a moment before jumping down from the poor little one's shoulders. Patting the poor little one's back, she said, "You go take care of those troublesome espers, I'll wait for you here." She really didn't want to kill, at least not with her own hands. Okay. The poor little one immediately expanded his body, transforming into a slime-like form and heading towards the espers. He simply expanded his body, becoming several meters tall, then enveloped the espers who couldn't escape in time, wrapping them up like dumplings. A few seconds later, they were silent, becoming a part of the poor little one's body. Despair, fear, resentment, sadness. So this is what those emotions feel like? Seven coldly observed the humans deeply mired in terror below, a smile spreading across his lips. So watching the suffering of others is truly this delightful. No wonder those humans so enjoy witnessing each other's annihilation. Were they in this same emotional state back then as well? How he wishes 8 could see this beautiful sight too. Sister, let all the zombies come in, let them feast to their heart's content. Seven's smile was icy cold. Can't do that. 9 instructed us to keep at least half the survivors to bring back to the joyful base. She replied indifferently. Seeing the situation within the city mostly resolved, she called the poor little one back, who carried her back up onto his shoulders. Let's go, time to gather the humans. She gently patted the poor little one's shoulder, issuing the cold command. She's method of gathering the humans was simple and brutal. She had the high-level zombies bring their zombie squads to drag people out of their homes one by one. Those who refused to come out were simply barged in on, those who resisted were devoured. Soon, all the surviving inhabitants of the base had been herded to the central square, where she waited for them. Congratulations on surviving. Next you will be heading to the joyful base. Give yourselves half an hour to gather your belongings and food. Gather back here after half an hour to depart. She looked down at the disheveled humans below from her vantage point, her expression cold and detached, like that of an autocrat. The people who had narrowly escaped death hadn't even had time to process what was happening before being ordered to another base. They curiously lifted their heads, stealing glances at the woman on the platform, only to lock eyes with her crimson gaze. "It's the zombies!" someone in the crowd shouted, and the others quickly looked up as well, all terrified by She's scarlet eyes. She raised her lips in a smile. "I am not a zombie, but your master who keeps you." "Zombie? Ah!" The panicked crowd couldn't hear anything she was saying, only fleeing in terror. But they soon realized they were already completely surrounded by zombies. 3 minutes have passed, you have 27 minutes left. If you don't bring enough food, you may starve to death on the way and become zombie fodder. She glanced down at her watch, stating this matter-of-factly. "Move aside, I need to go back. Get out of the way. Don't waste my time." Finally, some people came to their senses, hurriedly leaving the square to go home and pack. Seeing this, the others also scattered back to their homes. Soon the square was emptied, leaving only a mother and daughter embracing, glaring at She with hatred. "You orchestrated this war." The woman's voice trembled as she stated this fact, not a question but an affirmation. She's brow lifted slightly as she murmured, 25 minutes left. "Why are you doing this? Aren't you human? Why are you doing this?" The woman cried out, her emotions in turmoil. The thought of her son's gruesome death was agonizing. "Human? I am not," she replied gently, then glanced at her watch again. "If you don't go get food, you may starve to death on the way." "Aren't you human?" The woman looked dazed, gazing at She's cold face and murmuring, "How can you not be human? Ah, so you are an Esper, wanting to avenge your deceased loved ones?" She scanned the Espers around her, their auras faint, showing their bodies were already in a weakened state. "I cannot kill you. I cannot kill you." The woman collapsed to the ground in despair, her daughter quickly rushing to support her, anxiously calling, "Mother? Mother, what's wrong? Why can't I kill her?" The woman lamented, not asking She, but questioning herself. She was a healer-type Esper, whose abilities posed no harm to humans, but were fatal to zombies. Yet, when she tried to use her powers on the woman before her, they had no effect at all. "Mother, no, don't use your powers anymore, you'll die," the little girl cried, desperately pleading for her mother to stop using her abilities. Her mother's body was already on the verge of collapse from overexerting herself to heal everyone. 15 minutes left. TCH. With a sound of flesh being pierced, the woman coughed up blood, falling to the ground with an expression of resentment. "Mother, poor little one." She turned back, glaring angrily at the man behind her. He had used a clone to impale the woman through the chest. The poor little one didn't feel he had done anything wrong, retracting his clone as he complained in a displeased tone, "She was just now trying to kill She." "I know, but you," She began. "Anything that threatens She must be eliminated." The poor little one, for the first time, spoke to her with a stern expression. His gaze towards the woman was filled with hatred, wishing he could grind her to dust. "All right, you don't need to do that. I can protect myself," She said helplessly. She didn't want to kill this woman, or anyone else for that matter. If possible, she didn't even want to manage this group of zombies. "She, be careful." The poor little one suddenly glared coldly behind her. She was puzzled. Ugh! A muffled sound came from behind. When She turned back, she met the little girl's eyes, filled with nothing but hatred. She gripped a dagger tightly in her hands, raising it high, ready to plunge it into She's back in the next moment. But she couldn't do it, for the poor little one's clone had pierced through her abdomen, launching her dozens of meters into the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Everything happened so suddenly, She hadn't expected a child to have the courage to try and kill her. Perhaps it was her hatred that fueled her. "Anything that threatens She must be eliminated." The poor little one's clone still dripped with the mother and daughter's blood as he spoke coldly. The time for gathering had arrived. Thousands upon thousands of humans, lugging their belongings, rushed to the assembly point, anxiously looking around. No one paid any attention to the mother and daughter lying on the ground. Some were in such a hurry they even trampled right over their bodies. Those who got tripped up climbed back to their feet, glaring at the corpses, then kicking them a few times, spitting in disgust, complaining that they were blocking the way. She watched this crowd of humans silently, her thoughts unreadable, before suddenly bursting out laughing. She laughed heartily, her chest shaking. "Is everyone here? Then let's depart." Having laughed her fill, She sat back on the poor little one's shoulder, waving a hand to signal the leading zombies to move out. And so, the zombies flanking the humans departed the Qingxi base. "I told you, they wouldn't bother checking. We should have just hidden at home instead of coming to the gathering. I'm so regretful. I should have gone with my big brother." "Me too. Why did I have to be so obedient and come to the gathering?" Some in the group murmured to each other, occasionally glancing back towards the base. Just as they were sighing in lament, a massive explosion suddenly erupted from the direction of the Qingxi base, a huge mushroom cloud rising up. Seven's lips curled upwards, his mood delighted. Disobedient livestock deserve to be punished. Where the divine wings have passed, there is no more suffering. The deities will guide us to find happiness. We are all believers of the deities. As usual, Cher stood on the high platform, her divine wings spread, praying alongside Joe for the newly arrived humans. The pure, downy feathers drifted down like snow, settling on the weary faces of the people, dispersing the pain in their hearts. From this moment on, they would enter the joyful world, never to fall into suffering again. The prayer finished, Joe sneered as he looked at the cheering humans below, disdainfully remarking, "These livestock can't even understand the relationship between those who kill them and those who feed them. How envious that they can live so carefree, without having to do anything, just waiting for death to come." Cher echoed in agreement. "Let's go back." "Okay. Finally I can see Shi's sister." Cher wanted to see Shi, but Shi wasn't as eager. At that moment, Shi was lying on the table, fast asleep. The long journey through the night had left her completely drained, and she had thought she could finally get a good rest upon returning, not realizing she would have to wait for Gio to hold a meeting. Taking advantage of the time they were out praying, she had seized the opportunity to catch up on her sleep. Just as she had managed to find Morpheus, she was awakened again. "Shi's sister, the meeting is starting." Cher gently shook her awake, speaking softly. "Go ahead without me, I'm listening." She replied without lifting her head, her voice muffled. She was just barely clinging to consciousness now, looking half dead. So tired, unbearably tired, more so than listening to the math teacher lecture. "Shi." Joe bent his index finger, lightly tapping on the table in front of her, the tapping like a warning. All right, I'm awake." Hearing Joe's threatening tone, Shi's soul was immediately jolted back, sitting up straight and arranging her arms, adopting the serious posture of a diligent student. "Go ahead and talk, don't just stare at me." Shi glanced around to see everyone looking at her, feeling a bit awkward. "Six has been hiding in the boundless realm. I plan to forcefully open the entrance there." Joe's tone was grave, pausing briefly before looking at Shi and asking, "Which of you would like to come with me to capture Six?" Shi felt uncomfortable under his gaze, unable to resist snarking, "You're already looking at me, so why are you still asking?" As long as she thickened her skin and played dumb, this task wouldn't fall to her. With that thought in mind, she stubbornly refused to open her mouth under Joe's burning stare. "I'll go." 8 slowly raised his right hand, continuing, "But Joe Gidge and I don't have strong attacking power." "Shi, yeah, would you be willing to join us?" Great, now another person was staring at her. She felt the pressure mounting, burying her head even lower, daring not to make a sound. Seeing her ostrich-like behavior, Joe chuckled softly, "If you don't answer, that means you agree. It's decided then, we depart at high noon tomorrow." "Wait a minute." She could no longer keep up the act, slamming the table as she stood up, wanting to say something, but the threatening look in Joe's eyes made her swallow back the words. "What's wrong?" 8 asked in confusion. "Nothing, I'm just too excited. I've barely sat my butt down after getting back and already there's work to do." She was now like a mute eating bitter herbs, unable to express her inner turmoil. So stifled. Utterly stifled. The donkeys in the production team were less busy than her. "I'll go with Shi." The silent poor little one finally spoke up, seeing she had to go. "My abilities can only transport 3 people in. You'll have to wait outside for Shi." Joe explained calmly, his lying face not even blushing. "Then let poor little one go with you too, he wants to go," she hurriedly said, her gaze at the poor little one much gentler. "Just the 3 of us, remember to be on the rooftop on time tomorrow." Joe didn't want to argue further, cutting off her ideas. Having said that, he turned and left, leaving the dismayed Shi behind. The next day, no matter how unwilling Shi was, she had no choice but to go. She still had a bitter and resentful expression as she glared at Joe, her teeth clenched in anger. Joe gave her a sidelong glance, letting out a cold snort as he ignored her. He used his abilities to draw something in the air, then 8 opened the metal container in his hand. A small, murky ball of energy floated up, eventually stopping in front of the 3 of them. The little black orb began splitting and vibrating. It then started shaking violently, leaving afterimages as it moved through the air, when suddenly, a black rift about a meter long appeared. The intense smell of blood and decay wafted out, so pungent that she couldn't help but retch. It was even stronger than the stench of the zombies besieging the city. "Let's go." Joe looked at the rift with a satisfied smile. "Can I not go? It stinks too much." She furrowed her brow, gazing at Joe with a pained expression. She hadn't wanted to go in the first place, and now the smell had only made her even more reluctant. It wasn't just the stench, but the eerie aura emanating from within that made her feel deeply uneasy. Joe seemed to have anticipated her reaction, clicking his tongue in displeasure. With a quick motion, he grabbed She by the collar and tossed her into the rift, ignoring her cries, before he and 8 followed suit. As the three of them passed through, the rift shrank and vanished, as if it had never been there. Upon entering, they were all stunned by the sight that greeted them. In the dim, boundless realm, severed limbs, rotting innards, and scattered bones covered the ground. No soil was visible, only corpses. There were no buildings, only piles of bodies towering dozens of meters high. Here, nothing but bodies could be seen, the remains of all manner of creatures. Yuck! She's stomach churned, and she couldn't help but vomit profusely. The soft, squishy sensation underfoot was decaying flesh, the damp, viscous feeling was coagulated blood, the very air seemed thick and stagnant. When she finished retching, the taste in her mouth was not sourness, but the stench of rot and the metallic tang of blood. Yeah, are you alright? 8 asked worriedly, gently helping her catch her breath. Wretches. She had barely begun to speak when her stomach lurched again, sending her into another bout of vomiting. Joe wasn't faring much better, his brow furrowed since the moment they entered. So you found your way here. A weary young voice suddenly spoke out from above them. 6. Joe looked up coldly at 6, remarking mockingly after seeing his injured state, "It seems you've been doing well lately." 6's brow furrowed, about to retort, when a bloody gale suddenly rushed at him from behind. Never ending. 6 gritted his teeth, quickly evading the giant python's attack. The python missed, but it had no intention of giving up. It swiftly turned around, whipping its tail to strike again. The human and snake then began an aerial battle, their speed so fast the three on the ground could barely make out their movements as they clashed repeatedly. "Big brother Joe, is that?" 8 kept his eyes trained on the massive python, speaking softly. "It's one, no wonder 6 has been hiding in the boundless realm, it's because of him." Joe's gaze followed the python's ascent and descent, clearly sensing the creature's chaotic yet immense power. Chaotic? Was it because 6 had stolen its memories? She stood beside them, completely lost, her knowledge of the numbered ones limited. She only knew that those with numbers were usually enemies. It seemed they now had 2 enemies to deal with in this cursed place. 6, it seems you've managed to provoke something formidable. Joe mocked. Busy fending off the python, 6 didn't have time to pay attention to his taunts. He could only glare angrily towards Joe's direction. If looks could kill, Joe would have died countless times over. In that single glance, 6 caught sight of the pain-looking She, a fleeting look of puzzlement crossing his face before being replaced by joy. He deliberately flew towards She's position, drawing the python along with him. "It's been a while." As 6 swept past She, he greeted her softly in her ear, the python also brushing by her. The two then resumed their game of cat and mouse. "Ha!" She stood there dumbfounded, wondering if she had imagined it. Had 6 just said, "It's been a while"? Had they met before? 6, come back with us and I'll help you deal with that snake," Joe shouted towards 6. Hearing this, 6 paused, eyeing Joe with a sardonic smile. "Okay, you take care of it first, then I'll come back with you," obediently following your lead. She. "Ah, yes, I'm here. Capture that snake," Joe ordered coldly. She pouted, reluctantly summoning the void arms and grumbling, "What if it bites me? With your bone armor, what are you afraid of?" Joe gave her a push, impatiently urging her on. It's not like he's the one going to catch it, of course he wants it done quickly. She activated her silent cursing mode, her inner self ranting and raving, fuming with indignation. "Ha ha, so it's like this." 6, seeing She's formidable void arms, suddenly burst out laughing uproariously. He flickered and appeared atop a pile of corpses, ceding the battlefield to She. "Joe, you really are a clever one." He sneered disdainfully at the well-mannered Joe, inwardly cursing, "You vile wretch." The giant python, seeing 6 move aside, immediately pursued him, but the pair of arms suddenly blocked its path midway. The arms were wrapped in a white bone armor, their skin covered in sharp, venomous spikes. The void arms held their palms together, adopting a defensive stance as they waited for the python's next move. "SSSS," the python hissed, its scarlet tongue flicking as it fixed its slit pupil eyes on the arms. She, capture it. Joe, seeing the two in a standoff, immediately commanded. "Got it." The Emperor isn't anxious, but his servant is. She inwardly rolled her eyes. The arms, under her control, swiftly charged at the python, grabbing its head and tail from front and back, restraining the massive creature in midair. The python, sensing danger, thrashed violently, trying to break free. But Shi's grip with the arms was like iron jaws, firmly binding its body. I've caught it, now what? Shi glanced down at Jiu, awaiting his instructions. Kill it. Six sneered at the python, all the resentment he had built up over these 2 months distilled into those 2 simple words. I didn't ask you. She shot him an impatient glare. You little brat. If it weren't for him, she wouldn't even be here in this cursed place catching snakes. Just keep holding it, Joe said calmly, then looked at Six. Now you should come back with us, right? Six squatted on the pile of corpses, supporting his chin with one hand as he mocked. Go back? Why would I do that? This is my domain, and I'm the one in charge here. As they talked, the surrounding corpses began rising, moving stiffly towards Joe and 8 like puppets, surrounding them. 8 immediately summoned a steel shield, forming a barrier to isolate the puppets. Joe had already anticipated 6 would renege, calmly saying, the snake is there, do you still want to play the cat and mouse game? Hearing this, 6 leapt up, angrily pointing at Joe and cursing. What are you, bullying with your connections? Don't forget, the reason she's listening to you now is because of me. So, you refuse to come back? Joe's tone remained calm as he coolly waited for Six's response. Go back? And play your ridiculous house-playing games? Forget it, Six spat. All right. Joe looked up at the seemingly entertained Shi and said, release the snake. Ha! Shi was taken aback, her arms loosening to let the python go. Free from its restraints, the giant python didn't attack Shi, but instead targeted Six with clear intent. Geo, aren't you afraid I'll give her back her memories? Six gritted his teeth, yelling as he evaded the python's strikes. Memories? Give her back? Her? Could they be talking about me? She listened to their exchange, growing increasingly perplexed. She flew back to Joe's side, looking at him questioningly. Joe's lips curled in a cold smirk. Do you dare? Of course Six didn't dare. One without memories was already troublesome enough. If she also regained her memories and joined forces with him, they could easily annihilate him. And even if she wanted to turn against them after regaining her memories, the Choker 8 had created could eliminate her at any moment. Just as he felt he had the upper hand, his shoulder was suddenly poked. It was she, looking at Gio suspiciously. Are you talking about me? No. Gio brushed off her hand coolly, but soon, her finger poked his shoulder again. Turning to look at her, slightly irritated, she spoke first. Over there, something is glowing. Glowing? Both Joe and 8 followed her gaze, but all they saw was a vast expanse of corpses, the towering piles of bodies obstructing their view. There was nothing glowing in sight. There really is light. The same kind of light as mine, only much fainter. She stared intently at the mountains of bodies, certain that something lay beyond them. Jie, where are you going? 8 cried out as he saw Shi suddenly summon the void arms, about to depart. Shi. Joe's gaze turned icy as he reprimanded the retreating Shi. She ignored them, escaping the puppet's encirclement and flying towards the mountains of corpses. I'm just going to take a look, I'll be right back. Her tone was urgent. What could possibly be over there? Big brother Joe. 8 looked conflicted as he watched Shi leave, clenching his fist tightly. Joe let out a cold snort. Let her go. Traversing the towering piles of bodies, Shi reached a sunken area surrounded by corpses, the light emanating from its center. She slowly withdrew the void arms, descending onto the ground carpeted in white bones, each step crackling underfoot. Steeling her nerves, she cautiously approached the center, the crunching sound growing louder with every step. It sounded like a wild beast chewing on bones. Holding her breath, she stepped with utmost care. The middle was pitch black, and she could only make out a blurry figure. To see clearly, she had to go a little further. Driven by curiosity, she took a few more steps forward. Now she could see, the light was coming from a human. A human? She looked at the figure. It was indeed a human. There was a living person in this cursed place? She quickly approached, placing a hand on the person's shoulder, about to ask something. You. Before the words left her mouth, the person suddenly turned to look at her. The moment she saw their face, she was struck as if by lightning, her entire body trembling, her mind going blank. Gold. She murmured involuntarily, for the person had golden eyes. Clad in tattered, blood-soaked rags, long silver hair spilling at his feet, submerged in dried blood, only his golden eyes remained visible through the grime. Give it back to me. 01 stared at Shi, momentarily stunned, then dropped the half-eaten limb in his hand, reaching out with his scarred arms. What? Shi stood frozen, all thought processes halted as his outstretched arm approached her unresisted. 01's expression was one of confusion, his golden eyes reflecting Shi's face as he repeatedly pleaded, give it back to me. His skeletal hands gently cupped Shi's face, his words a refrain. Feeling the icy chill of his touch, seeing his lost gaze and emaciated form, Shi's heart suddenly ached. Give you what? She asked shakily, perplexed by her own sorrow. What? 01 repeated her words softly. That's right, what was it that he wanted? There was something important that had been taken from him, but what was it? He couldn't remember, his mind and heart were completely blank. Why are you crying? 01 asked, gazing at the woman before him. She was weeping, tears, sorrow, confusion, the same as him. Was he also filled with sorrow? He released his hands from her face, placing them over his own heart. It was silent, without a heartbeat. Mimicking him, she placed her hand on her own chest, feeling the steady beating of her heart. When she came to her senses, her eyes were brimming with tears. She had cried? Why? Was it sadness or joy? The two stared at each other silently, unable to recall the reason for their grief. Only a profound sense of familiarity. There you are! Six's voice suddenly rang out from above. Having evaded the python, he had apparently fled to this very spot. Familiar, isn't it? Curious, isn't it? Have you forgotten everything? He asked the two below repeatedly, a mocking smile on his face. 01 looked up, and upon seeing Six, charged at him, screaming hoarsely, "Give it back to me!" The python wrapped around 01, carrying him towards Six. So you've relearned how to speak, have you? Six chuckled, casually waving his hand as the corpse puppets swarmed, forming a barrier between them. Give it back! Give it back! Give it back! 01 roared, his voice growing more frantic with each repetition. He thrashed against the cage like a trapped beast, desperate to find an escape. Six watched him with amusement, letting the puppets be torn apart only to summon more to replace them. Feeling the sting of forgetting, aren't you? Not even knowing who you are. Though his words were directed at 01, they were meant for Shi to hear. He smiled at Shi, then summoned another group of puppets to attack 01. No! Shi cried out in despair, soaring into the air as the void arms swung to deflect the puppet's assault, shielding 01. How touching, but it seems he's not appreciative. Six shrugged, a sly grin on his face. Before Shi could grasp the meaning of his words, a sudden, searing pain shot through her shoulder. She turned back in disbelief, only to be met with 01's bloodshot, crazed eyes as the python sank its fangs into her shoulder. There, you see? He's gone mad again. Good luck, I'm going to go play with Gio. With that, Six vanished in the blink of an eye. Damn you! She clutched her profusely bleeding shoulder, glaring angrily at Six retreating back. SSS. The giant python attacked again, releasing 01 to let him fall as it charged towards Shi. Shi's face was twisted in pain, but seeing 01 about to hit the pile of bones, she didn't hesitate, using the void arms to swoop down and catch him. Just my luck, it had to be the injured shoulder. She gritted her teeth, enduring the agonizing pain as she cradled him in her other arm. Only then did she realize how light he was, practically skin and bones. The python relentlessly pursued them, entangling Shi. Your snake isn't even sparing its own master. She dodged and weaved, realizing the python was not just after her, but also attacking 01. Give it back. 01 lay weakly in her arms, his voice small and helpless, a glimmer of tears in his eyes. I don't even know what it is. How can I give it back to you? Shi's evasion was growing more difficult, her movements slowing. The python, tireless, only increased in speed, suddenly catching up and wrapping its coils around them. It constricted, the pressure nearly crushing Shi's waist. Seeing the python's gaping maw about to swallow them, Shi's brow furrowed as she summoned every ounce of strength, the void arms slamming against the creature's head. I'm not dying in this cursed place, she yelled desperately. The bone armor rapidly expanded, the venomous spikes within piercing through and impaling the python's body. Ah! An agonized scream echoed as the giant python was impaled by the rapidly expanding bone armor's venomous spikes. It opened its gaping jaws, eyes bulging, unable to make a sound as it reared back. What's wrong? She looked down worriedly at 01, who had suddenly cried out in pain before losing consciousness in her arms. Wonderful, wonderful. Six suddenly reappeared from somewhere, clapping his hands and laughing at the sight. You didn't leave. Of course not, I didn't want to see Gio's ugly mug. You all are much more interesting. Six's mocking gaze lingered on Shi, then his right hand gathered a black orb of light, identical to the one Gio had wielded. Thank you for taking care of this big nuisance for me. He grinned smugly, waving his arm to send the ability hurtling towards the two. You will make the most satisfactory puppets. The black sphere expanded, engulfing them in a semicircular cage. What are you doing? She tried to escape, but the void arms were still entangled with the python, impossible to detach. Her body was frozen, all she could do was watch helplessly as the ability consumed her. Geo, 8. She cried out towards the direction she had come from, but there was no response. 6 chuckled, they're too busy playing with my puppets to worry about you. 6. She glared at him with the only eye still uncovered, until even that was shrouded in darkness, the space now occupied by a black sphere over 3 meters wide. Inside the sphere, she was suffering, trapped as if in a quagmire, her mouth and nose sealed, struggling to breathe as the pressure crushed her. She tried to move her arms, to at least protect the unconscious 01, but the surrounding force felt as heavy as 1,000 Gene, rendering her immobile. Wake up! Aren't you supposed to go berserk? Go berserk, or we'll both die here. She forced out the words, each one draining her strength further. This ability was sapping her life force. After a few minutes, the black sphere grew still. 6 looked at it ecstatically. Joe, this time I've won for sure. A sudden voice calling her name interrupted 6's jubilation. Who's there? 6 cautiously scanned the area, seeing only corpses, no living beings. He seemed to have realized something, his gaze fixing on the seemingly calm ability sphere. So she's not dead? Impossible, he shook his head, thinking he was just hearing things due to nerves. But the next moment, a rustling sound came from within the sphere. It began collapsing inwards, like a deflated balloon. Eventually, only a thin layer remained, the figure inside faintly visible. It appeared someone was supporting the top from the inside, suspending themselves in midair. Suddenly, the person burst out, carrying the pale-faced she on one shoulder, her waist steadied by his large hand. In his other hand, he dangled the unconscious 01, a mass of black ability clenched between his teeth. You bullied she, eat this. The pitiful one chewed voraciously on the ability, glaring intently at 6. 6 had certainly never seen someone capable of consuming abilities like this pitiful one, and assumed he must be another of Joe's helpers. He broke out in a cold sweat, trying to appear calm as he asked, "Who are you? When did you get in here?" But the pitiful one ignored him, turning to she and asking, "Can I eat him?" "Go ahead," she replied wearily, barely opening her heavy eyelids to glance at 6. With that command, the pitiful one's body began to churn, like boiling water, then dozens of fist-sized duplicates burst forth, swarming towards 6. He had hidden among she, riding her coattails to sneak into the boundless expanse. What are these disgusting things? 6 attacked the approaching flesh-colored slimes with his ability spheres. This was exactly what the pitiful one wanted. The duplicates eagerly intercepted 6's attacks, even moving to catch any that went astray. These ability spheres were the best food for the slimes. After devouring them, the slime bodies immediately swelled to double in size, continuing to charge at 6. Finally realizing who this man was, 6 looked at the pitiful one in disbelief. 2. Have you sided with Joe as well? Eat him. The pitiful one frowned, clearly displeased with the one who had caused she pain. Obeying the command, the duplicates let out howls and latched onto 6's body, refusing to let go despite his attacks and struggles. Don't underestimate me. 6 tore at the slimes clinging to his hand, ripping off skin and exposing the bare bones underneath. The pain only fueled his hatred. All the puppets in the boundless expanse gathered at his feet, wailing in response to his rage, allowing 8 and Joe to escape. Big Brother Joe. 8 watched the retreating puppets anxiously, murmuring, 6 is planning. Let's go. Joe's gaze was steely as he eyed the giant puppet being formed in the distance, quickly grasping 6's intentions. By the time they arrived, 6 had concealed himself within the colossal puppet body, while the pitiful one led she and 01 in evasion. Geo! The puppet let out a hoarse roar, its massive, corpse-constructed hand slamming down towards their location. Absolute defense. 8 focused on the descending hand, rapidly spreading his arms to erect a conical steel barrier, the spikes piercing through the palm. Ah! 6 cried out in agony, withdrawing the hand, then angrily lashing out with a punch from the side. 8's expression was grave as he watched the fist approach, his arms swinging again. Transformation. With a hum, the conical defense instantly shifted into a sea urchin-like shape, bristling with metal spikes. 6 let out another agonized scream, his face flushed with rage, chest heaving but unable to speak. Come back with me. 8 retracted the defense, revealing the expressionless Joe. Dragging his heavy body, 6 reordered the puppet. Then let's go to hell together, Joe. Countless black ability spheres floated out from the giant puppet's body, converging and consuming the sky. The ground began cracking and collapsing, as if the world was ending. How utterly foolish. Joe sneered at the rapidly disintegrating puppet, channeling abilities to surround 8. Defend. Yes, sir. Empowered by Joe's support, 8's abilities amplified, quickly summoning an impregnable steel defense to enclose the 4 of them. Seeing the unbreachable steel barrier, 6 knew he had no way to harm them. But the bow had already been loosed, the rampaging abilities beyond his control, they would indiscriminately destroy everything. With sorrow and resentment, 6 said, "I'll be waiting for you in hell, Joe." The humming sound lasted for nearly a minute, the 4 sheltered within the defense barrier completely unaware of what was happening outside. When it finally ended, 8 cautiously retracted the defense. Blinding light immediately poured in, the 3 who had been in darkness struggling to adjust, shielding their eyes and squinting. "Xie, you finally returned." 10 and 7, who had been waiting outside, looked at them expectantly. It seemed after the boundless expanse collapsed, they had returned to the rooftop. What about 6? Did he get eaten? Or did he die? 10 looked around, not seeing 6, and asked curiously, "He's dead. He'd rather go down in a blaze of glory than come back." Joe's expression was displeased, then he turned his gaze to the silent she and the unconscious 01 behind him. "But we did gain an unexpected harvest." 7 and 10 followed his line of sight, immediately spotting the emaciated man. 10 merely glanced at him briefly before focusing on Xie. "Xie, are you injured? You look so unwell." Before she could respond, a sudden, excruciating pain shot through her head, as if her brain was being cleaved by an axe. Countless memories came rushing back, the throbbing accompanied by dizziness. The unconscious 01 also let out a pained groan, clutching his head. 7. Modify the memories. Seeing the 2 in such agony, Joe realized it was due to 6's death, their memories returning. "Make sure to alter mine so that I'm Xie's most beloved," 10 quickly added. 7 nodded, understood. She was about to focus her ability on Xie when the always silent pitiful one suddenly stepped in front of them, angrily saying, "So you made Jian forget about me." 2. Step aside. Joe barked at him disapprovingly. "Are you going to make me forget again? Stand down this instant." 10's divine wings spread, intent on eliminating any obstacle between herself and the divine. The air was thick with the scent of gunpowder as the 2 sides faced off. But just then, Jian suddenly let out a low groan, clutching his forehead. He remembered. He remembered everything. All the past events. She remembered everything. "Pitiful one, take us away from here." Jian forced herself to stand, commanding him with resentment. "Okay." The pitiful one immediately picked up Jian, hoisting 01, and preparing to leave. "Do you think you can just leave?" 10's divine wings transformed into sharp arrows, raining down on the pitiful one. A crisp metallic clashing sound suddenly rang out. It was the Void Arm's bone armor, now covered in jagged spikes, deflecting 10's attacks. "Xie." 10 looked at the Void Arms with pain anguish in her voice. "Let us leave." Jin's tone was furious, the Void Arms poised to attack 10. The divine wings and Void Arms were just inches apart. "There's no way I'll let my sister leave, I absolutely forbid it." 10's expression was twisted and deranged. Seeing this, Joe activated his ability to empower 10's divine wings. "Don't forget, the city walls are right there. With just one command, tens of thousands of zombies will come pouring in." Jen secretly clenched her fist, then continued, "Then the hard-won Elysium base will become a living hell, just like the Morning Dawn base." "You won't do that." Jill looked at her with a faint smile, his tone certain. Would she really still be willing to harm humans after regaining her memories? "Yeah, stay with us and let's create a world without suffering together, okay?" Ten's voice softened as she pleaded. "I'll say it one more time, let us leave." Jen bit her lower lip hard, her eyes turning a furious crimson. "Go ahead, 10. Jill was already tired of waiting, dissatisfied as he urged her on. As soon as he spoke, 10 looked at Jian with an apologetic expression. "Forgive me, Jie." The divine wings rose up, lunging towards the 3. "Take him and go." Jin suddenly jumped down, using one void arm to firmly block the incoming attack, while the other cradled the pitiful 1 and 01, catching them by surprise and flinging them away. Seeing this, Joe immediately wanted to go after them, but Jian, injured, stood in their path. She fixed the 3 with a dark gaze, then cracked a smile. "Wake up!" A deafening zombie howl echoed from the city walls, and within moments, over a dozen high-level zombies leapt up, rushing to Jian's side. The regular zombies were already surging out the main gate, surrounding the entire Elysium base in the blink of an eye. Now, all Jian had to do was give the order, and they would charge in, turning this place into a living hell. But the people of the base were still caught up in the joyous delusion brought by the divine. not a trace of fear to be seen. Even with the horde of zombies just a wall away, they continued smiling and praying to the divine. Joe's brow furrowed as he looked at the zombie army like a vast mountain. "Do you really want to be our enemy, she? Just let me leave, and I'll have them leave too. And let the fox back into the mountain?" Joe chuckled lightly, then pointed at her neck. "That collar will blow you to pieces the moment your zombies charge in. Not only will the humans of Elysium die, but you will too. Even knowing that, you still want to leave?" Joe continued, closely watching Jen, trying to find a flicker of fear on her pale, paper-white face. But besides anger, there was no other emotion. "How disappointing. Blown to bits? That's just what I want, you know? I've always wanted to die, but couldn't. Rather than being brainwashed and exploited by you, I'd much rather just be blown up." Jen suddenly laughed, the laughter growing as her eyes brimmed with tears, the scene before her blurring. 10. Restrain her. 7. Prepare to modify the memories. Seeing her unyielding stance, Joe ordered in frustration, "Don't even try it. I'd rather die than work for you." Jen spat at Joe, then leapt off the platform, using the void arm to try and escape. The high-level zombies immediately blocked the path in front of the three, buying Jen time. 8. Kill her. Joe drove his hand through a zombie's head, yelling the order. "Understood." 8 hesitated, then spread his arms. The collar suddenly tightened around Jen's neck, choking her until she could barely breathe. Her face flushed deep red, her right hand frantically clawing at the collar, desperately seeking relief. In the midst of her death throes, 8's voice suddenly reached her ears. "Just come back, and I'll release you. In your dreams." Jen managed to force the words out through gritted teeth. 10 seconds, or the collar will explode and kill you. Explode. Jen paused, momentarily forgetting to use the void arm, allowing herself to plummet off the edge. The three on the rooftop watched her fall, 10 racing desperately to try and catch her. In her heart, Jen was the divine being of 10's ideals. 10 seconds was an eternity, enough time for 10 to reach Jen's side. Yet it was also fleeting, not enough for her to make the final catch. In that split second of missing each other, Jen's last whisper reached 10's ears, "Eat." Then, with a tremendous explosion, a blinding white light consumed her. At that moment, the zombies under the final command surged through the city gates, flooding Elysium like a crimson tide. In October, the Morning Dawn base was overrun by the zombie horde, with no survivors. That same month, Elysium base also fell victim to the zombie invasion, but a single Esper sacrificed themselves to defend the entire city. The next month, the Revitalization base merged with the Northern base, now collectively called the Revitalization base. 2 years later, Elysium had been rebuilt and now sought to unify the South, declaring war on the Revitalization base. Within the spatial realm, a fleshy slime over 2 meters long was submerged in a clear spring. Upon closer inspection, the slime's shape vaguely resembled a human form. The tranquil spring suddenly began to bubble and churn, like boiling water. Meow. White Cloud was the first to detect the anomaly in the spatial realm, letting out an excited cry before projecting its consciousness inside. A pure, slender arm suddenly emerged from the boiling surface of the water, groping about as if searching for something. When it reached the shore, the arm stilled, its hand planting in the mud. With a splashing sound, a completely naked woman rose from the spring. She rubbed her eyes, wiping the water from her face, then squinted around in confusion. "Is this heaven? It looks just like White Cloud's space." Meow. "Master, you finally awakened." Seeing the suddenly appearing Jiaoyu, Jen paused, then suddenly burst into tears, wailing as she embraced her. "It's been so long. You've died too? Are we both in heaven now? Where's 01? Did he not make it because he was evil in life? Wah, I was blown up. How did you die? Are Chen-Lin and White Cloud gone too? I don't see them anywhere." Listening to Jin's barrage of questions, Jiaoyu was both excited and saddened. She gently patted Jin's back, answering through her sobs, "Master, we're not dead. Everyone is still alive." "Wah, I knew it. Wait, what?" Jin had prepared her cries of grief, but was now stunned to hear they weren't dead. She quickly released Jiaoyu, scrutinizing her from head to toe. Physically intact, no halo, no wings. In fact, she seemed even more beautiful than before. "I really didn't die, but I clearly remember being blown up," Jen asked in disbelief, the painful memory of the explosion still vivid. Wiping the tears from her eyes, Jiaoyu gently reassured her, "Master, you didn't die, you just slept for a very long time." "How long?" 3 years. "What? Say that again? 3 years? Was she a pig or something? How could she have slept that long?" No wonder Jiaoyu seemed even prettier than before. 3 years had passed. Gazing at Jen, Jiaoyu's cheeks flushed as she said, "Since we found you, you've been sleeping in the spatial realm for 3 years. Found her? Where? How?" Where had they been before? What was the current situation? Jian was full of questions, wanting to know everything yet unable to form the words, finally just managing a dumbfounded huh? Seeing her curious master's expression, Jiao Yu sighed softly. Master, let's go outside first. Everyone has been missing you dearly, and all your questions will be answered once we're out there. Okay, let's go. Jian readily agreed, starting to leave, but was suddenly yanked back by Jiao Yu. What's wrong? Aren't we going out? Jian asked in confusion, looking at the downcast Jiao Yu, whose ears were inexplicably flushed red. Master, you should get dressed first. Ha? Jian looked down, her face instantly flushing crimson with embarrassment. She had been completely naked the whole time, prattling on with Jiao Yu like that, and she had even hugged her so brazenly. No wonder Jiao Yu hadn't dared to look at her. Who would want to see an exhibitionist like her? Jian quickly covered her vital regions with her hands, then hastily found and put on a set of clothes. Even though 3 years had passed, the layout of the spatial realm was unchanged, the supplies untouched, allowing her to find clothes immediately. Fully dressed, the two walked out of the spatial realm, both blushing. They didn't notice the fist-sized piece of pinkish slime in the spring, squirming and moving towards the firmament stone at the center. As soon as Jian stepped out of the spatial realm, she saw a black cat with 7 tails licking its paws and waiting for her. White Cloud? Jian tentatively called out. White Cloud let out a meow and jumped into her arms, rubbing its head against her incessantly, expressing its longing after being apart for 3 years. Its soft, fuzzy head felt so comforting against her palms. You've grown 7 tails now, are you even more powerful than before? Jian asked, watching the tails swishing behind it. Hearing this, White Cloud proudly raised its head and let out a loud meow. It then teleported with Jian, reappearing 100 meters away. Wow! Jian was caught off guard by the sudden movement, and by the time she wanted to speak, White Cloud had already brought her back to the original spot. In that moment, all her praise and amazement could only be summed up in a simple wow. Big sister. Just as Jian was reveling in the thrill of the teleportation, a trembling voice called out to her. Following the sound, she saw a young girl of about 10 years old standing at the entrance, guarded by several burly bodyguards. Who was this? Jian stared blankly at the little girl, momentarily forgetting her name. Master, this is Yaya. Jiao Yu quickly whispered an explanation, seeing Jian's confused expression. With the reminder, Jian finally recalled. She looked at the approaching Yaya with a dawning realization, then asked, and who are the ones behind her? They are the servants you previously ordered me to train. Sadly, only 4 of them survived. Jiao Yu provided the explanation again. As they conversed, Yaya had reached Jian. Her eyes brimming with tears, the fair-faced child quietly looked up at Jian. Why are you crying? Don't cry, don't cry. Jian, and used to comforting children, immediately became flustered, trying to wipe Yaya's tears. Seeing Jian's frantic state, Yaya tried to hold back her tears, sniffling as she said, Yaya has finally waited for big sister to come back. Waited for me? Jian was puzzled again, racking her brain to recall if she had promised the girl anything before. Why was she saying she had been waiting? After pondering for a while, Jian couldn't recall anything, so she had to let it go. Master, everyone has been waiting for you to awaken, Jiao Yu said with a complex expression. Why? And where are 01 and Shaolin? I don't see them. 01 has been embroiled in chaos for the past 3 years, while Shaolin has been living at the human base with his father, Jiao Yu explained slowly. It turned out that after encountering number 3, Jiao Yu had followed Jian's instructions, fleeing with Chen-Lin and White Cloud. On their escape, they encountered the human Esper military, whose commander was Chen-Lin's father. In the chaos of the times, father and son were reunited. However, the military unit had to head to the revitalization base, and Jiao Yu was anxious to find Jian, so the two groups had to part ways temporarily. They had agreed to rendezvous at the revitalization base after Jiao Yu found Jian. After seeing Chen-Lin off, Jiao Yu tried to contact Jian through spiritual power, but found she couldn't reach her at all. Even White Cloud's spatial awareness couldn't detect Jian's presence. Jiao Yu rushed back to the site of their separation, only to find a deep crater from the explosion, with nothing else. She refused to believe Jian had died so easily, but didn't know where she was, so she searched aimlessly like a headless fly, fending off mutant creatures along the way. One night, she finally sensed Jian's aura. Overjoyed, she followed it to an abandoned factory, but by the time she arrived, it was empty, only traces of Jian's past presence remaining. Jiao Yu didn't give up, knowing that as long as Jian was alive, she would eventually find her. Later, she heard that Elysium Base had been mass-collecting zombies, led by someone with the ability to control them. She was almost certain that was her master. Jiayu wanted to go search for Jian, but encountered a smaller zombie horde on the way, delayed by a few days. By the time Jiayu reached Elysium Base, Jian's aura had long vanished, but the dormant zombies in the surrounding walls did seem to be under Jian's control. To see her master, Jiayu and White Cloud exhausted every means to infiltrate Elysium, but soon discovered the strange nature of this base. The humans inside were all brainwashed puppets, unnaturally united. Jiayu, with her own consciousness intact, was practically an outcast among them. Unable to enter Elysium, and with the central tower heavily guarded, Jiayu could only keep watch near the base, hoping to catch a glimpse of Jian. This time, she did indeed see the Jian she had longed for day and night. The moment she sensed Jian's aura, Jiayu transformed into her beast form and rushed towards Elysium with White Cloud. By the time she arrived, the base had already been overrun by zombies. Strangely, these zombies did not attack the humans, but were all moving towards the central tower. Their target was the people at the top of the tower. The zombies used their bodies to build a mountain of corpses reaching the tower's height, growling as they climbed up, trampling on their own kind. Jiayu had no interest in this, quickly glancing to see a few people struggling on the rooftop, fighting against the relentlessly increasing horde. Jian's aura was growing weaker. Jiayu found her in a corner at the base of the tower, the unconscious 01 lying beside her. Jian's eyes were tightly shut, her face deathly pale. Her body was nowhere to be seen, only a severed head, covered in dust and blood. A slime-like creature was attached to her broken neck, healing the wound. Suppressing her sorrow, Jiayu carefully cradled her master's head to her chest, her whole body trembling. But she knew Jian was not dead, her spiritual core still faintly glowing. To protect Jian, Jiayu placed her in the healing spring of the spatial realm. So are we now at the revitalization base? Jian listened quietly to Jiayu's account, her heart filled with mixed emotions. It seemed that even during the time she had lost her memory, she had still been missed by others. She heard Jiayu sigh softly, then shake her head. No, we're in the area between Elysium and revitalization. Ha! Jian looked at her in confusion, waiting for an explanation. Ever since revitalization and restoration merged, some humans have emerged advocating our expulsion. At this, a flash of hatred crossed Jiayu's eyes. Why? You won't harm humans, and Shaolin and his father could testify to that, right? Master, humans are far more complex than we imagine. They used the excuse of they are not our kind, their hearts must be different, to drive us out of the base. Even if Chen Lin and his father could prove it, they only represent a minority. Most humans have only fear and hatred towards the undead. Then you all. A chill crept up Jian's spine as she opened her mouth, her voice weak. After we left the base, the humans didn't intend to let us be either. They sent high-level espers to attack us. Those servants were the ones who sacrificed themselves in those repeated assaults. Jiayu stated this matter-of-factly. During that period, she had fled with the demented 01 and White Cloud, hiding between the northern revitalization and southern Elysium, day after day hoping for Jian to awaken. So, what now? What can I do to help you? Jian's speech was slow, her body chilled as if plunged into an icy pit. Jiayu gazed at her solemnly, then slowly spoke. I hope the master can consolidate the intermediate area and unify the undead. Okay, the intermediate area? Is that where we are now? Jian couldn't help but ask. This task of unifying the undead sounded very troublesome, but she couldn't bear to refuse Jiayu's wish, so she nodded while inquiring further. Yes, big sister. Yaya spoke up softly. A year ago, Elysium unified the south, driving all the undead to the north. And the northern revitalization base used the same method to expel all the undead to the south. The two sides have been at an impasse, pushing the undead to this awkward, unmanaged intermediate area, Jiayu supplemented in a timely manner. They have the ability to expel, but not to eradicate these undead? The leaders of the two bases must have something wrong with their heads. The undead have spirit cores that can be mined. How could Nine come up with such a stupid plan? Jian couldn't understand it at all. They can't eradicate them. Over the past 3 years, the number of undead has continued to increase, with more high-level undead. For humans, it's almost impossible to eliminate them all at once, unless the two bases cooperate, but neither side is willing to compromise. So they just drive the undead to the other side to annoy their rival? After listening for so long, Jian finally understood. It seemed the undead couldn't be killed off completely, and the humans were still arguing over power struggles instead. Upon further reflection, it seemed Elysium base was actually controlled by Nine, who was not really on the human side, but just wanted to herd the humans. At the end of the day, Revitalization Base was the only one truly belonging to the humans. No wonder the two sides were at odds. Jen lowered her head, pondering for a moment before asking, how large is the intermediate area? And how many undead are there? Not too large, not too many. Master needn't worry, Zhao Yu reassured. Jen let out a breath, seeming relieved. But her relief was short-lived as Zhao Yu added, it's about 50,000 square kilometers, and the number of undead is unknown, but there are 6 undead leaders besides us. Ah, this familiar recipe, the same old story, why do they all turn into undead and still insist on infighting? Jian was now completely overwhelmed. 50,000 square kilometers was a massive area, nearly half the size of Tibet. If it was a regular circle, it would be manageable, but the intermediate area name suggested an irregular shape. Traveling through the distance would require constant journeying. How formidable are those 6 necromancers? What's their level? The strength of the opponents was what Jian was most concerned about. About on par with me, otherwise I wouldn't have been at an impasse with them so far, Zhao Yu answered truthfully. Hearing this, Jen nodded and gave a wry smile. Well, that's good then. With the Qin King having swept the 6 realms, now I'll be the one to gather the undead. She then asked, and where is 01 now? I'd like to see him. Jin's memories of 01 were from when he had emerged from the boundless realm, his spiritual power damaged and body severely weakened. She wondered what he would be like after 3 years. I'll take you to him, Master, Zhao Yu said, extending her hand in invitation. The quiet glass greenhouse was covered in lush greenery. Pushing the door open, the dense plants made it hard to see the path underfoot. Yao walked ahead of the two, pressing her fingers together on her chest, using her Esper ability to control the plants. Faint green lights rose from the plants, as if they had gained consciousness and consciously cleared a wide path for the 3. Is 01 here? Since when did he become a vegetarian? Jian looked around the environment, noticing there were only flowers and plants, not even a single insect. Zhao Yu raised her hand, pointing to a giant flower bud in front. He's in there. Jian followed her gaze, seeing the massive flower bud standing at the center of the greenhouse. It looked somehow familiar. That's the carnivorous plant Master brought back before. Zhao Yu seemed to sense Jian's confusion, explaining, carnivorous plant? Jian thought about it, remembering she had kept a few carnivorous plants before, but how had they grown to be 10 meters tall in 3 years? Little 7, open the flower bud, Yaha commanded, standing beneath the plant. As soon as she spoke, the carnivorous plant swayed its lush green leaves, slowly lowering its flower bud and blooming. The moment the bud opened, a pink mist escaped, filling the entire greenhouse. Jian hurriedly covered her nose. She remembered this. It would induce hallucinations. Big sister, don't be afraid. Yaya is here. Yaya raised a barrier, encapsulating the 3, and the pink mist dissipated upon contact. As the mist cleared, the person inside gradually became visible. 01 lay peacefully sleeping in the heart of the flower, his expression serene. His silver hair now reached his ankles, spread out beneath him. His hands and feet were fixed, or rather, impaled by the flower's teeth. Jian was about to speak up. Zhao Yu quickly explained, these past 3 years, his mind has been in a state of chaos. He would often attack indiscriminately, even harming himself. Out of necessity, he has been made to sleep here. Little 7's mist has a calming effect, and those teeth are supplying him with nutrients, Yada added. So it's come to this. Jian was at a loss for words. She stepped closer, carefully examining the sleeping 01. Little 7 sensed her approach, letting out soft cries and gently brushing its petals against Jian's feet. Jian reached out, caressing its petals. You've worked hard all these years. Meow. Little 7 cried out joyfully, snuggling up to Jian even more affectionately. And you, Zhao Yu, White Cloud, you've all worked hard as well. Jian turned to look at the 2 people and 1 cat behind her, continuously expressing her gratitude. Meow. Master, it is good that you have awakened. It's no trouble, big sister. Jian pressed her lips together, looking back at 01, then instructed Little 7 to lower him down. Little 7 followed the order, retracting the teeth that had been holding 01's limbs, then using vines to gently place him in Jian's arms. Master, without Little 7, he will regain consciousness soon, Zhao Yu reminded. Jian nodded. I know, it's all right. Just as Zhao Yu had said, within a minute of leaving the flower, 01 began to stir. His fluttering eyelashes opened, his golden eyes first hazy, then quickly overtaken by a look of confusion. He suddenly sat up, clutching his head and letting out a pained cry. Master, be careful. Seeing 01 about to rampage, Jiao Yu hurriedly pulled him away, shielding Jian. Yaya also aligned her fingers, the surrounding plants stirring, ready to restrain him. Jian watched the gradually frenzied 01 calmly. Behind him, there was a giant python, its entire body bloody as it devoured itself. And there were also over a dozen thumb-thick snakes continuously attacking the python. These were manifestations of 01's fragmented psyche. Schizophrenia, huh? Jian suddenly spoke. Is it because of them that he's in this state of chaos, master? Jiao Yu, unable to perceive spiritual energy, naturally didn't understand what Jian was referring to. Yaya, restrain him. Okay. Hearing Jian's order, Yaya immediately controlled the vines to bind 01 tightly. At the same time, Jian summoned her void arm, but this time its form was more like a bird's wing. The thick arm had feather-like bone armor, and upon closer inspection, these feathers were actually densely packed sharp spines, each carrying potent toxins. Jian closed her eyes, focusing intently on the small snakes. The void arm, acting on her will, captured them one by one and shoved them into the python's mouth, not stopping until the last one was swallowed. Where did you come from? Go back where you belong, Jian said in a low voice. As the final snake was consumed, the python's wounds began to heal, and it stopped devouring itself. 01, meanwhile, was drenched in sweat, his face deathly pale, eyes tightly shut as he trembled, trapped in a nightmare. Woof woof woof. Just as Jian was about to have Jiao Yu take 01 to rest, a series of urgent barks came from outside. Jiao Yu, let me go deal with him, Yaya said, knowing it was probably the neighboring necromancer, Chuangyin, causing trouble again. What happened? Jian asked, seeing the grim expressions on their faces. Yaya sighed, rubbing her forehead. It's the necromancer next door harassing Jiao Yu again. Jiao Yu's face was as black as soot. If she didn't have to take care of 01 now, she would fly out and give that necromancer a few punches. Jiao Yu had managed this place well, a moderately sized territory, protected by walls built from plants. The 7 other carnivorous plants and Wonkai guarded the main gate. Inside were the over 100,000 undead Jian had subdued over the years. Without spiritual control, the low-level undead could only be embedded in the plants, sleeping. The mid to high-level undead with consciousness were responsible for patrolling and operating the territory. Along the way, the undead showed great respect, even fear, towards Jiao Yu. One wonders if she had used some decapitation technique again to make them so terrified of her. Arriving at the gate, Yaya used the plants to lift Jian up to the top of the wall. Where are the undead? Jian looked out from above, seeing nothing but an empty expanse. Chuangyin, come out and take a beating. The previously timid Yaya suddenly bellowed towards the outside, hands on her hips, before reverting to her cute, innocent demeanor, looking at Jian. This stark contrast almost made Jian stumble in surprise. If it's not my Jiao Yu here to beat me, I'm not coming out. A shameless voice came from outside, but looking closely, there was still no one visible. Dream on, Jiao Yu wouldn't even bother with you, Yaya retorted, puffed up. As Jian listened to their banter, she was utterly perplexed. This wasn't at all how she imagined necromancers would interact. Shouldn't they be fierce, antagonistic, ready to fight at the slightest provocation? But these two were just bickering like reckless young hooligans. Was this really a necromancer? Yaya, what's his esper ability? Jian couldn't help but ask. Invisibility, and he's extremely fast, Yaya replied, just as she suddenly levitated, her collar grasped by an unseen force. Chuangyin, I'm here. Come on, let Jiao Yu come beat me. I haven't seen her in days and I really miss her. Chuangyin spoke while shaking the suspended Yaya, completely oblivious to Jian's presence. It made sense, Jian's current aura was indistinguishable from a human's, and as long as she didn't unleash the void arm, she'd just appear as an ordinary person. Jiao Yu, is that who you mean? Jian asked, eyeing the suspended Yaya. Ha, that's right. You look unfamiliar. Who are you? I don't think I've seen you before. Chuangyin finally noticed Jian standing nearby, examining her carefully. The strange woman in front of him was quite beautiful, with fair skin, gorgeous looks and long legs, exuding a touch of aloofness. But compared to his beloved Jiao Yu, she still lacked that special flavor. Thinking this, he couldn't help but shake his head and smack his lips. Jian's dark eyes stared at him piercingly, hearing his every thought as clearly as if he were naked before her. It couldn't be helped, these undead were as transparent as glass in front of her. I am your master, Jian suddenly said coldly. Hearing this, Chuang Yin immediately shook his head. No, I'm not into that master-servant play. If I were to play, it'd only be with my Jiao Yu. You're not my type. Big sister, what's master-servant play? The suspended Yaya, momentarily forgetting her struggle, looked at Jian curiously. Ahem, you don't need to know about that kind of thing. Oops, she'd forgotten there was a child here. If Jiao Yu found out she was teaching Yaya such nonsense, she'd get an earful. Chuang Yin coughed awkwardly, trying to diffuse the tension. Jian remained cold-faced. Although this necromancer wasn't too bad, she inexplicably disliked him, especially since he dared to covet Jiao Yu. Furrowing her brow, Jen then raised her hand, summoning the void arm to deliver a slap to Chuang Yin, sending him flying out of the city, tumbling on the ground. Lying on the ground, Chuang Yin looked up at the aloof woman on the city wall in disbelief. That slap had not been light, the sheer force of it leaving him gasping for air. This time he might really have to play the master-servant game for real. Whimpering, he dispelled the illusion cloaking his true form. Chuang Yin appeared to be in his early 20s, with a high-bridged nose and lips of just the right thickness. His scarlet eyes held a certain naive clarity, making him look more like a scolded husky than a fearsome necromancer. What, aren't you going to run or fight back? Jian asked disdainfully. Run? How could he escape? This woman's strength far exceeded his own. That slap had been her holding back. If she hadn't, he'd probably be dead already. Chuang Yin simply plopped down, grabbing a handful of dirt to play with. I can't beat you, and I can't outrun you either. If I run and you catch up to break my legs, then what? He paused, then added, and I can't run, I still haven't seen my Jiao Yu yet. Since you're so impressive, I'll just acknowledge you as my master for now, Chuang Yin conceded, always knowing when to bend. But this has to be just between the three of us, you can't tell Jiao Yu, he quickly added. Just as he spoke, Jiao Yu's cool voice suddenly rang out from the city wall. Oh, what can't you tell me? Chuang Yin had previously considered various ways he could die, being killed by a stronger undead, mauled by a mutant creature, or even executed by a human esper. But today, the reality was much more embarrassing. He sat rigidly on the ground, the dirt in his hands suddenly no longer interesting. His eyes darted around, desperately seeking an escape. After wanting so badly to see Jiao Yu, he now wished he could just disappear. It seemed Jiao Yu wanted to prolong his humiliation, as she loudly asked again, "What is it?" "It's..." Yaya was about to speak up, when Chuang Yin suddenly sprang up, bolting away as if his rear was on fire, retreating 100 meters. Jian gave the blushing Chuang Yin a detached glance, then used the void arm to descend beside him. "Where are you running? Didn't you want to see Jiao Yu? She's here." No. I don't want to see her anymore. My undead are waiting for me to feed them. Gotta go." Chuang Yin let out a forced laugh, then activated his esper ability, vanishing in a series of flashes. Truly a necromancer's speed. Jian couldn't help but marvel inwardly. "Master, I'll go catch him." Jiao Yu had also arrived by Jian's side, her body ready to transform. Jian waved her off. "I'll go, it's a good chance to stretch my legs." She then looked at White Cloud. "Come, let's try your spatial teleportation." White Cloud meowed in acknowledgement, leaping onto Jian's shoulder. "Let's go." With Jian's command, the two vanished in the blink of an eye. Opening their eyes again, they now stood before the still flustered Chuang Yin, muttering non-stop to himself, completely unaware of their arrival. "Speak up, I want to hear too," Jian said. "Who are you? Why should I say anything to you?" Chuang Yin grumbled, then suddenly stiffened as he realized what was happening, trying to flee but blocked by an invisible barrier. "You've just recognized me as your master, and you want to run already?" Jian looked at him with a faint smile, the void arm hovering threateningly above his head. Though unable to see spiritual energy, Chuang Yin inexplicably felt a chill at the top of his head. Reaching up, he felt his hair was still intact, so why did it feel so cold? He couldn't figure it out, so he decided not to think about it. "No, I'm not trying to run away. It's just about time to feed the undead." Feeding the undead was just an excuse, the real reason was to get as far away from this embarrassing situation as possible. Jian maintained her gentle smile. "No need, bring them all over, I'll feed them for you." "Ha? No, it's fine." Chuang Yin frantically waved his hands. "They only listen to me, don't trouble yourself. It's better if I just go back quickly. Can't leave the little ones hungry." As he spoke, he suddenly felt a tightness at his collar, then looked down to find himself lifted off the ground. He could guess who was responsible for this. Taking a deep breath, he forced a smile and asked, "What are you doing?" "I'm coming with you to feed them, and while I'm at it, I'll see if they'll listen to me as well." That's not a good idea. A woman coming home with me. How about if Jiao Yu comes too?" "Alright, let's go. I'll show you the way." Hearing Jiao Yu was coming, Chuang shook his head vigorously, eager to leave. Hanging there with a cringing, obsequious posture, he looked remarkably similar to the collaborators in anti-Japanese war dramas. This way, your lordship, let me lead the way. Put. Jian couldn't help but laugh out loud. Chuang, unaware of her thoughts, could only chuckle awkwardly in response. He was led by Jian all the way back to his own territory, which was only 70 li from Jiao Yu's. No wonder he could harass her so frequently. Compared to Jiao Yu's walled, fully equipped domain, Chuang Yin's was just an open field, not even a complete building in sight. The low-level undead wandered aimlessly, while the higher-level ones rested in the dilapidated ruins. If Chuang Yin hadn't claimed this as his territory, Jian would have thought it was a war-torn battleground. It's my first time being a necromancer. I don't have much experience. Forgive me for the poor display, Chuang Yin said sheepishly, constantly wringing his hands. Looking at the desolate territory, then back at the sincerely earnest Chuang Yin, Jian remarked, with you, they are fortunate. Ah, you're complimenting me? Chuang Yin scratched his face, puzzled. TCH, don't flatter yourself. Jian couldn't resist rolling her eyes at him, then released a web of fine spiritual energy, seeping into the undead horde. Watching the woman with her eyes closed, Chuang Yin wondered in confusion if he had just been subtly scorned. All right, done. Jian finally opened her eyes. What's done? Let's go back. Jian didn't elaborate, simply turning to leave with White Cloud in her arms. Just leaving? Chuang Yin was surprised to see the undead in his territory obediently following after Jian. Oi, what's going on with you all? He grabbed a high-level undead, but the creature ignored him, gazing at Jian with reverence and murmuring, Master, Master? That woman! Chuang Yin suddenly understood what Jian had done. Enraged, he glared at her retreating figure. Even if she was more powerful, she couldn't just steal his subordinates right in front of him. He was a necromancer lord too. This was too humiliating. Growing angrier by the moment, Chuang Yin activated his Esper abilities, charging after Jian. With him subdued, that leaves only 5 necromancer lords remaining, correct? Yes, Master. Yeah, have you secured the group of undead I just brought back? Don't worry, big sister. With your control, they're being very obedient, not causing any trouble. Good. I'll go check on 01. If he's stable, I'll visit the other territories tomorrow. In his semi-conscious state, Chuang Yin seemed to hear the conversation between that hateful woman and his beloved Jiao Yu. But that couldn't be right. He distinctly remembered battling that woman fiercely, beating her until she was begging on her knees. How could she be speaking so casually now? He really wanted to see what was going on. As Chuang Yin was pondering this, he suddenly sensed someone approaching. That cool, refreshing fragrance, it was Jiao Yu. Chuang Yin was overjoyed. If you've woken up, come with me. Ha! He managed to move his fingers, then forced his eyes open. The sparkling crystal chandelier came into view. This is so luxurious, must be Jiao Yu's place. Follow me. Jiao Yu kicked the prostrate Chuang Yin with disdain, then turned to leave. Coming. Though his mind was still hazy, his body obediently followed after her. How did I end up in your home? The master brought you back. The master? That hateful woman? I can't believe even you, Jiao Yu, are into this master-servant play. Chuang Yin exclaimed in surprise. Watch your tongue. If you dare disrespect the master again, I'll skin you alive. Jiao Yu suddenly stopped, speaking sternly. Just one more question, just one. Chuang Yin looked conflicted, hesitating. Ask. You're straight, right? If you're bent, I'll disembowel myself. By now, Jiao Yu had run out of patience. She clenched her fist and delivered a hard punch to Chuang Yin's stomach. Let me help you with that. Ow, my bad, my bad. Even if Jiao Yu isn't straight, I'll still work hard to straighten you out. As soon as he said that, her fist came crashing into his already injured abdomen again. Starting today, you and I are both subordinates of the master. If I discover any disloyalty from you, I'll be the first to deal with you. Jiao Yu threatened, leaning in close to his ear. Okay. Yes. We're colleagues from now on. Chuang Yin hurriedly agreed, afraid she'd punch him again if he angered her. Just what kind of background does our boss have, to be so powerful? He whispered, waiting until he saw no signs of her rage before speaking up. That is the master, the one who summoned me to this world, the true necromancer lord. She's your mother-in-law? Wow, the mother-in-law is so young. Before he could finish, Jiao Yu launched into another round of beating. A short while later, the bruised and battered Chuang Yin followed meekly behind Jiao Yu to the newly built training grounds, where a horde of lower-level undead awaited. Meanwhile, Jian had also made her way to 01's resting quarters. Pushing the door open gently, she was surprised to find him already awake, his golden eyes fixed intently on her. you're awake? Do you remember me? Jian asked, momentarily taken aback. 01's expression was blank, but he gave a small nod, looking utterly exhausted. Good, I'm glad. Are you in any discomfort? Jian approached the bedside, speaking softly. 01 shook his head again, then suddenly reached out, taking Jian's hand and pulling her into a tight embrace. Caught off guard, Jian collided with his bony chest, stars momentarily bursting in her vision. So thin, all bones, it's poking me, she couldn't help but think. They remained locked in the embrace for some time before Jian finally heard 01's voice. Jian, my family, he murmured, each word caressed with tender affection. Jian, could you let me up? My legs gone numb, she asked dryly. I'll hold you, 01 replied, then with surprising strength, pulled Jian onto the bed, laying her down beside him. Jian, just as she started to get up, 01 thoughtfully removed her shoes, then wrapped an arm around her shoulders, turning to face her. What are you doing? Your body is still weak from just waking up. Jian tried to struggle free, but 01 held her firmly in place, a strength that belied his sickly appearance. I'm not doing anything. I just missed you terribly, he faltered, his gaze averted. Missed me? Jian asked, puzzled. I missed you, he confessed softly. After a moment of silence, 01 slowly spoke up. Jian, you made me whole again. Ha? Jian was even more confused, wondering if his mind still hadn't fully recovered, given his strange way of speaking. They were all fighting for control of my body, wanting to be me, yet not truly me. Are you talking about the dissociative identity disorder? Jian asked tentatively. 01 fell silent, perhaps surprised that Jian had understood his convoluted explanation. I'm sorry, my vocabulary is limited, I couldn't find better words. He sighed deeply, then reached out to tenderly caress Jian's cheek, his golden eyes like deep pools. Thank you for making me complete again. From now on, there is only 101, so you won't try to kill me anymore, right? Jian asked softly, remembering the crazed, bloodthirsty 01 who had wanted to take her with him to die. That was still a part of me. So what you're saying is, don't go silent on me. I'm really starting to get scared. Jian pleaded, her voice wavering. 01, say something. 01, please say something, she urged, her anxiety growing. The next day, Jian, fully dressed and carrying White Cloud, approached Zhao Yu again to confirm the details on the third necromancer lord. Seeing the large, burly man in the portrait, Jian's brow furrowed in distaste. Chuang also leaned in to take a look. Ugh, he's so ugly, not even a tenth as good-looking as me, he boasted. You? Zhao Yu scoffed, eyeing him disdainfully. Just a decorative vase, nothing more. Decorative? Zhao Yu was complimenting me, Chuang Yin exclaimed happily. Jian paused, then said, I'll go meet him. You two stay and guard the base. Remember to distribute the spring water to the undead on time. Jian had discovered after waking up that the spring water in the spatial realm had a healing effect on the undead. A single cup was equivalent to a low-tier spirit crystal. This was good news for Jian. If she could use the spring water to help the undead evolve, she wouldn't need to have them fight and cannibalize each other for the crystals. It would just take more time. Now they only needed to water the undead daily and wait for them to evolve and regain their consciousness. Just as Jian was about to leave, she felt her sleeve being tugged by 01 from behind. Since his awakening the previous day, 01's temperament had changed dramatically, no longer the simple-minded or bloodthirsty individual, but a more balanced, graver version of himself. Jian shook her head, refusing. Your body hasn't fully recovered yet. Stay here and rest. Once you're better, I'll leave the remaining necromancer lords to you. I'm fine, don't worry, 01 insisted, firmly holding onto her sleeve. But White Cloud can't carry you, and you can't teleport on your own, Jian pointed out. Next time I'll take you along, but for now you should rest here, Jian said, gently pulling her sleeve free from 01's grasp before vanishing on the spot. 01 looked down at his empty hand, his golden eyes swirling with emotions, frustration, as it seemed Jian was deliberately avoiding him. Zhao Yu, where is Wang Kai? He suddenly asked after a while. By the gate. Why? Zhao Yu replied. Go provide assistance to Jian, 01 said, then strode off decisively. Chuang Yin watched 01 leave, clicking his tongue. He's still not as good as me. Zhao Yu shot him a disdainful look. His strength is on par with the master's. That's not what I meant. Chuang Yin protested. Then what did you mean? Zhao Yu asked, uninterested. I get to be with my beloved every day, going to and from work. He doesn't have that, Chuang Yin explained smugly. Zhao Yu just rolled her eyes, not bothering to engage further as she turned and left. At the city gate, 01 scooped up the sleeping Wankai and summoned a giant python, stepping onto its broad back and taking to the skies. When Wankai opened its eyes again, it found itself on the territory of an unknown necromancer lord. Towering stone walls surrounded them, exuding the characteristic stench of undead. Woof! Did it see its master fighting the undead? Wankai shook its massive canine head, drool splattering to the ground. Stupid dog, take them back, 01 commanded, standing before Wankai with the severed head of the necromancer lord. Here, have this to eat. 01 tossed the fresh, gory head towards the dog. They say dogs have a good sense of direction, so you'll lead these undead back. Wankai happily gnawed on the spirit crystal, which was from the necromancer lord's own core, a great nourishment. But upon hearing it was supposed to lead the undead back, the dog looked questioningly towards the city, seeing the vast horde of motionless, vacant-eyed undead. Suddenly, the crystal didn't seem as appetizing. Wankai quickly shook its head and barked in protest. There was no way a single dog like it could handle an army of thousands of undead. 01's brow furrowed slightly. Herd them like sheep, just get them back to the base. I need to move on to the next one, he said, before mounting the giant python and taking to the skies once more, leaving the helpless Wankai behind, howling up at the departing figure. It was a dog, not a sheepdog. Even if it could herd, an army of thousands of undead would surely exhaust the poor creature. Alas, 01 was already gone, unable to hear Winesai's pleas, not that he would have paid them any mind anyway. Meanwhile, Jen had been transported by White Cloud directly to the lair of the necromancer lord. When they arrived, the burly undead lord was nestled in a giant, fluffy stuffed bear, sleeping soundly like a 300-pound child. Jen looked around the room, finding it filled with plush toys and accessories. Even the curtains had little toy charms hanging from them. What? This over 4-meter-tall hulking undead lord had a soft, pink-hued girlish heart? Wake up! Time to talk business, Jen said, deciding to rouse him from his sweet slumber. As soon as the words left her lips, the undead lord shot up into a sitting position with the agility of a carp. Who are you? He rumbled, his deep voice matching his imposing physique. Alchuide, the slender, beautiful woman who had suddenly appeared in his chambers, the black, seven-tailed demonic cat she carried in her arms staring at him with unsettling crimson eyes. These were no ordinary visitors. The one who will soon unify the Central Lands, Jen replied coolly, then unleashed a massive illusory arm, exerting crushing pressure on the muscular undead. The invisible force weighed down on Alcha's shoulders like a mountain. In order to avoid being crushed, he quickly mobilized his full strength to resist, but the more he fought back, the more intense the pressure became. The two were now locked in a deadlock, neither willing to yield. Seeing Alcha drenched in sweat and trembling under the immense pressure, Jen withdrew her force. She regarded him with a light smile. Would you be willing to come with me? No, I won't. Alchu panted heavily. Unfazed by the rejection, Jen simply asked, then what would it take for you to be willing? No matter what, I won't abandon my comrades, Alcha stated firmly. Comrades? You mean the undead out there? I've come to have you lead them away with you, Jen said, inwardly relieved to find room for negotiation. She preferred to avoid violence if possible. Really? You won't devour them? Alchu eyed Jen skeptically. Without a word, Jen swiftly stored him in her spatial realm, then brought him back out shortly after. See that spring there? With its power, I don't need spirit crystals, and I can use the water to nurture them, she explained to the astonished Alchu. Why are you being so good to them? Alchu asked seriously, aware that there was no free lunch in this world, something must be expected in return. To fight against humanity. If the undead don't unite soon, they'll be wiped out by humans sooner or later, Jen answered solemnly. Hearing this, Alchu was left stunned. After a moment of silence, he slowly asked, then what about us? You're not undead, are you? I used to be. I'm trying my best to help every undead regain their consciousness, instead of remaining mindless walking corpses. Really? Really? Jen's gaze was unwavering, and something stirred within Alchu, a primal desire to follow a strong leader. Then I will follow you, but if you go back on your word, I'll take them and leave at any time, Alcha said after some contemplation, gritting his teeth. Jen felt inwardly elated, but she maintained a calm facade. Of course. As Jen hurried back to the base with Alchu, 01 was already waiting at the gate. He gazed down at the two glowing spirit crystals in his palm, freshly extracted from the necromancer lord's heads. Big sister, Yata greeted Jen, dutifully opening the gate to let the undead in. Yeah, this one will be your new partner. He's an Earth-type ability user, which complements your Wood-type well, Jen said, summoning Alchu from the spatial realm. Okay, nice to meet you. I'm Yaya, let's be good partners, Yata cheerfully introduced herself, extending her hand. With Jen around, Yaya wasn't afraid of the towering Alchu, and her own abilities had grown stronger as well. Alchu crouched down to look at the petite girl before him. Though she was an undead, she seemed so small and frail. Had the master not been feeding her properly? He hesitantly quickly reached out, his touch featherlight, and said in his gentle, clumsy way, "I'm Alchu, nice to meet you too. Alright, your task will be to defend the base from now on. Yeah, show him around and get him acquainted. I'll bring the new undead in later," Jian instructed. "Okay, big sister. Alchu, come with me," Yaa said, leading the hulking undead away. "Jian, here." 01 approached Jian, opening his palm to reveal the spirit crystals. Jian looked down, her expression darkening. "What are these?" "Necromancer lords," 01 replied. "As expected. You killed them all?" Jian asked again, her voice laced with concern. 01 shook his head slightly. "No, I left one behind without taking the crystal." "Why did you have to kill them at all?" "I could have tried to negotiate with them." Jian sighed, rubbing her temple in distress. 01 pouted sheepishly. "I tried talking, but they attacked me, so I had to defend myself." "Defend yourself by ripping out their brains?" That hardly sounded like self-defense. "I swear, they were the ones who kept head-butting my hands," 01 insisted, raising 3 fingers solemnly. "Never mind. What about the other undead?" "Without their leaders, they must be in complete chaos." "They're on their way back now." "What?" Jian asked, perplexed. A few hours later, Jian finally understood what 01 meant by "on their way back." A vast horde of undead could be seen in the distance, shambling towards the base. Amongst them was a creature leaping and bounding, herding and organizing the group, the shepherd dog, Wonkai. "Wonkai?" Jian sighed, watching the exhausted dog dutifully working to keep the undead in line. It was clear this was 01's doing. While Wonkai was a dog, 01's actions were even more canine-like. "You raise a dog for 1,000 days, but use it for 1 moment," 01 said with a smile, gazing out at the scene. "It's been sleeping and getting fat every day, so a little exercise is just what it needs." "Woof, woof, woof." Wonkai seemed to have spotted 01 on the city wall and was barking furiously at him. Jian looked at 01. "It sounds like it's scolding you." "Looks like it still has enough energy to bark nonsense, so it couldn't have walked that much," 01 remarked. "So he got away," Jian murmured softly, embracing the black cat as she surveyed the empty expanse around her. "Out of the 6 necromancer lords, I secured 2, 01 killed 3, and the last one fled before I could get to him today," Jian explained to the group, slumping into a chair. "Why did he run?" "Leaving in the middle of the night like that?" Yaha wondered, tilting her head questioningly. "He got scared, I suppose." 01 extracted the crystals from 3 necromancer lords yesterday, so I can't blame this one for making a hasty retreat, Jian said, sneaking a glance at 01. He was staring down, fingers toying with his silver hair, showing no signs of remorse. "Where can the undead go after leaving the Central Lands?" Jiayu mused, hand cupping her chin in thought. "The Utopia base," Jian answered without hesitation. "The revitalization base is human territory, so that necromancer lord isn't stupid enough to walk straight into that trap. That leaves only the Utopia base. It's where the predators keep humans as livestock, and they've taken in undead before as well," she continued, her tone growing grave. "The Utopia base? That's where they chased me from," Chuangyin piped up, poking Jiaoyu's arm. "Want to lose that finger?" Jiaoyu glared at him coldly, her threat palpable. "They're the enemy. They're innately averse to humans and dismissive of the undead," Jian said, her temples throbbing at the mention of Utopia. 7, 8, 9, 10 Any one of them individually would be easy to handle, even the most powerful among them. If not for the 9 backing her expansion of power, Jin's current strength could still clash with them. The problem was their unity, their defense and attack as a single entity that was the real challenge. "Unity is indeed strength. Master, why the sigh?" 01 asked. "The Utopia base won't be easy to deal with, and I'm not sure about the revitalization base either. Both sides know it's only a matter of time before I unify the Central Lands, so I'm not sure what their attitudes will be," Jin lamented, feeling caught between the 2 bases like the filling in a sandwich. "Utopia would undoubtedly attack as soon as they realized she was still alive. As for the revitalization base, they couldn't even accept Jiaoyu, let alone the current army of thousands of undead. If the 2 were to join forces, no, best not to think of that what if." Jian, visibly worried, quickly summoned Yaya and gave her a heartfelt admonition. "Ya, you and Alcha must do a good job defending the base. The city walls must be thick and strong, and if your abilities aren't enough, just drink more of the spring water." "Big sister, don't worry, Alcha and I will definitely protect the base well," Yaha assured. "Ah, my little angel," Jian cried, tears in her eyes as she embraced Yaya. Seeing Jian's less than impressive display, 01 couldn't help but sigh and remind her, "Jian, you're a necromancer lord now, act with a little more dignity." "I'm not dignified enough? Do you want this necromancer lord title instead?" Jian asked, shaking her head. Surprisingly, 01 just sighed again and placed a comforting hand on her shoulder. Don't worry, I'll help you defend these undead. Jian was taken aback by this unexpected display of tenderness. Yaya and the others tactfully took the opportunity to leave, and even White Cloud disappeared, leaving just the two of them. Can you tell me why you suddenly want to save them? 01 leaned in, his golden eyes intently studying Jian's face. Do you really want to know? Jian asked seriously. 01 nodded silently. Then I'll tell you. Jian covered his ears with her hands, and threads of spiritual energy emerged from her palms, connecting to some unseen source. Voices flooded 01's mind, hoarse and trembling, humble and pleading, tinged with reverence yet desperate. Master, save me. Please save us. Master. They were like a drowning people clinging to Jian, their last hope. Seeing 01's brow furrow, Jian withdrew the spiritual link and explained, since I awakened, their cries have been echoing in my mind day and night. I often wonder, are the undead truly just mindless, soulless creatures? Even the weakest undead plead with me, how can I save them? When I was most helpless, it was a group of undead who cared for me. Do they truly have no emotions? They were all once human, only transformed by this calamity. Isn't restoring their humanity the true salvation? You can't do it, and neither can I. You are their master, but not a savior. 01 suddenly interrupted, his voice firm and cold, shattering the idealistic vision Jian had painted. Jian slumped back into the chair, gazing blankly out the window. You're right, how could I be a savior? But we can do it. We can become the saviors. 01's tone shifted, his hand pressing against Jian's heart, or a human pulse beat. With me, with Zhao Yu, White Cloud, Ya, Alchu, Chuanyin. Rely on us more, he murmured, the other hand caressing the back of her head. 01. Your hip bone is digging into my face, it hurts, Jian said hesitantly. 01's jaw tightened as he suppressed his rising anger. Of course, it's all for the sake of conquering the world. I'll eat as many humans as I want then, he gritted out. Are you angry? Jian asked quickly. No, then you're still a bit Chu-Yuni, huh? Just as Jian had predicted, the 6th Necromancer Lord had indeed fled to the Utopia base. However, he had no idea that would be a dead end for him. Ten sat on the grand, luxurious throne, her eyes crescent-shaped as she looked down at the Necromancer Lord kneeling before the steps. 7, 8, 9, did you hear? It seems 11's sister is still alive, the young woman cooed, her golden eyes filled with a tender affection. 2 gleaming spirit crystals were embedded beneath her eyes, and another shone on her brow. The 3 crystals seemed to have a life of their own, emanating a strange, dazzling light, as if something was stirring within them. At the sound of the girl's call, they even pulsed in response. Thud! With the girl's clear voice, the kneeling Necromancer Lord abruptly collapsed onto the plush fur carpet, black blood and pale brain matter gushing from the wound in his forehead. How unfortunate, I've grown to despise the undead so much these days, Ten sighed, her delicate smile belying the cruelty of her actions. Her divine wings retracted, the tips stained with blood and holding the extracted spirit crystal. Ten tossed the crystal to one of the human puppets beside her. A reward for you. Praise the grace of the divine. The human eagerly caught the bloodied crystal, dropping to his knees in fervent gratitude. Take some ability users and go cleanse the undead, he brought, Ten commanded, slowly rising from the throne, her long divine wings folding behind her as she descended the steps, her pristine white gown unblemished. 3 years, she murmured, gazing upon the undead being eradicated by the ability users below with a gentle, almost sorrowful expression. Her pure hands delicately touched the crystals on her face, each one handled with the utmost care. When she reached the crystal on her brow, she let out a bitter smile. Brother 9, your wish will be fulfilled soon. The brow crystal flickered, adding a touch of eerie mysticism to her otherwise innocent visage. The revitalization base had also quickly detected the changes in the central lands. Father, I saw her. Sister is alive, and she's even subjugated the undead there, Shenlin said from his sickbed, a rare smile gracing his pale features. Don't look anymore, your body can't handle it, Shenming said, his eyes filled with pity as he gazed at his frail son. He gently stroked Shenlin's head, sighing, try to avoid seeing the future as much as possible from now on. Shenlin shook his head slightly. It's no use, father, everyone wants me to see more, to know more. But your health. Shen Ming clenched his fists, containing his worry. Shenlin could sense his father's helplessness, and gently took his father's hand, straightening each of his fingers. Father, don't worry. They still need my eyes. I'll be fine, Shenlin reassured. How long did you sleep today? Chen Ming asked, looking at his wise, composed son, his heart aching. He had not been a good father, absent for most of Chun Lin's upbringing. Even now, in this apocalyptic era when he wielded great power, he still could not properly protect his son. Power? What a joke! 21 hours, Chen-Lin replied quietly. The overuse of his abilities was taking a toll on his deteriorating health. Hearing this, Chen Ming's brow furrowed deeply. Again, those people. It's all right, father. I'm fine, Chen-Lin said, just as the monitor beside him began beeping, signaling it was time for him to rest. Chen Ming listened to the beeps, feeling overwhelmed with turmoil. Father, I should rest now. It's time to say goodbye. Sweet dreams. Chen Ming forced a smile that looked more like a grimace. Sweet dreams, father. Chen-Lin settled quietly on the bed, quickly succumbing to the effects of the medication. In his dream, he saw the familiar figure floating high above a vast horde of undead, her expression cold, her crimson eyes filled with the brutal savagery of the undead. Opposite the undead army was a human military, their faces numb and vacant. Hovering above them was a young woman, her gaze gentle and brimming with sorrow. Suddenly, a dark mist obscured Chen-Lin's vision, blurring the scene. When the fog cleared, the gentle-eyed girl had vanished, and in her place stood the bloody Jian, rigid and statuesque. Below, the humans were gripped by fear, their screams echoing as they fled the advancing undead horde, the battlefield descending into chaos. 10 arrived later than Jian had anticipated. About half a month after Jian had unified the central lands, one morning at the city gates, Jian saw a familiar face waiting outside. The young woman stood alone, awaiting Jian's arrival. 11's sister? So you are still alive, 10 said, smiling up at Jian on the city wall. 01 and Jiaoyu stood at her sides, and she cradled a black cat in her arms. It seems sister is doing well, with so many people by your side. When will 11's sister come back to keep me company? She asked, looking up at Jian with a pitiful gaze, like an abandoned child. Jian had been irritated even before being roused so early, and the sight of 10 only soured her mood further. As Jian gazed down at the young woman in white, her breath caught when she noticed the crystals embedded in her face. Her whole body trembled. Those crystals are. Jian's voice quivered slightly, recognizing the familiar essence of the 3 crystals. She couldn't believe it. 10 beamed brightly at Jian's words. They're 7, 8, and brother 9, she exclaimed cheerfully, pointing to each one. I've brought them to see you, 11's sister. We've all missed you so much. As she spoke, the 3 crystals pulsed with light. You killed them? Jian asked, horrified. Of course not, they're living quite happily within me. We're in symbiosis now. 10's smile never wavered, but her words sent chills down Jian's spine. Jian scrutinized the crystals on 10's face. Though separated from their hosts, they still shone with light. They were indeed not dead. Seeing Jian deepen thought, 10 explained, all of this is thanks to 11's sister's generosity. What? I was the one blown to just a head back then, Jian retorted, involuntarily touching her neck, which still seemed to ache. That's only because 11's sister was so disobedient. If you had just come back then, we'd all be living happily together, 10 said, her expression suddenly turning somber. But 11's sister, your heart is so cold. You used all those undead to attack us, an endless horde. 10's eyes seemed to glisten with tears as she was pulled back into that nightmarish memory. The image of 8's resolute expression flashed before 10's eyes, how she had fought to the death, allowing the others to barely survive that onslaught of undead. 11's sister, do you know what it's like to be torn apart by the undead? To watch your loved ones sacrifice themselves? 10 said, her voice laden with emotion. Everyone suffered grievous injuries and near depletion of their abilities in the disaster you created. Oh, and do you know what it's like to be blasted apart? No, more like being reduced to dust and bone? Jian retorted grimly, swearing she never wanted to experience that kind of agony again. But 10, lost in her own world, paid no heed to Jian's words. I took 8's crystal and put it in my own body, so she could escape that broken shell. By putting everyone's crystals inside me, we can stay together forever. 11's sister, we've all missed you so much. When will you come see us? She pleaded, her eyes brimming with sorrow. Finally, 01 couldn't stand it anymore, leaning in to mutter to Jian, how is this person even more insane than when I was having a mental breakdown? Jian was at a loss for words. How should I know? Maybe in my past life I was the director of a mental asylum or something. Seeing Jian's pained expression, Jiaoyu asked seriously, Master, shall I take care of her? TCH, forget it. You can't beat this lunatic, Jian sighed, shaking her head. She then pulled a box of pills from her spatial storage and tossed it down to 10. Here, take some medication. This state of yours isn't healthy. Jian felt proud of her foresight in stocking up on all kinds of supplies. 10 looked down at the box, which read aripiprazole tablets and had for treatment of schizophrenia written below. Her face darkened, and she crushed the entire box in her hand. Don't like those? Well, I've got other medicines too. If you're sick, just take the damn drugs, Jian insisted, rummaging through her spatial storage and throwing more medication down. Utterly enraged, 10 summoned her divine wings, smashing the raining pills out of the air. Her expression was thunderous, and Jian suddenly remembered that 10 was no ordinary adversary. She hesitated in her motions, laughing awkwardly. How could she have forgotten about those divine wings? Provoking her was a grave mistake. Jian knew she was in trouble now. 11th sister, let's end this little game. Come back to me as soon as possible, 10 said coldly, her golden eyes glaring malevolently at Jian. Ha, like I'd be dumb enough to go back after finally escaping, Jian retorted, summoning her void arms to shield herself. Then don't blame me for taking you by force. 10 surged upwards, reappearing behind Jian in an instant. Before she could attack, however, 01 had seized her by the throat and hurled her down towards the ground. Scram! 01 spat, his gaze filled with revulsion as he watched 10 plummet. 1. 10 cried out, her form flickering as she avoided the impact, returning to her spot behind Jian. Master! Jiao Yu immediately transformed into a giant panther, shielding Jian from 10's strike. The void arms took the chance to capture 10, holding her aloft. I see. Though restrained, 10's expression was one of smug satisfaction. She retracted her divine wings, effortlessly breaking free of Jian's hold. Where did she go? Jian panicked as 10's presence vanished. This woman was no easy opponent. When 10 reappeared, she was back in her original position. What should I do? I don't think I'm satisfied with just having you back, 11th sister. I want all of you. Her gaze shifted to 01, Jiao Yu, and the sleeping undead in the training grounds. The wider her smile grew, the more sinister it became. 11th sister, you can still come with me now, or I'll come for you in 3 days. You can leave. I won't go with you, and I won't help you hurt humans, Jian refused without hesitation. Even if 10's current power was terrifying, Jian wouldn't be cowed by her empty threats. Let's see who's really stronger, without holding back. Instead of getting angry, 10 just laughed. In 3 days, I'll come with all the citizens of the Utopia base to take you, 11th sister. You're threatening me with human lives. Jian was about to angrily berate her, but 10 had already vanished. What do I do? What do I do? I don't want to have to fight the humans. Jian paced anxiously back and forth in the hall. Then just fight them. Worst case, you can turn them all into undead, 01 said, leaning against a pillar with his arms crossed, watching Jian's agitated movements. It's not like you'll wipe out humanity. The revitalization base still has plenty left. His words did nothing to soothe Jian's worries, only increasing her anxiety. I almost forgot about the revitalization base. They've already sent me a letter trying to feel me out. With my poor literacy, I don't even know how to respond, Jian said dejectedly, collapsing back into her chair, looking drained. Feel you out about what? 01 asked. Probably asking for my thoughts on the future development of humans and the undead, whether I have any ill intentions and such, Jian sighed. So what are your thoughts? If I had any, I wouldn't be so troubled right now. Luckily I passed the task of responding to Jiao Yu. She seemed interested in it. Jian's expression darkened again. The urgent matter is Utopia base. They're coming in 3 days, 3 days. 01 lowered his arms and approached Jian, trying to reassure her. She's not easy to deal with, but we're no pushovers either. Bring out your necromancer Lord Aura. It's just one base, and they haven't even joined forces with the revitalization base. What do you have to be afraid of? As 01 said, the two bases were not allied, with Utopia base being the sole aggressor. In the office of a high-ranking official at the revitalization base, a well-dressed human knelt reverently before the desk. Seated in the chair was none other than 10. How many of them are left? 10 asked, propping her chin on one hand. 1/3. Most of the high-level officials have been successfully replaced, only a small number remain difficult to control, the elderly man replied respectfully. If they can't all be converted into believers in 3 days, send that group of stubborn old fools to meet their maker, 10 said dismissively. But that will cause unrest. Don't you all want the people here to ascend to the Utopia world? 10 asked, displeased. Of course we do. We long for the divine salvation at every moment, the man exclaimed, devout adoration in his eyes. Then you will all soon receive that salvation. The Utopia world is about to arrive. 10 smiled, a dark undercurrent flowing in her golden gaze. Her divine wings descended upon the man, leaving him in a trance of fanatical devotion. The night was calm and still, with only a few sparse stars visible in the sky. Ashu, you haven't gone to rest yet? Mia said as she arrived at the training grounds, seeing Ashu's troubled expression. Ashu seemed surprised to see her. What are you doing here? The same as you, worrying, Mia said, looking at the undead bound by vines. Over the past half-month, they had been nourished by the spring water, and most had ceased rotting, their flesh regenerating. But my concern is whether our defenses are sufficient, not whether Big Sister can be victorious, Mia continued, gazing up at Ashu. I believe in Big Sister. We just need to do our part well, so we don't hold her back. Ashu opened his mouth, then hesitated before speaking. But you saw that woman today. She's very powerful. Big Sister is powerful too, and so are Jiaoyu and 01, Mia said, her face beaming with pride. Aren't you afraid? What if? Mia cut him off. I'm not afraid. I've already died once. It was Big Sister who saved me, and it's everyone who raised me. As long as I'm with everyone, there's nothing to be afraid of. Hearing her words, Ashu sighed deeply. What about these undead? Aren't they afraid? That's where you and I come in. Defending isn't just our job, it's our responsibility. While everyone fights on the front lines, we'll defend here. Right. Ashu could only nod mutely, rendered speechless by Mia's words. Bending down, Mia scooped up a handful of soil, holding it out to Ashu. A tiny seed may grow into a magnificent tree, or a stunning flower. It has limitless potential. As Mia spoke, a lush green plant sprouted from the soil, unfurling its leaves in the starlight. It blossomed into a beautiful flower before their eyes. Mia placed the flower, still rooted in the soil, into Ashu's large palm. Our task is to nurture and protect these seeds, and bear witness to their endless possibilities. Staring at the delicate, vibrant bloom in his hand, Ashu's heart softened. He swept the soil up, carefully building a small fence around the flower, then crouched down beside Mia and lifted her onto his shoulders. Compared to the towering Ashu, Mia was truly tiny, with ample space between the top of her head and his hands. Ashu quickly brought Mia up to the watchtower. I'll definitely protect them, they both said, smiling as they looked down at the sleeping undead below. It's settled then, Ashu and Mia will guard them together. Another who was also having trouble sleeping was Cun. He had been there when they clashed with Ten, and unlike Mia's confidence in Jian, his undead instincts told him that woman was far more terrifying. The power contained in just the 3 crystals embedded in her face was immense. If they fought, Jian would undoubtedly lose. Following Jian was a death sentence, but he could never defect to that other woman either. If Jiaoyu found out, she would hate him. Cun was in turmoil, like an ant on a hot pan. Suddenly, an idea struck him. If I just escape with little Jiao, that would be best. As long as we don't get involved in this fight, with our abilities, surviving in the apocalypse will be easy. Wasting no time, he practically bounced to Jiaoyu's door, knocking politely after seeing the light was still on. Granted permission to enter, he eagerly stepped inside. Jiaoyu was floating by the desk, intently writing a response letter. The messages from the revitalization base had been non-stop, impossible to keep up with. What is it? She said, not looking up. Seeing her serious expression, Cun's prepared words got stuck in his throat. Jiaoyu finally glanced at him, noticing his uncharacteristic silence. Well, little Jiao, would you want to leave here for a while with me? Cun asked tentatively. Jiaoyu scoffed, not looking at him. You saw that woman today, she's not easy to deal with. If Jian can't defeat her, you and I. How dare you speak the master's name so casually? Jiaoyu cut him off, her tone laced with anger. She looked up at him, a mocking smile on her lips. If you're disloyal to the master, there's no use for you here. If you want to run, you can leave now. No, but you. Cun tried to argue, but those icy eyes silenced him. What's it to you? Get out. Jiaoyu glared, sweeping her arm to send a gale of wind that blew Cun out the door, slamming it shut behind him. Cun picked himself up from the floor, clenching his fists in front of the closed door, but ultimately said nothing. He simply turned and vanished down the hallway. So he's left, Jin murmured, cross-legged on the bed. She had known some would try to flee with the impending crisis. As Cun's presence disappeared from the base, Jin retracted the thread of spiritual power she had placed on him, sighing, let him go. Don't sigh, just get some rest already. 01 suddenly spoke up. Jin's gloomy mood immediately shifted to irritation at hearing his voice. How can I sleep with you in here? Don't you have your own room? The neatly dressed 01 was now lying innocently on Jin's bed. But I sleep better when I'm by your side. Ensuring good rest is key to maintaining combat readiness. Unaccompanied man and woman, who wants to sleep with you? Jin retorted. I'm fully clothed, it's not like I'm naked. 01 pouted in response. Jin was so flustered she couldn't even speak for a moment, the room falling silent. Alright, start talking. 01 propped himself up, looking at her curiously. do you like me? As the words left her lips, Jian felt her face heat up. It's not like that. Then why dash? It's love, 01 interrupted, his expression serious, his tone sincere. Ha! Jian was taken aback by his response, but quickly recovered. What kind of love? The family kind. Damn it, I knew it. Jian abruptly stood, kicking both 01 and the blankets off the bed. Get back to your own room and sleep there. 01 did indeed stand outside Jian's door, holding the blanket, for quite some time after she had fallen asleep. Once he was sure she was resting, he gently pushed the door open and approached her bed, carefully covering her with the blanket. 01 stared at Jian's sleeping face for a long while, then softly murmured, why should it be romantic love? Familial love is surely more precious, is it not? He lifted the edge of the blanket and slid in beside her, placing one hand on her waist, feeling the rise and fall of her breathing. Familial love provides warmth, while romantic love brings romance. For 01, the warmth and comfort Jian gave him exceeded even that of a lover. He did not know what romantic love was. In his world, he had only ever experienced the familial love from his childhood. He pressed himself against Jian's slender back, reveling in the warmth radiating from her. Suddenly, a crisp sound broke the tranquil atmosphere. 01, what are you doing up here again? Jian swiftly delivered a harsh slap to the hand resting on her waist. Just let me hold you a little more. For these next couple of nights, 01 murmured, his face buried in the crook of her neck. Jian had been full of ire, but seeing his sudden meekness, she found herself at a loss for how to respond. She sighed softly, then rolled over, embracing him in a similar manner. Fine, let's sleep. In the darkness, 01 suddenly opened his eyes, looking at Jian intently as he spoke with utmost sincerity. I won't let you die. Okay, Jian replied. The night fell silent once more. Little Lin, what have you seen today? The lab technician, dressed in a white lab coat, asked with a standard smile as the waking Chen-Lin. Nothing, just black fog in my dreams, Chen-Lin replied weakly. The prolonged sleep prediction had pushed his body to its limits, but the people at the base showed no signs of stopping, only extending the duration of his prophecies. They wanted to know more. Those who seek to glimpse the future will be met with their own undoing. The man's pen paused as he was about to record the information, and the smile on his face stiffened. Really? Children who lie are not good. I'm not lying, I really can't see clearly anymore. Little Lin, you are the hope of this base. Everyone eagerly awaits your prophecies, relying on your guidance. If one day you can no longer guide us, we will be greatly troubled. Chen-Lin slowly closed his eyes, concealing the fatigue within them. After a long pause, he spoke again. Utopia Base is about to go to war with the Midlands. Upon hearing this, the man's expression suddenly lit up with excitement. He eagerly leaned in, pressing Chen-Lin, and then, give more details. Chen-Lin numbly shook his head. I can't see clearly anymore. The disappointed man returned to his seat, closing his notebook. He looked coldly at Chen-Lin and said, then please try to look more carefully. With that, he hurriedly left the infirmary to report today's prophecy to the base's leadership. Beep beep beep. As the sound of the machines filled the room, Chen-Lin collapsed limply on the bed, his gaze vacant as he became like a lifeless doll, enveloped in the bedding. Father, big sister, little Lin is so tired. His eyelids grew increasingly heavy, and eventually he closed his eyes, his consciousness slipping away. He found himself once again plunged into that terrifying darkness. The world of the dream was still shrouded in an impenetrable black mist. Big sister. Chen-Lin walked barefoot through the fog, calling out to Jian. After calling out countless times, the mist finally receded, revealing what lay within. But when he saw the scene, he was so horrified that he collapsed to the ground, unable to think. He saw a sight completely opposite to his previous dreams, the two figures still suspended in the air. Still, humans and the undead faced off. But this time, the humans included those from the revitalization base high-level espers, even his own father among them. And the young woman did not disappear. She wore a sinister smile as she plunged her hand into Jian's chest, brutally tearing out her still-beating heart. Before everyone's eyes, she pulled Jian into her embrace, absorbing her completely. No, this can't be real. Chen-Lin's tears rolled down his cheeks uncontrollably, his body trembling with grief as he curled up. Prophecy? I don't want this damned ability. Perhaps overwhelmed by his emotions, he suddenly jolted awake from the dream. Little Lin, did you have a nightmare? Chen Ming asked, looking at his son with deep concern. Father, don't fight with big sister. Chen-Lin, disoriented, clung tightly to Chen Ming's arm. Humans, don't fight the undead. That's right. They're still waiting for my prophecy. I just have to tell them not to fight Big Sister. Then maybe Big Sister won't die. Yes, I have to go tell them. Chen Lin muttered frantically, hastily climbing off the bed, not even bothering to put on shoes as he rushed barefoot toward the door. Little Lin, what's wrong? Chen Ming hurried to support his son, but Chen Lin's body was too weak. Before he could even reach the door, he collapsed unconscious in Chen Ming's arms. 3 days later, as promised, Ten led the 210,000-strong Utopia base to the city gates, surrounding the area completely. Jin was forced to take up position on the city walls to face them. She looked exasperatedly at the dense crowd of humans below, feeling claustrophobic. In other apocalypses, it was the undead besieging the humans. How has it come to this, with humans surrounding the undead instead? She must have approached this all wrong. There is no logic in humans encircling the undead. Jin closed her eyes, then opened them again, but the sight before her remained unchanged. She sighed resignedly. 11th sister, it's not too late to back out now, Ten said, smiling at Jin. Though Jin did not wish to fight, she refused to let the humans be subjugated. If she lost this battle, the revitalization base would be Ten's next target, and all of humanity would be confined and reduced to prey for the predators. This was not the future she wanted for little Lin, nor for humanity. In this battle, she must emerge victorious. Jin took a deep breath, trying to appear calm as she replied, "Do you really think a mere few 100,000 humans can take this place? The undead behind these gates are far more ferocious than humans." Hearing this, Ten covered her mouth, giggling coyly. 11th sister, you can't even bear to let the undead come out and fight. How could you bring yourself to attack these humans? I didn't bring them here for a simple siege. I want them to die. Ten swept her gaze over the mindlessly adoring, vacant-eyed humans below. Starting now, one person will die every second, until 11th sister agrees to come back with me, or all 210,000 of these humans are dead. As she spoke, Ten unfurled her holy, ethereal wings, descending like a divine being. The crystal in her brow glimmered. 9 was assisting her. Countless downy feathers flew from her wings, blanketing the world in pure white, even silencing all sound. The humans below rejoiced ecstatically, their faces alight with the utmost joy, mouths wide open to receive the blessings raining down from the heavens, the key to the Utopia world. This blessing continued for over 10 seconds, until each person had received their share. Begin! Ten suddenly announced with a sinister grin. At her words, the first row of humans collapsed, their breath ceasing. Their faces still bore the unsubdued smiles as they fell heavily to the ground, journeying to the so-called Utopia. The surrounding humans, as if oblivious to their comrades' deaths, continued to gaze upward at Ten with the same standard smiles. 10. Jin trembled with fury, instantly materializing a void arm and appearing before Ten, grasping her slender neck threateningly. Stop this at once. The laughter in Ten's eyes was practically spilling over. If mere humans aren't enough, how about adding the undead as well? What? Jin's heart leapt, and she hastily turned back, not even looking to see what was happening within the city before the deafening sounds of explosions reached her ears. Immediately, hundreds of high-level espers from the revitalization base surged up onto the city walls, ruthlessly using their powers against the city's defenders. No, not just hundreds, their numbers were continuously growing. Master, have no fear. Jiao Yu's voice suddenly rang out from within the city. She transformed into a giant panther, standing before the espers and engaging them in battle. Not only Jiao Yu, but Mia and Ashu also sprang into action, with Mia erecting sturdy earth walls and Ashu using the walls to grow entangling vines, trapping the approaching espers. Even Baiyun extended her 7 tails, swiftly repelling the humans attempting to breach the city. Her speed was too great for their abilities to harm her. How long can they hold out? Ten mused. I've summoned all the espers from the revitalization base. As Ten spoke, her divine wings flapped, slipping free of Jian's grasp. No, how can this be? Had the revitalization base already fallen? Then little Lin. Jian's heart plummeted. She looked in disbelief at the espers behind her, then down at the steadily dying humans, a deep sense of powerlessness consuming her. She felt as if she were sinking into a muddy abyss, unable to move. Stop this. Stop? Does that mean 11th sister is willing to come back? Ten's voice was laced with temptation, and she seized the opportunity of Jian's momentary panic to extend her wings towards Jian's head. Just a little closer, a little more, and she could take Jian's crystal core. Ten's eyes were fixed intently on Jian, her excitement barely contained. Suddenly, a giant python rose from the ground, its tail coiling around Ten and flinging her dozens of meters away. Number 1. Ten glared furiously at the man who had ruined her chance. 01 paid her no mind, instead leaning in and sharply flicking Jian's forehead. "Wake up, you didn't even realize you were under their control." "Ow, damn it." The flick brought Jian fully back to her senses. She winced, covering her head, only now realizing how close she had come to death. "The only way to end this disaster is to kill her," 01 murmured in Jian's ear. "Once she's gone, the human's mental control will dissipate. Go, I'll be right here with you." Below the city, a human was dying every second. Within the city, 01 and a few others were desperately defending against the Esper attacks. On the city walls, Jian wielded her void arms, fiercely fighting against 10. Her movements were lightning quick, each punch imbued with lethal intent. 10 evaded calmly, either using the 8 elemental Esper's powers to erect steel defenses and withstand Jian's strikes, or flapping her divine wings to gracefully avoid them. The two chased each other in the air, seemingly evenly matched. But only Jian knew that 10 was not fighting at her full strength, merely toying with her. 11 Sister, do you know? I am their god, and you are my god. 10 paused in midair, facing Jian's next blow head-on. "Stop this control," Jian roared, her eyes burning red from the exertion of her powers, nearly consumed by the intensity. 10 continued to smile serenely at her, that benign, harmless expression. "Unless I die, or you die." She coldly uttered these words, then suddenly twisted her wings, shooting upward with Jian in tow. Upon reaching a great height, 10 abruptly opened her mouth in a chilling smile. "Return to the earth, 11 Sister. You dash." Jian immediately sensed something amiss. Her limbs felt numb, as if injected with anesthesia, and she lost control of her void arm. 10 unexpectedly released her wings, letting Jian plummet from the sky. The roar of the wind filled her ears, her vision growing hazy. Jian glared bitterly at the receding 10. How infuriating! She gritted her teeth through the searing pain that radiated from her tongue, blood trickling from the corners of her mouth. But the painful stimulation finally restored her instincts. "Damn it!" The void arm immediately unfurled, steadily catching the falling Jian. She clenched her fists, eyes narrowed, glaring intently at 10 up above. Jian propelled herself upward like an arrow piercing the wind, directly towards 10. Seeing that Jian had not died, 10's expression became twisted and deranged, both excited and distorted. 11 Sister. Amazing, my goddess. Jian, consumed by fury, was like a human cannon, ready to fire at anyone. When she reached 10, the void arm spread wide open like a giant's palm, slamming down towards the crazed 10. "Go take your meds," Jian shouted, putting all her strength into slapping 10, sending her flying dozens of meters away. "I hate you people the most, you're crazy and you harm others as well as yourselves." "Crazy?" 10 looked up at Jian, a sinister crimson gleam flashing in her golden eyes. "The goddess mustn't die at the hands of a lunatic." 11. Sister. She deliberately drawled out the last two words, and her divine wings suddenly stood up, transforming into razor-sharp blades that shot towards Jian. Jian looked at her with disgust, her void arm immediately encasing itself in a hard bone armor to block the attack. After a series of clanging collisions, she slowly moved her arm, coldly regarding 10. "It ends here," Jian declared, leaning forward and rushing at 10. Countless sharp spikes sprouted from the bone armor on the void arm, like the fangs of a wild beast covering her limb. The moment they made contact, these fangs rapidly pierced into 10's body, ensnaring her, then slowly injecting a deadly poison. Jian's speed was too great, 10 didn't even have time to evade before being trapped by the fangs. Now drenched in blood, 10's white dress was stained crimson, and her divine wings began to droop. 10, I hope you can be a normal person in your next life, Jian said, placing a hand on 10's head, reaching for her crystal core. But the next instant, she was impaled by 10's fallen wings through the chest. Reverse, 2 ranks? Jian stared wide-eyed in disbelief at the young woman she had trapped. No, it was she who was trapped. Jian belatedly looked at her own fangs, seeing that the part connecting to 10 had sprouted pure white feathers. The feathers were spreading up, all the way to her void arm. She was being assimilated by 10. 11 sister, hee, now we can all be together. 10 slowly raised her head, her golden eyes now a blood red. She chuckled softly, using her blood-soaked hands to reverently cup Jian's drooping head. Is this sister's heart? Warm, pulsing, now it's mine. The divine wings offered the extracted heart to 10, and she gazed contentedly at the bloody flesh, her body trembling with excitement. Sister's crystal core. She couldn't wait to reach towards Jian's head, her fingers plunging into the temples, searching desperately for the core. But no matter how she probed, there was nothing but moist brain matter inside. Where's the crystal core? Where did you hide it? 10 suddenly became agitated, violently shaking Jian's lifeless body, trying to pry the core's location from her mouth. How can there be no crystal core? Where did you hide it? Right, it has to be in the head. I'll crack it open and search carefully. 10 laughed maniacally, grabbing Jian's head, poised to tear it open. 11's sister, where did you hide? Come out, I know you're not dead. 10 called out to Jian, her mind completely unraveled. How could Jian have vanished when she was so close to grasping her? She had torn out Jian's heart, yet she was still alive? She must have teleported away. Where was she hiding? The surroundings were silent, the clouds drifting slowly across the sky, only the faint sound of the wind. 10 waited for a long time but saw no sign of Jian, not even sensing her presence. Where did you go? Come out already. Please, 11's sister, don't leave me. Her voice suddenly spiked, shrill and grating. The humans on the ground were affected, collapsing en masse. 10 looked at the still smiling faces below, her own expression twisting with envy. Why? My goddess has abandoned me, yet you all still smile? Why? 10 shrieked, frantically tearing at her own hair, the crystal on her brow flashing erratically with the turmoil of her emotions. Had her mind already crumbled, now? Or 3 years ago during the zombie plague? Or perhaps even earlier, when she first descended into madness? The divine wings reversed direction, turning to attack the defenseless ordinary humans on the ground. They all looked up, gazing reverently at the descending deity, their hearts full of joy, for this was their salvation. The pure white wings unfurled, a thick aura of murderous intent radiating outward. In that moment, it became impossible to discern whether she was a god or a harbinger of death. Die! Damn it! The voices of 10 and 01 rang out almost simultaneously. As 10 flapped her wings, she was suddenly struck by the lunging giant python, sent flying several meters and losing a chunk of her feathers. 01 stood on the python's back, coldly regarding 10. If these humans die, Anan will be very distressed. Enough was enough. He had just dealt with those espers, and now this woman was about to destroy humanity? Where was Jian? Wasn't she the one holding this woman back? 01 searched for Jian but found no trace of her. 10 curled her lips in a sneer. Looking for her? Here she is. She slowly raised the now cold heart, mockingly gazing at 01. Sure enough, when 01 saw the heart, his expression drastically changed, his pupils constricting. What did you do to her? The giant python suddenly leapt up, snatching the heart away with lightning speed. The more agitated 01 became, the more gleeful 10 grew. She looked disdainfully at the dried blood on her hand. I killed her. You should have seen the agonized look on 11's sister's face when I tore out her heart. The wet, warm heart felt so wonderfully delightful. She grew more and more excited as she spoke, the damaged divine wings rapidly healing before their eyes. After all, she was a god, invincible and indestructible. The people I couldn't bear to kill, you killed? 01 suddenly looked up at 10. I killed them. I, the lunatic, killed 11's sister, she replied smugly. Lunatic? 01's voice sharpened, his hand crushing the heart into bloody pulp, the gore spattering across his pale face, making for a twisted, gruesome beauty. Want to compete with me on who's crazier? With hatred consuming him, 01 no longer restrained his bloodthirsty nature, commanding the python to attack 10 mindlessly. The two fought fiercely in the air, like a bird and a snake locked in mortal combat. The bird would flee, the snake would pursue, the snake would halt, the bird would strike. Number 1, hurry up, or those humans will all be dead, 10 taunted, sharply twisting to evade the python's assault. Faced with her mocking, 01 laughed instead of getting angry. Their deaths would suit me just fine. You feel the same way, don't you? You also wish for their extinction, don't you? 10 suddenly asked excitedly. Of course. How could a predator care about protecting humans? Yes, but the one who should die now is you. 01's eyes gleamed with a bloody light, his spiritual power spiking abruptly. Confronted with the overwhelming spiritual pressure, 10's expression momentarily went blank. I see now. Infused with the new spiritual energy, the giant python reared back and let out a deafening roar, its body swelling and bursting, a new golden-scaled serpent slowly emerging from the old. The golden python, lightning fast, instantly coiled around 10. Someone like you would just give me indigestion. 01 looked down at 10 condescendingly. So it's better if you just die. The golden python constricted, its body twisting tighter, crushing 10's wings until they snapped, yet she seemed impervious to the pain. 7. Save me. The crystal at her brow suddenly illuminated, and countless infant-like arms sprouted from it, reaching and grasping towards 01. You. 01 tried to evade, but the hands grew at an astounding rate, piercing into his brain in an instant. More and more hands invaded his mind, recklessly overwriting his memories, the joys and sorrows of humanity, the survival and reproduction of animals, the germination of plants. All the memories of the world's myriad forms of life flooded 01's consciousness, racing through his mind like an accelerated film, burying his original memories. In that moment, he was the newborn babe, the gazelle of the northern grasslands, the sprouting seed. He was all things, except himself. He forgot language, forgot how to move, forgot who he was. His mind was thrown into complete chaos. Heart, gurgle gurgle, can you please stop tormenting my poor little heart, gurgle? The calm water suddenly bubbled, followed by Jian's faint grumbling. She seemed to have slept again, utterly exhausted. Gurgle, another choking sound, and she abruptly sat up, clutching her chest in panic. Thump, thump. Her heart was still beating. My heart, eh? It's still there? Jian looked down in disbelief, seeing that the once pierced wound on her chest had already healed, leaving only a faint scar. Is my self-healing ability this remarkable? No, where am I? She looked around at the familiar surroundings, Bai Yun's space. She remembered now. Just as she thought she was about to die, she had suddenly been pulled into this space. But what happened after that? She couldn't recall the rest. Squish! The familiar sound came from beside her, and Jian looked down to see the poor little thing had reverted to its original slime form, a tiny creature curled up on her knee. Little Pitiful? Have you been in the space this whole time? Squish! The little Pitiful nodded, then climbed back onto Jian's chest, channeling the absorbed energy into her body, causing the last scar to vanish entirely. Even a fool like Jian could understand what was going on now, and she hugged the little Pitiful excitedly. Thank you, mighty medical soldier. Squish! The little Pitiful waved, then jumped back into the water, swimming towards the verdant celestial stone. That was its happy home, peaceful and comfortable. Remembering the crazed Ten still outside, Jian immediately rose from the spring, leaving the space. The situation out there was not optimistic. In fact, it was extremely dire. As soon as Jian emerged, she was confronted by Ten's blood-stained wings. She had no time to ponder whose blood it was before becoming ensnared by the wings. 11 sister, you finally deigned to come out. Ten drew close, her forehead pressed against Jian's, eyes wide. Seeing the suddenly looming face, Jian nearly bit her own tongue in fright, but she quickly calmed down. This was how a lunatic behaved, after all. I've got a nice little something to show you, sister, Ten said, producing a glowing crystal core and holding it up to Jian. Ta-da! Number 1's crystal core. Before Jian's eyes, Ten eagerly embedded the core into her own cheek. 01? Jian was horrified. She reached to snatch it, but Ten deftly evaded. He was quite foolish. How could one person defeat all 4 of us? But now, Number 1 has joined the collective, and it's your turn, sister. Jian's mind went blank. She couldn't process anything Ten was saying, her gaze fixed solely on 01's crystal core, which indeed had Ten's spiritual power attached to it. Not again, Jian murmured, covering her face. Why was it that everything related to her always ended up leaving in one way or another, when she was the one who truly wished to depart? Are you going to cry? You're really crying? Ten tilted her head, grinning mockingly at Jian. 10. Jian suddenly spoke up. What is it, 11 sister? Have you ever heard a saying? Jian straightened up, gripping the wings trapping her and pulling them apart. She spoke deliberately, the barefoot are not afraid of those wearing shoes. 10 froze, and the next moment, Jian had torn her divine wings apart by hand. What? She stared at Jian, utterly dumbfounded. I'll show you today what a true lunatic is. Jian's expression was cold as she placed a hand on Ten's face, her fingers plunging into the cheek to yank out the freshly embedded crystal core, along with blood. Ah, it hurts. 11 sister, it hurts. The recovered 10 cried out, tears streaming down her face as she clutched the wound. Jian disgustedly tossed her aside, letting her fall, then swallowed 01's crystal core. One person couldn't defeat you all? How about 2? The void arm suddenly swelled, the bone armor extending and weaving into a pair of skeletal wings, twisted and magnificent, like the wings of a demon. So what if there are 2? The damned will all die. 10 glared venomously at Jian, the arms sprouting from her face rushing towards Jian. Spiritual power? Jian stood motionless, waiting for the arms to reach her. What? Scared stiff? 10 watched eagerly, wanting to see Jian trapped in the same agonizing delirium as Number 1. Jian furrowed her brow, allowing the arms to enter her body, then spoke. Didn't you forget? I am the master here? Boom! In an instant, all of 7's arms were infused with Jian's spiritual power. The little hands turned and lunged at 10, the 7 crystal core also gradually peeling away from her body, flying towards Jian. Now, it's 3 against 3, Jian caught the core and swallowed it without hesitation. The void arm ascended further, 2 over meter-long cracks suddenly forming on the smooth bone armor. A pair of eyes were peering through the cracks, gazing intently at everyone present. No, I'm not afraid. I still have 8 and 9. Absolute defense. Yes. 10 panicked, looking at the gradually rising void arm and muttering to herself as she erected a steel barrier to enclose herself within. As long as she didn't go out, Jian couldn't do anything to her. Those wretched humans would still die. The more she thought about it, the more smug she felt, as if she were the true victor. Stop? Does that mean 11's sister is willing to come back? 10's voice was laced with temptation, and she seized the opportunity of Jian's momentary panic to extend her wings towards Jian's head. Just a little closer, a little more, and she could take Jian's crystal core. 10's eyes were fixed intently on Jian, her excitement barely contained. Suddenly, a giant python rose from the ground, its tail coiling around 10 and flinging her dozens of meters away. Number 1. 10 glared furiously at the man who had ruined her chance. 01 paid her no mind, instead leaning in and sharply flicking Jian's forehead. Wake up, you didn't even realize you were under their control. Ow, damn it. The flick brought Jian fully back to her senses. She winced, covering her head, only now realizing how close she had come to death. The only way to end this disaster is to kill her, 01 murmured in Jian's ear. Once she's gone, the human's mental control will dissipate. Go, I'll be right here with you. Below the city, a human was dying every second. Within the city, 01 and a few others were desperately defending against the Esper attacks. On the city walls, Jian wielded her void arms, fiercely fighting against 10. Her movements were lightning quick, each punch imbued with lethal intent. 10 evaded calmly, either using the 8 elemental Esper's powers to erect steel defenses and withstand Jian's strikes, or flapping her divine wings to gracefully avoid them. The two chased each other in the air, seemingly evenly matched. But only Jian knew that 10 was not fighting at her full strength, merely toying with her. 11's sister, do you know? I am their god, and you are my god. 10 paused in midair, facing Jian's next blow head-on. Stop this control. Jian roared, her eyes burning red from the exertion of her powers, nearly consumed by the intensity. 10 continued to smile serenely at her, that benign, harmless expression. Unless I die, or you die. She coldly uttered these words, then suddenly twisted her wings, shooting upward with Jian in tow. Upon reaching a great height, 10 abruptly opened her mouth in a chilling smile. Return to the earth, 11's sister. You dash. Jian immediately sensed something amiss. Her limbs felt numb, as if injected with anesthesia, and she lost control of her void arm. 10 unexpectedly released her wings, letting Jian plummet from the sky. The roar of the wind filled her ears, her vision growing hazy. Jian glared bitterly at the receding 10. How infuriating. She gritted her teeth through the searing pain that radiated from her tongue, blood trickling from the corners of her mouth. But the painful stimulation finally restored her instincts. Damn it! The void arm immediately unfurled, steadily catching the falling Jian. She clenched her fists, eyes narrowed, glaring intently at 10 up above. Jian propelled herself upward like an arrow piercing the wind, directly towards 10. Seeing that Jian had not died, 10's expression became twisted and deranged, both excited and distorted. 11's sister. Amazing, my goddess. Jian, consumed by fury, was like a human cannon, ready to fire at anyone. When she reached 10, the void arm spread wide open like a giant's palm, slamming down towards the crazed 10. Go take your meds. Jian shouted, putting all her strength into slapping 10, sending her flying dozens of meters away. I hate you people the most, you're crazy and you harm others as well as yourselves. Crazy? 10 looked up at Jian, a sinister crimson gleam flashing in her golden eyes. The goddess mustn't die at the hands of a lunatic. 11. Sister. She deliberately drawled out the last 2 words, and her divine wings suddenly stood up, transforming into razor-sharp blades that shot towards Jian. Jian looked at her with disgust, her void arm immediately encasing itself in a hard bone armor to block the attack. After a series of clanging collisions, she slowly moved her arm, coldly regarding 10. It ends here, Jian declared, leaning forward and rushing at 10. Countless sharp spikes sprouted from the bone armor on the void arm, like the fangs of a wild beast covering her limb. The moment they made contact, these fangs rapidly pierced into 10's body, ensnaring her, then slowly injecting a deadly poison. Jian's speed was too great, 10 didn't even have time to evade before being trapped by the fangs. Now drenched in blood, 10's white dress was stained crimson, and her divine wings began to droop. 10, I hope you can be a normal person in your next life, Jian said, placing a hand on 10's head, reaching for her crystal core. But the next instant, she was impaled by 10's fallen wings through the chest. Reverse, 2 ranks? Jian stared wide-eyed in disbelief at the young woman she had trapped. No, it was she who was trapped. Jian belatedly looked at her own fangs, seeing that the part connecting to 10 had sprouted pure white feathers. The feathers were spreading up, all the way to her void arm. She was being assimilated by 10. 11 sister, hee, now we can all be together. 10 slowly raised her head, her golden eyes now a blood red. She chuckled softly, using her blood-soaked hands to reverently cup Jian's drooping head. Is this sister's heart? Warm, pulsing, now it's mine. The divine wings offered the extracted heart to 10, and she gazed contentedly at the bloody flesh, her body trembling with excitement. Sister's crystal core. She couldn't wait to reach towards Jian's head, her fingers plunging into the temples, searching desperately for the core. But no matter how she probed, there was nothing but moist brain matter inside. Where's the crystal core? Where did you hide it? 10 suddenly became agitated, violently shaking Jian's lifeless body, trying to pry the core's location from her mouth. How can there be no crystal core? Where did you hide it? Right, it has to be in the head. I'll crack it open and search carefully. 10 laughed maniacally, grabbing Jian's head, poised to tear it open. 11 sister, where did you hide? Come out, I know you're not dead. 10 called out to Jian, her mind completely unraveled. How could Jian have vanished when she was so close to grasping her? She had torn out Jian's heart, yet she was still alive? She must have teleported away. Where was she hiding? The surroundings were silent, the clouds drifting slowly across the sky, only the faint sound of the wind. 10 waited for a long time but saw no sign of Jian, not even sensing her presence. Where did you go? Come out already. Please, 11 sister, don't leave me. Her voice suddenly spiked, shrill and grating. The humans on the ground were affected, collapsing en masse. 10 looked at the still smiling faces below, her own expression twisting with envy. Why? My goddess has abandoned me, yet you all still smile? Why? 10 shrieked, frantically tearing at her own hair, the crystal on her brow flashing erratically with the turmoil of her emotions. Had her mind already crumbled, now? Or 3 years ago during the zombie plague? Or perhaps even earlier, when she first descended into madness? The divine wings reversed direction, turning to attack the defenseless ordinary humans on the ground. They all looked up, gazing reverently at the descending deity, their hearts full of joy, for this was their salvation. The pure white wings unfurled, a thick aura of murderous intent radiating outward. In that moment, it became impossible to discern whether she was a god or a harbinger of death. Die! Damn it! The voices of 10 and 01 rang out almost simultaneously. As 10 flapped her wings, she was suddenly struck by the lunging giant python, sent flying several meters and losing a chunk of her feathers. 01 stood on the python's back, coldly regarding 10. If these humans die, Anan will be very distressed. Enough was enough. He had just dealt with those espers, and now this woman was about to destroy humanity? Where was Jian? Wasn't she the one holding this woman back? 01 searched for Jian but found no trace of her. 10 curled her lips in a sneer. Looking for her? Here she is. She slowly raised the now cold heart, mockingly gazing at 01. Sure enough, when 01 saw the heart, his expression drastically changed, his pupils constricting. What did you do to her? The giant python suddenly leapt up, snatching the heart away with lightning speed. The more agitated 01 became, the more gleeful 10 grew. She looked disdainfully at the dried blood on her hand. I killed her. You should have seen the agonized look on 11 sister's face when I tore out her heart. The wet, warm heart felt so wonderfully delightful. She grew more and more excited as she spoke, the damaged divine wings rapidly healing before their eyes. After all, she was a god, invincible and indestructible. The people I couldn't bear to kill, you killed? 01 suddenly looked up at 10. I killed them. I, the lunatic, killed 11 sister, she replied smugly. Lunatic? 01's voice sharpened, his hand crushing the heart into bloody pulp, the gore spattering across his pale face, making for a twisted, gruesome beauty. Want to compete with me on who's crazier? With hatred consuming him, 01 no longer restrained his bloodthirsty nature, commanding the python to attack 10 mindlessly. The two fought fiercely in the air, like a bird and a snake locked in mortal combat. The bird would flee, the snake would pursue, the snake would halt, the bird would strike. Number 1, hurry up, or those humans will all be dead, 10 taunted, sharply twisting to evade the python's assault. Faced with her mocking, 01 laughed instead of getting angry. Their deaths would suit me just fine. You feel the same way, don't you? You also wish for their extinction, don't you? 10 suddenly asked excitedly. Of course. How could a predator care about protecting humans? Yes, but the one who should die now is you. 01's eyes gleamed with a bloody light, his spiritual power spiking abruptly. Confronted with the overwhelming spiritual pressure, 10's expression momentarily went blank. I see now. Infused with the new spiritual energy, the giant python reared back and let out a deafening roar, its body swelling and bursting, a new golden-scaled serpent slowly emerging from the old. The golden python, lightning fast, instantly coiled around 10. Someone like you would just give me indigestion. 01 looked down at 10 condescendingly. So it's better if you just die. The golden python constricted, its body twisting tighter, crushing 10's wings until they snapped, yet she seemed impervious to the pain. 7. Save me. The crystal at her brow suddenly illuminated, and countless infant-like arms sprouted from it, reaching and grasping towards 01. You. 01 tried to evade, but the hands grew at an astounding rate, piercing into his brain in an instant. More and more hands invaded his mind, recklessly overwriting his memories, the joys and sorrows of humanity, the survival and reproduction of animals, the germination of plants. All the memories of the world's myriad forms of life flooded 01's consciousness, racing through his mind like an accelerated film, burying his original memories. In that moment, he was the newborn babe, the gazelle of the northern grasslands, the sprouting seed. He was all things, except himself. He forgot language, forgot how to move, forgot who he was. His mind was thrown into complete chaos. Heart, gurgle gurgle, can you please stop tormenting my poor little heart, gurgle? The calm water suddenly bubbled, followed by Jian's faint grumbling. She seemed to have slept again, utterly exhausted. Gurgle. Another choking sound, and she abruptly sat up, clutching her chest in panic. Thump, thump. Her heart was still beating. My heart, eh? It's still there? Jen looked down in disbelief, seeing that the once pierced wound on her chest had already healed, leaving only a faint scar. Is my self-healing ability this remarkable? No, where am I? She looked around at the familiar surroundings, by Yun's space. She remembered now. Just as she thought she was about to die, she had suddenly been pulled into this space. But what happened after that? She couldn't recall the rest. Squish! The familiar sound came from beside her, and Jen looked down to see the poor little thing had reverted to its original slime form, a tiny creature curled up on her knee. Little Pitiful? Have you been in the space this whole time? Squish! The little Pitiful nodded, then climbed back onto Jen's chest, channeling the absorbed energy into her body, causing the last scar to vanish entirely. Even a fool like Jen could understand what was going on now, and she hugged the little Pitiful excitedly. Thank you, mighty medical soldier. Squish! The little Pitiful waved, then jumped back into the water, swimming towards the verdant celestial stone. That was its happy home, peaceful and comfortable. Remembering the crazed 10 still outside, Jian immediately rose from the spring, leaving the space. The situation out there was not optimistic. In fact, it was extremely dire. As soon as Jian emerged, she was confronted by 10's blood-stained wings. She had no time to ponder whose blood it was before becoming ensnared by the wings. 11 sister, you finally deigned to come out. 10 drew close, her forehead pressed against Jian's, eyes wide. Seeing the suddenly looming face, Jian nearly bit her own tongue in fright, but she quickly calmed down. This was how a lunatic behaved, after all. I've got a nice little something to show you, Sister, 10 said, producing a glowing crystal core and holding it up to Jian. Ta-da! Number 1's crystal core. Before Jian's eyes, 10 eagerly embedded the core into her own cheek. 01? Jian was horrified. She reached to snatch it, but 10 deftly evaded. He was quite foolish. How could one person defeat all 4 of us? But now, Number 1 has joined the collective, and it's your turn, sister. Jian's mind went blank. She couldn't process anything 10 was saying, her gaze fixed solely on 01's crystal core, which indeed had 10's spiritual power attached to it. Not again, Jian murmured, covering her face. Why was it that everything related to her always ended up leaving in one way or another, when she was the one who truly wished to depart? Are you going to cry? You're really crying? 10 tilted her head, grinning mockingly at Jian. 10. Jian suddenly spoke up. What is it, 11 sister? Have you ever heard a saying? Jian straightened up, gripping the wings trapping her and pulling them apart. She spoke deliberately, the barefoot are not afraid of those wearing shoes. 10 froze, and the next moment, Jian had torn her divine wings apart by hand. What? She stared at Jian, utterly dumbfounded. I'll show you today what a true lunatic is. Jian's expression was cold as she placed a hand on 10's face, her fingers plunging into the cheek to yank out the freshly embedded crystal core, along with blood. Ah, it hurts. 11 sister, it hurts. The recovered 10 cried out, tears streaming down her face as she clutched the wound. Jian disgustedly tossed her aside, letting her fall, then swallowed 01's crystal core. One person couldn't defeat you all? How about two? The void arm suddenly swelled, the bone armor extending and weaving into a pair of skeletal wings, twisted and magnificent, like the wings of a demon. So what if there are two? The damned will all die. 10 glared venomously at Jian, the arms sprouting from her face rushing towards Jian. Spiritual power? Jian stood motionless, waiting for the arms to reach her. What? Scared stiff? 10 watched eagerly, wanting to see Jian trapped in the same agonizing delirium as number 1. Jian furrowed her brow, allowing the arms to enter her body, then spoke, "Didn't you forget? I am the master here?" Boom! In an instant, all of 7's arms were infused with Jian's spiritual power. The little hands turned and lunged at 10, the 7 crystal core also gradually peeling away from her body, flying towards Jian. Now, it's 3 against 3, Jian caught the core and swallowed it without hesitation. The void arm ascended further, 2 over meter-long cracks suddenly forming on the smooth bone armor. A pair of eyes were peering through the cracks, gazing intently at everyone present. No, I'm not afraid. I still have 8 and 9. Absolute defense. Yes. 10 panicked, looking at the gradually rising void arm and muttering to herself as she erected a steel barrier to enclose herself within. As long as she didn't go out, Jian couldn't do anything to her. Those wretched humans would still die. The more she thought about it, the more smug she felt, as if she were the true victor.